After the apocalypse, the protagonist discovers that he possesses the ability to transform into a zombie, and he can evolve and upgrade by killing humans or zombies. Not only can he command the undead, but he can also modify them to create his own army. Utilizing his legion of zombies, he sweeps through the desolate world, leaving any adversaries he encounters torn apart in his wake. Gradually, he establishes his dominion, effortlessly acquiring wealth, power, and women, ultimately becoming the emperor of the apocalypse. Chapter 1. I can transform into a zombie. Wang Hao, get out! At the dormitory entrance, the robust Li Dong knocked Wang Hao to the ground with a single punch, shouting furiously at him. Why? Wang Hao, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, asked in disbelief. Stop pretending that Li Dong glared at Wang Hao with disdain, coldly stating, Su Xian is now my woman. How dare you spy on her in the restroom? I could easily kill you. I didn't spy on her. Wang Hao exclaimed, astonished, feeling utterly wronged. Don't deny it, Su Xian told me herself. Do you think I would lie? Never mind. Considering you've helped me these past few days, they'll let you leave alive. Li Dong said with a chilling expression, pointing towards the heavy iron door of the dormitory. Outside the dormitory, under the scorching sun, the stench of decaying zombies lingered as they wandered aimlessly. If someone were to step outside, they would likely encounter these horrific creatures, but you chose the most beautiful one and assigned the other two girls to Su Chao and Ma Bing. Did I ever voice my objections about that? I endured it, didn't I? Now you dare to accuse me of this? Isn't that simply bullying? Wang Hao glared back at Li Dong, indignant. You. Faced with Li Dong, Wang Hao felt helpless. Although he was of similar height, his frail physique, due to frequent indulgence in certain videos, rendered him incapable of standing up to Li Dong. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede he lacked the strength to confront Li Dong. Returning to his dorm, Wang Hao consumed the remaining half of a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water, preparing to pack his bag and leave. Just then, the door swung open. A striking girl in a black skirt, with a prominent figure and fair legs, entered. It was Su Xian. Su Xian, did you lie and say I spied on you in the restroom? Why would you do that? Wang Hao inquired. Indeed, it was me. This is the apocalypse. Food is scarce. A useless person like you only waste resources. Li Dong is too kind to expel you himself, so I had to provide him with an excuse, Su Xian replied smugly. You, as a girl, could be so cruel. Wang Hao seethed with anger. Enough. Consider this my farewell as a classmate. Su Xian scoffed and turned to leave. This is the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. Watching Su Xian depart, countless regrets surged within Wang Hao. The outbreak had occurred that fateful morning when a sudden blue flash lit the sky, and he had subsequently lost consciousness. Upon awakening, chaos and screams filled the campus. His former classmates transformed into rotting zombies. Seeing the corridor empty, he hurriedly opened the dormitory door and shut the heavy iron gate behind him. However, just as he secured it, Li Dong came rushing over, pleading at the door. Wang Hao had initially resisted opening it, but upon witnessing Li Dong's desperate pleas, he relented. Little did he know, 3 days later, the tables would turn dramatically as Li Dong would be the one to cast him out. A bitter irony for Wang Hao. If only life offered second chances, I would never have opened that door. I would watch you perish outside without lifting a finger. Yet, he realized that leaving the dorm meant facing countless zombies, and whether he would survive was uncertain, let alone seek revenge. As he approached the dormitory's main entrance, Wang Hao spotted Su Chao and Ma Bing. He expected some words of consolation, but the indifference and mockery in their eyes only deepened his despair. These guys are truly heartless. I should never have let them in. He cursed inwardly as he moved toward the iron door. You better hurry, it's noon, and zombies are sparse now. You might just escape the school alive, Li Dong said with a smirk, producing a key to unlock the heavy iron door, pushing it open slightly. Upon hearing this, Li Dong paused for a moment, then quickly closed the door again. Let's not speak of this again. Perhaps a flicker of guilt lingered in Li Dong's heart, as he locked the door and walked back to his dorm in silence. However, thoughts of Su Zhen's alluring figure soon extinguished any remnants of remorse. After exiting the dormitory, Wang Hao stealthily made his way toward the school gate. The campus was rife with wandering zombies. If they detected him, his life would be in peril. Yet, fate was not in his favor. Before he could take many steps, the chilling cries of zombies grew alarmingly close. Turning, he spotted a zombie lurching from the nearby greenery, its face a grotesque mask of decay, one eye dangling from its socket. A truly horrifying sight. Is my luck truly this abysmal? It seems I am not destined to be the protagonist of this apocalypse. Wang Hao thought bitterly, then bolted toward the school gate. Despite his own doubts about survival, an instinctive will to live urged him onward. However, just as he neared the entrance, he was met with several zombies blocking his path. It's really over. Despair washed over Wang Hao, mingled with regret. Having watched countless survival films, he lamented the lack of opportunity to apply what he had learned, resigned to meet his end, feeling profoundly unsatisfied. This dissatisfaction morphed into resentment towards Li Dong and Su Xian. Had Su Xian not slandered him, had Li Dong offered him a girl, he might never have faced such a dire fate. How unfair it was that such people could survive while he was destined to become mere fodder for the undead Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the Zombie King evolution system and successfully opening the path to evolution. You may now view your personal attributes in your mind. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated unexpectedly in Wang Hao's mind, leaving him standing in shock. The Zombie King evolution system? I have a system now? Wang Hao pondered in astonishment. Chapter 2. This system is remarkable. I must have hit the jackpot. Wang Hao believed he was about to become fodder for the zombies, yet unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, he activated the Zombie King evolution system. To his astonishment, the zombies that had lunged at him suddenly halted in their tracks. It appeared as though these creatures no longer regarded Wang Hao as their prey. They tilted their heads to glance at him briefly before disregarding him entirely. This system is extraordinary. The zombies are not even attempting to bite me. Wang Hao thought, exhilaration bubbling within him as he observed the zombies wandering away. At that moment, a vivid, game-like interface materialized in his mind, complete with character details. The figure depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Hao himself, accompanied by a peculiar attribute description. Name: Wang Hao. Status: human form, can transform into zombie form. Level: 1/1000. Defense: 43 attack, 48 speed, 55. Note: the attributes of an ordinary human are 100. Talent: bloodthirsty kill. By slaying either humans or zombies, evolution can be achieved, granting new talents with each level gained. Zombie King evolution system? But I am human. Can I revert back to my human form after transforming into a zombie? Wang Hao pondered, perplexed by the system's description. System: this system is tailored specifically for the host. The host can revert to human form at any time. Impressive. Transform me into a zombie and let us see. Wang Hao exclaimed. He soon discovered, to his horror, that his vision began to blur, while his hearing and sense of smell heightened exponentially. Every rustle and whisper around him was discernible. Even faint conversations from within the dormitory echoed in his ears. What surprised Wang Hao even more was the explosive surge of power coursing through his body, making him feel as though he had become superhuman, capable of punching through walls. Have I truly become a zombie? He wondered, opening his mouth to speak, only to emit a terrifying growl of ugh, ugh. He lifted his hands to examine them, astonished to find his arms bulkier than Schwarzenegger's, with blood-red skin and sharp, slightly curved claws adorning his fingers. I have genuinely transformed into a zombie, Wang Hao thought in disbelief. Glancing once more at the information in his mind, which had undergone subtle changes. Name: Wang Hao. Status: zombie form, can transform into human form. Level: 1/1000. Defense: 430 attack, 480 speed, 180 talent, bloodthirsty kill. By slaying either humans or zombies, evolution can be achieved, granting new talents with each level gained. Such high defense and attack for a zombie? Wang Hao marveled at his new attributes. He then noticed a zombie meandering past him, and at that moment, information flashed in his mind. Ordinary zombie, level 1, 10 experience points gained upon defeat. Defense: 58 attack, 230 speed, 69. Wang Hao was astonished to discover he could examine the attributes of other zombies. This feature was incredibly beneficial, allowing him to evade numerous dangers. Without further hesitation, he extended his hand and grasped the wandering zombie's head. Bang! In an instant, the zombie's skull exploded under his grip, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. This attack power is impressive. It feels akin to crushing tofu. Wang Hao beamed at his hands, fully satisfied, convinced that his newfound strength could easily defeat Li Dong. However, he realized that defeating Li Dong with his current power still posed significant risks. Wang Hao was not inclined to eliminate Su Xian so easily, as it would be far too convenient for her. In an instant, his body reverted to human form, and as he surveyed himself, excitement welled up within him. The Zombie King evolution system: does this mean that by becoming a zombie, I can continuously slay zombies and humans to evolve? What will I ultimately become? The thought thrilled Wang Hao, igniting a fervent desire to dominate the apocalypse. Transform me into a zombie, he commanded once more. Once transformed, he approached the nearby zombies. Noticing that after killing one, his strength had inexplicably increased. Realizing that slaying zombies and humans could enhance his abilities, he wasted no time. Bang! Bang! After effortlessly crushing the skulls of 2 more zombies, he felt his reach was still insufficient, prompting him to pick up a wooden stick from the ground and charge at the remaining zombies. These mindless creatures lacked any semblance of intelligence, rendering them incapable of evasion, thus making Wang Hao's slaughter remarkably convenient. Within mere minutes, he had dispatched over 50 zombies, experiencing a substantial boost to his physical attributes, and his vision sharpened significantly, rendering the surroundings much clearer. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that evolving through zombie kills was no simple feat. Despite the numerous slayings, he had yet to witness any progress. Ultimately, after eliminating over 80 zombies, he paused, realizing he was hungry. Even in zombie form, hunger persisted. Wang Hao decided it was best to seek sustenance before continuing his hunt. Navigating through the horde of wandering zombies, he arrived at the campus supermarket, Sunshine Supermarket. Upon entering, he spotted a zombie sprawled on the ground, its legs broken. Recognizing the former shopkeeper by the white dress she wore, he felt a pang of nostalgia. The shopkeeper had been quite young, with a curvaceous figure, fair skin, and long black hair cascading down her shoulders, her smile once warm and inviting. Yet now, she lay lifeless, guarding the supermarket in death. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Wang Hao approached the aimlessly groaning shopkeeper zombie and ended her existence, the only act of kindness he could bestow upon the once vibrant woman. After ensuring her silence, he shifted his gaze to the food shelves. Having gone days without nourishment, he could no longer resist. He strode to the shelves, snatched a packaged sausage, tore it open, and stuffed it into his mouth. As the sausage slid down his throat, the gnawing hunger in his stomach subsided somewhat. Just then, more zombies shuffled past outside. Ignoring Wang Hao entirely, he finally confirmed that whether in zombie or human form, these creatures would no longer attack him. This is the apocalypse I envisioned. If only I could find a woman, it would be even better, Wang Hao thought, lifting a bottle of nutritional drink to his lips. Savoring each gulp while envisioning a future where he wielded his newfound abilities to navigate the apocalypse and attract countless women. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. Chapter 3. The girls' dormitory. As Wang Hao sipped on his nutritional drink, he indulged himself by selecting an array of snacks from the shelves, including various cookies, Snickers bars, and beef sausages. After satisfying his hunger, he rummaged through the counter and retrieved a pack of premium cat cigarettes, igniting one with a lighter and savoring the moment. This was the most expensive cigarette available at school, costing nearly several dozen yuan, enough to cover a week's worth of living expenses. However, in the apocalypse, everything in sight could be acquired without spending a single cent. Having filled his backpack with cookies, sausages, drinks, and cigarettes, Wang Hao stepped out of the supermarket. Observing the staggering zombies outside, he began to ponder. That day, he and Li Dong had only ventured to the first floor of the girls' dormitory and hadn't dared to ascend further. He wondered if there were still other girls upstairs. Since the zombies had not attacked him, and he now possessed the ability to transform into one, why not explore the girls' dormitory? Perhaps he might even encounter the campus bell. Yet, he did not rush over. Instead, he transformed into a zombie once more and picked up a wooden stick to slay the undead. Despite the zombies not attacking him, his physical condition was far from robust. Killing zombies was physically demanding, and he could hardly endure the strain, prompting him to revert to his zombie form. At noon, the heat dispersed the zombies, allowing him to eliminate over 20 in just over 10 minutes. Ding! At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 2. Your attack power, defense, and speed have all received significant enhancements. Additionally, you have gained an opportunity to draw a talent. Would you like to draw now? A talent draw? Wang Hao eagerly responded, let us do it right away. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the talent skill Zombie Egg Explosion. Zombie Egg Explosion? How does this ability work? Can you provide an introduction? Wang Hao inquired, puzzled. Zombie Egg Explosion allows you to transform into a controllable zombie for a duration of 10 minutes. Each time you slay a zombie or a human, there is a 10% chance of obtaining a zombie egg. Wang Hao contemplated the potential of this ability. If he could control a zombie, it would open up numerous possibilities while ensuring his safety. He felt quite satisfied with the talent he had drawn, although he wished the duration were longer. Nevertheless, it would suffice for many endeavors. Subsequently, Wang Hao glanced at the information in his mind, surprised to see significant changes. Name: Wang Hao. Status: Zombie state, can revert to human state. Level: 2, 0, 10,000. Defense: 530. Attack: 580 speed, 280 talent, bloodthirsty killing, eliminate humans or zombies to evolve. Gaining a new talent with each level increase. Zombie egg explosion. Transform into a controllable zombie for 10 minutes. Upgrading your level can extend the duration of zombie egg explosion. Seeing his attributes elevated thrilled Wang Hao. Ordinary humans typically had attributes around 100, and his had reached 5 times that. This was astonishing. Let me test just how much stronger I've become. He sought a heavy object to gauge his strength, but found nothing nearby. Fortunately, he seized a nearby zombie and hurled it away. Bang! The zombie soared through the air, landing over 10 meters away. My goodness, transforming into a zombie is incredibly powerful. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned. Having spent much of his time watching Japanese films, he had always felt physically weak. Lifting a person was a challenge, let alone throwing one 10 meters away. But now, possessing the ability to become a zombie, he felt more formidable than a weightlifter. Now, Wang Hao brimmed with confidence. Unless surrounded by a group armed with knives, he felt truly invincible within the school. Indeed, he believed no one could rival him here. It was time to visit the girls' dormitory. Reverting to his human form, he grasped the wooden stick and made his way to the girls' dormitory. The entrance was ajar, and he stepped inside. He had already visited the first floor, where 3 surviving girls had been rescued by him and Li Dong. Nevertheless, he approached with a sense of curiosity and checked each room again. Confirming the absence of girls on the first floor, he ascended to the second. The girls' dormitory differed from the boys'. When the apocalypse broke out, Wang Hao had skipped morning classes, which allowed him to close the dormitory door at a critical juncture. Conversely, the girls' dormitory remained unsealed during the outbreak, permitting zombies to invade. Consequently, many girls had succumbed to zombie attacks and transformed themselves. Wang Hao noticed a female zombie wandering in the hallway, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Is that Lu Chanchan? She has become a zombie? It was disheartening to see the former class beauty transformed so swiftly after the outbreak. Despite her disheveled hair, Lu Chanchan's skin and figure remained unchanged. Her cheeks had merely lost some color and showed no signs of decay. However, she was now a zombie, and Wang Hao had no intentions of harboring any notions towards her. With a swift swing of his stick, he knocked the female zombie to the ground. Continuing his search on the second floor, he paused before a door. Why is there tape over the glass here? Each door in the girls' dormitory featured a small square glass pane, used by the dormitory supervisor to check on the residents. Typically, no one would dare to cover it, as being caught would result in punishment from the supervisor. Wang Hao surmised that this glass had likely been taped over after the apocalypse. Is anyone there? If so, please open the door. He called softly from outside. At that moment, the tape was torn from the glass, revealing a beautiful young woman's face. Upon seeing Wang Hao alone without any zombies nearby, she quickly opened the door and urged, "Come in. It's dangerous outside." Chapter 4. The Campus Belle. Li Mengyao, how beautiful. Wang Hao gazed at the captivating figure before him, a girl adorned in a white miniskirt that revealed her fair, slender legs, his eyes nearly glazing over in admiration. He never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to encounter a girl even more stunning than Su Xin. In that fleeting moment, Wang Hao felt as though the dormant power within him, long subdued, was on the verge of erupting. What are you standing there for? Aren't you afraid of zombies? The girl, a mixture of excitement and anxiety etched across her face, extended her delicate hand and pulled Wang Hao into the dormitory. Bang! Once inside, she hurriedly shut the door behind them. Unlike Wang Hao, she lacked the ability to resist a zombie's bite. Over the past few days, she had witnessed several girls succumb to the undead after desperately attempting to flee in search of food, their hunger proving fatal. Thus, her apprehension upon opening the door was entirely justified. She feared attracting the attention of the zombies. However, Wang Hao remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed on the girl, taking in every detail from her chest to her legs and back to her face. Her long, flowing black hair framed her features, accentuating her large, bright eyes. Elegantly arched brows and flawless complexion, complemented by her softly curved lips. Indeed, this girl was breathtakingly beautiful. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, her voice tinged with nervousness under Wang Hao's intense stare. You are incredibly beautiful. I want you to be my woman, Wang Hao declared bluntly. A statement he would have never dared utter before the apocalypse. The girl standing before him was revered as a goddess by countless admirers, pursued by numerous affluent and handsome suitors. In his previous life, he had been frail and unremarkable, and Li Mengyao would have never cast him a second glance. But now, everything was different. He possessed a formidable system, and he felt no need to conceal his desires when faced with a woman he admired. Are you joking? I'm nearly starving. And you're telling me this? Li Mingyao replied, bewildered and somewhat dazed by his audacity. I'm not joking. I genuinely want you to be my woman. I will take care of you. I will venture outside to find food for you, and I will protect you with all my strength, Wang Hao proclaimed, his eyes ablaze with sincerity. That is out of the question, Li Mingyao retorted decisively. In her mind, if she were to rely on a man, he must at least possess good looks and exceptional capabilities. Wang Hao fell far short of her standards. Why? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Or do you doubt my ability to care for you? Wang Hao inquired. What good are your words? The world outside is infested with zombies. And I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm on the brink of starvation, Li Mingyao asserted, moving to sit on her bed. She had little faith that Wang Hao could procure food. She believed he would likely meet a zombie's fate the moment he stepped outside. Wang Hao, unaware of Li Mingyao's thoughts, chuckled and said, So you've been hungry for 2 days? Why didn't you mention it sooner? He rummaged through his backpack and produced a sausage and a bottle of mineral water. Look what I have. Ah, you have food. Quickly, give it to me, Li Mingyao exclaimed, her previous pride as a graceful swan evaporating as she reached out her delicate hand like a beggar, driven by her overwhelming hunger. You want to eat? Then I shall give it to you, Wang Hao replied, not teasing her further as he handed her the sausage and water. Starved for far too long, Li Mingyao wasted no time considering her image, tearing open the packaging and devouring the food voraciously, reminiscent of Wang Hao's late-night noodle binges. Before long, she finished the sausage and drank half the bottle of water, her body desperate for sustenance after days of hunger and thirst. With a nervous glance at Wang Hao, she asked, Is there more? Wang Hao understood that a single sausage would hardly suffice. He patted his backpack and said, As long as you agree to be my woman, all this food is yours. Why are you like this? I'm practically starving. Can't you just help me? Li Mingyao responded, a hint of frustration in her voice. I'm sorry, but the food I acquired was obtained at great personal risk. Why should I share it with you if you refuse to be my woman? Wang Hao replied. His expression steady, Li Mingyao found herself at a loss for words. In this world, where food was more precious than gold, why would anyone part with life-sustaining sustenance? What kind of person would sacrifice their own chance of survival for her? All right, I won't force you, if you don't want to. Consider it as if I never said anything, Wang Hao said, reaching for the doorknob. If Li Mingyao refused to become his woman, he saw no reason to waste time on her. After all, with such a powerful system, finding beautiful women would not be a challenge. Even pursuing a celebrity could be a possibility. Don't go, Li Mingyao pleaded, not wanting Wang Hao to leave. In the days following the apocalypse, she had endured enough loneliness and fear. Encountering another person was a rare blessing she could not allow to slip away so easily. Moreover, without food, how long could she endure? Reluctantly, she grasped Wang Hao's wrist. Have you agreed to be my woman? Wang Hao asked, feeling the softness of her skin and growing increasingly excited. Let me think it over. I'm too hungry right now. Please don't pressure me, Li Mingyao responded. I won't pressure you, but I also lack the patience to wait indefinitely. If you haven't made a decision, then continue to ponder. I will take my leave now, Wang Hao said, once again reaching for the doorknob. Don't go. I agree. Li Mingyao's face contorted with indecision, her hunger intensifying as she struggled internally. Ultimately, a tear trickled down her cheek as she extended her hand toward Wang Hao. Please give me food. I am willing to be your woman. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement within him. He opened his backpack and retrieved all the sausages, biscuits, and drinks, declaring, These are all for you. Desperately hungry, Li Mingyao snatched a sausage and tore open the packaging, consuming several in rapid succession until her stomach finally felt at ease. Can we begin now? Wang Hao asked, barely able to contain his eagerness. Li Mingyao was momentarily taken aback by his words. After a moment, she quietly nodded and replied, Having been single for so long and having watched numerous educational films, Wang Hao had amassed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, yet he had never been with a woman. Now, seeing Li Mingyao nod, he could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward. Chapter 5. The Search for a Pharmacy. Half an hour later, Wang Hao gazed at Li Mingyao, who was quietly weeping. His eyes widened in surprise as he inquired, Is this truly your first time? I thought your boyfriend was a wealthy, handsome fellow driving a BMW? With a huff, Li Mingyao retorted, That BMW driver is my brother. I don't wish to converse with you anymore. Anger surged within her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to stab Wang Hao with a knife. Wang Hao's heart raced with excitement. He could hardly believe his fortune in having experienced such an intimate moment with the beautiful campus belle, Li Mingyao. Previously, Such an event would have sent shockwaves throughout the entire school. "I don't want to talk to you anymore," she sobbed, turning her back on him. Perhaps both were novices in this regard, and the experience was not particularly comfortable. Yet, the sheer thrill of having won over the campus beauty was exhilarating. The more he pondered, the more electrified he felt, and soon he found himself drawn to her once more. Li Mingyao was taken aback, not expecting Wang Hao to approach her again. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose not to resist. After 3 instances, Li Mingyao lay exhausted. Wang Hao leaned against the wall, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. One cigarette after such an affair is worth more than gold. The ancient certainly did not deceive me. He looked at the slumbering woman beside him, a profound sense of satisfaction washing over him. Despite having professed his feelings thrice before to no avail, he had now forged an intimate connection with the stunning campus beauty, a reality that left him in awe. All of this was made possible by the system he possessed. The sensation of wielding such power through the system was intoxicating, but suddenly, a wave of confusion washed over Wang Hao. Having consumed numerous educational films from Japan and often indulging in tissue paper, he had anticipated a significant physical depletion. Yet, remarkably, each of those 3 encounters had lasted quite a while. Li Mingyao was indeed worn out. She could never have imagined that Wang Hao would pursue her so fervently and for such an extended duration. At that moment, Wang Hao's stomach growled. "I need to eat something," he mused, contemplating a stroll outside to seek nourishment. For the sake of future happiness, I must not slacken my efforts. Wang Hao believed he still had potential. Despite his frail physique, he had managed to endure for so long. With a little more exercise, he would surely become even stronger. Thus, he resolved to not only consume more nourishing foods, but also to engage in regular physical activity. He opened his backpack and retrieved some sausages and biscuits, tearing open the packaging to indulge. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Li Mingyao woke. "I'm eating. You must be even hungrier than I am." Wang Hao offered her some biscuits, chocolate, and snacks. Having been through 3 exhausting encounters, Li Mingyao was indeed famished. She cast aside her image, tearing into the food wrappers and eating heartily. Although her manner was far from elegant, Wang Hao watched with great delight. He finally understood the phrase "a feast for the eyes," as watching the beauty indulge was simply marvelous. After finishing a bottle of nutritional drink, he declared, "I plan to head out for a while." "Where are you going?" Li Mingyao asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice, fearing that Wang Hao might abandon her after having taken her virtue. "I've nearly exhausted my supplies, and I need to find more food," Wang Hao explained with a smile. "But enough of that. Since you have become my woman, I shall take care of you," he reassured her. "When do you plan to leave?" Li Mingyao inquired. "Shortly. But first, let us indulge once more," Wang Hao said, reaching for the blanket. "Are you out of your mind? You want to go again?" Li Mingyao, having just awakened, felt a twinge of fear. "Fear not. This time, I shall be gentle," Wang Hao responded, pulling the blanket aside and pouncing on her. Half an hour later, Wang Hao emerged from the dormitory, his backpack now empty. The corridor was populated by several zombies, yet he chose not to engage them. He figured that as long as they posed no threat, they could serve as guardians, and it would be a shame to eliminate them. Upon reaching the ground floor, he observed the encroaching darkness and the growing number of zombies, and he made his way toward the school gate. In the security room, he found a baton, which he decided to keep. Though it might not electrocute the zombies, its metallic form could effectively crush their skulls. Once outside the school gates, he transformed into a zombie, wielding the baton as he navigated through the throngs of the undead. However, upon spotting a fallen electric scooter beside a lamppost, he paused. Nearby lay a headless corpse. Although he had gained strength from his transformation, carrying numerous items proved cumbersome. The scooter would be ideal for transporting supplies. Noticing the keys still in the ignition, he climbed aboard and started the engine. Wang Hao rode the scooter through the increasingly dense horde of zombies, swiftly arriving at the entrance of a traditional Chinese medicine shop. He parked the scooter and entered the store. Inside, he gathered deer antlers, bull tendons, and ginseng, stuffing them into his backpack, followed by cold medicine, antibiotics, and vitamins. However, as he approached the exit, he hesitated. This could also come in handy, he thought. In a post-apocalyptic world, the prospect of a woman becoming pregnant could lead to complications. After a moment's deliberation, he reached for several boxes of condoms displayed on the counter. Exiting the pharmacy, he tossed his backpack onto the scooter's footrest and set off again, intent on locating a store that sold knives. Whether a wooden stick or a baton, the efficiency of zombie slaying was simply inadequate. Chapter 6. Manipulating the zombies. Wang Hao meandered through the streets on his electric scooter, ultimately halting before a grocery store. At that moment, the store's shutter remained firmly closed, marred by dark stains of blood. He reached out and cautiously pushed the shutter upward, revealing a chaotic display of goods within, indicative of the turmoil that ensued when the apocalypse erupted. Fortunately, Wang Hao's luck was in his favor. He soon found a rural-style machete without much effort. This machete was indeed impressive, sharp, and perfectly suited for dispatching zombies. Wang Hao regarded the machete with satisfaction. The wooden handle, measuring 20 centimeters, fit comfortably in his grip, while the 30-centimeter blade, slightly curved at the tip like an eagle's beak, was ample enough to cleave a zombie's head as effortlessly as slicing through a watermelon. At that moment, the shutter being raised had attracted the attention of nearby zombies, who began to approach with an unsettling slowness. Oddly, Wang Hao pondered. Weren't these creatures supposed to be indifferent to him? Why did they seem to have detected food? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Yet he remained cautious and decided to mimic a zombie, moving toward the approaching horde, now armed with the machete. He was eager to test his newfound weapon on these undead foes. With a swift motion, he swung the machete at the nearest zombie. In an instant, the creature's head burst apart, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. To Wang Hao's astonishment, a blood-red sphere appeared above the fallen zombie, floating and spinning in midair. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a zombie egg. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Wang Hao gazed at the crimson zombie egg before him, a mix of surprise and curiosity washing over him. He wondered how to utilize this peculiar object. Although intrigued, he refrained from picking it up and instead continued to wield the machete against the remaining zombies. In no time, more than 10 zombies lay slain at his feet. And with each one he dispatched, he collected another zombie egg. 2 zombie eggs already. Clearly, the odds of acquiring these items were quite favorable. Wang Hao picked up one of the zombie eggs, eager to experiment with its use. After some time, he deemed it appropriate to cast one aside. Upon hitting the ground, the zombie egg erupted in an explosion, subsequently giving rise to a creature that bore a striking resemblance to the other zombies on the street. The newly spawned zombie let out a series of guttural growls before aimlessly wandering about. Is this the function of a zombie egg? It merely transforms into another zombie? Wang Hao mused, only to suddenly notice an icon labeled Zombie 1 materializing in his mind, accompanied by the word Control. Control Zombie 1, he mentally commanded. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and when it lifted, he found himself amidst the throng of zombies on the street. Looking down at his feet and arms, he realized he had assumed the form of the zombie he had just spawned. The potency of the zombie egg astounded him. It was nothing short of miraculous. With this ability, he could undertake numerous perilous tasks without fear, as if he had gained several additional lives. Cancel control, he mentally directed. This power was extraordinary. Wang Hao felt compelled to thoroughly test this newfound capability. After sealing the grocery store entrance, he concealed himself and called out, Control Zombie 1. His perspective shifted once more, transporting him back to the street. He decided to see how far this zombie could wander. Guiding Zombie 1 away from his position, he observed it moving further and further. However, after taking over 30 steps, he noticed Zombie 1 beginning to lose its tether, aimlessly wandering without direction. It seemed this was the limit of his control range. Suddenly, a chilling female scream pierced the air from above. A moment later, he witnessed a dark-haired woman collapse to the ground, bloodied and battered, her survival seemingly impossible. She was unclothed, her back marred with numerous wounds, suggesting she had endured some form of torment. Looking up, Wang Hao spotted a nearby gym with an open window on the 3rd floor, where a man with a menacing demeanor lurked. He spat contemptuously before closing the window. That woman must have been violated by that man and subsequently pushed down, Wang Hao thought, incredulous that, merely days into the apocalypse, individuals felt emboldened enough to commit murder. Determined to rid his area of such dangerous individuals, he decided to take action. With Zombie 1 under his control, he advanced toward the gym. The gym's glass door was broken, allowing him to enter without obstruction. However, the path to the 2nd floor was obstructed by an array of large boxes filled with protein powder. While such a barrier might deter ordinary zombies, Wang Hao easily vaulted over it. Inside, the gym was expansive, equipped with a plethora of fitness equipment. He contemplated whether he might return here to strengthen his physique. For in this apocalyptic world filled with beautiful women, he would surely need a robust body to seize any opportunities that arose. Soon, he ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, where he overheard voices emanating from within. Perhaps zombies possessed particularly acute hearing, for he could discern their conversation with clarity. At that moment, a man was heard vociferously berating someone. Did you see that? I saved you, so I could kill you. Should you dare to defy me, I will cast you off the balcony at a moment's notice. I will heed your every word. Please, do not kill me, a woman pleaded, her voice trembling with desperation. "Ah, you are quite the silver-tongued one. Come now, let me see your worth," the man replied, his tone laced with malicious amusement. Chapter 7. An Unconventional Zombie Bang. Wang Hao did not linger to listen further. He charged directly at the tightly shut door. Crack! With the sound of breaking chains echoing. The door was flung open by Wang Hao's force. In that moment, he was momentarily stunned by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. A robust man was sprawled on an exercise bench, practicing sit-ups, while a woman with long black hair knelt before him. The man, initially with his eyes shut, opened them upon hearing the commotion and turned to face the entrance. In an instant, their eyes locked, and upon confirming the other's gaze, the man's complexion drained of color, his lips trembling. "The zombie is coming." The woman, who had been bowing her head, trembled violently upon hearing the man's words and raised her head, only to behold the zombie at the doorway. A piercing scream erupted, shattering the silence. The woman, terrified, cried out and spun around to flee. Yet the man reacted swiftly. He pulled up his pants with one hand, while seizing the woman's hair with the other, hurling her towards Wang Hao. As the woman cried out, she was unwittingly thrust toward Wang Hao. The man's intention had been to use her as a distraction to escape, but to his astonishment, Wang Hao evaded the woman and lunged directly at him. Oh no! The man was drenched in cold sweat, panic overtaking him. In his frantic attempt to flee, he accidentally let go of his pants, causing him to trip and fall to the ground. "Please, don't eat me." In the face of the zombie, rationality fled, and fear took hold, leaving him nearly paralyzed with terror. The man braced himself with his hands on the ground, retreating rapidly. The woman, having fallen, trembled uncontrollably, unable to rise. "Look over here." Suddenly, a voice called out from the side, seemingly trying to draw Wang Hao's attention. Wang Hao glanced up to see another robust man sprinting towards him, wielding a metal rod. If the zombie were to attack the fallen man, he would undoubtedly be struck down by the other man wielding the iron bar. Thus, Wang Hao momentarily abandoned the man on the ground and pivoted to charge at the one with the iron rod. Die. The muscular man swung the iron rod towards Wang Hao's head. However, he could never have anticipated that Wang Hao would suddenly crouch and lunge forward. The man was taken aback by the zombie's unexpected agility, allowing Wang Hao to tackle him to the ground. With a horrific scream, Wang Hao bit through the man's throat before rising. The zombie possessed immense strength, its jaws akin to a feral beast capable of crushing bone. For a human unarmed, defeating a zombie was nearly impossible. At this moment, the man who had hoped his companion would eliminate Wang Hao was utterly bewildered. Although he had slain many zombies before, he had never encountered one as extraordinary as Wang Hao. Even more perplexing was the sight of the zombie that had just killed his comrade now rising to approach him. Blood still dripped from Wang Hao's maw as he drew closer, the horrifying visage inciting primal fear within the man. Summoning all his survival instincts, he desperately attempted to remain calm, grasping a wrench from the ground. He understood his chance at survival was singular. If the zombie lunged at him, he would strike its head with the wrench. Yet Wang Hao observed the man's every move, a cold smirk forming within. Even armed with a wrench or iron rod, an ordinary person faced substantial peril against a typical zombie, let alone one imbued with intellect. "Come here, extend your head." The man trembled, gripping the wrench tightly. Waiting for the moment the zombie lunged, Wang Hao growled, inching closer until he stood before the man. At that moment, the man was ready. As soon as the zombie bowed its head, he would smash it with the wrench. He was convinced he could obliterate the zombie's skull. However, the man was unprepared for Wang Hao's unexpected kick. Damn it! Without a moment to strategize, the man swung the wrench at the zombie's leg. Crack! The sound echoed as the zombie's leg shattered instantly. However, despite the broken bone, the zombie's assault did not cease. With a scream, the man felt his throat torn apart by the zombie's jaws. Is this how it ends? Wang Hao gazed at the lifeless forms of the two men, astonished. He had not anticipated that controlling a zombie to commit murder could be so brutally simple, devoid of any fear. If he were still human, the thought of killing two living beings would have been unfathomable. No, no. At that moment, Wang Hao raised his gaze to the woman sprawled on the ground. Noticing a large wet patch beneath her, a clear indication of her fright. Though she appeared pitiable, Wang Hao felt powerless to assist her. As a zombie, approaching her would only deepen her terror. Thus, to spare her further distress, he bit into the man's arm and began dragging him into the gym. Wang Hao was uncertain of the woman's fate, but it was no longer his concern. In this apocalyptic world, the number of those in need of help was overwhelming. He was no savior. It was impossible to aid everyone. Although the woman was quite attractive, he had no desire to complicate matters. After all, Saving her would necessitate finding a way to accommodate and protect her, providing sustenance, a daunting task. Having recently acquired a companion like Li Mingyao, he was not eager to seek out another woman. Nevertheless, Wang Hao intended to visit the gym when he had the opportunity. For the allure of protein powder and exercise equipment was undeniable. Thud. Just then, he heard a faint noise emanating from above the grocery store. Chapter 8. The girl in the grocery store. Is there someone above? Is it a person or a zombie? Wang Hao glanced at the wooden boards overhead, aware that most shops lack designated sleeping areas. Thus, clever shopkeepers often construct makeshift rooms above, separated by wooden planks. After a singular thud echoed from above, silence once again enveloped the space. However, now transformed into a zombie, Wang Hao's hearing had significantly changed. Upon closer inspection, he discerned faint breathing sounds emanating from above. Could it be that someone was hiding up there? Curiosity piqued. Wang Hao rummaged through the grocery store until he discovered a flashlight and made his way towards the wooden ladder. With a gentle push, he lifted the door curtain and directed the beam of light inside, revealing a young girl clad in an oversized shirt, curled up in a corner. At that moment, the girl fixated her deep black eyes upon him, clutching a hammer tightly in her grasp. Wang Hao believed that should he dare to approach, she would likely swing the hammer at his head. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to darkness, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her hair, unkempt from neglect, hung in disarray. Nevertheless, it was evident to Wang Hao that the girl possessed remarkable beauty. Her lustrous black hair, delicate nose, and porcelain-like cheeks made her appear almost exquisite. A true beauty in her own right. What a lovely little girl! Wang Hao mused, then inquired, "Are you the daughter of the shopkeeper?" "Yes," the girl replied, nodding slightly while maintaining her gaze on him. "And what of your parents?" Wang Hao pressed. The girl remained silent, eyeing him warily, hesitating before pointing towards the door outside. "It's been a long time since you've eaten, has Tia?" Wang Hao asked gently. The girl shook her head, tugging at a nearby plastic bag. "I still have some dry rations here." Wang Hao understood that dry rations were baked flour products that could last over half a month in dry conditions. Yet, he felt a pang of sympathy for a 12 or 13-year-old girl subsisting solely on such bland fare. You're at an age where you need proper nourishment. This cannot suffice. Wang Hao retrieved 2 sausages from his pocket and offered them to her. "I can't accept these. My parents taught me not to take things from strangers," she protested, shaking her head. After a moment's contemplation, she reached out and took the sausages, tearing open the packaging and devouring them eagerly. Before long, she had finished both sausages, smacking her lips, still yearning for more. Indeed, after so many days of the apocalypse, subsisting on tasteless dry rations must have grown tiresome. The opportunity to savor sausages must have felt like indulging in a feast to her. "Stay here. I will fetch you some more food," Wang Hao declared, pulling down the rolling door before departing the store. He found a shop nearby and filled his backpack with biscuits, sausages, chocolates, pickled vegetables, bread, and drinks. "All of this is for you. I will come back to check on you later," he said before closing the rolling door and leaving the grocery store. The girl watched him depart, scratching her head in confusion and muttering, "This big brother isn't so bad. He actually gave me so much food. He seems like a good person." After parking beneath the girl's dormitory, he ascended with the backpack laden with food. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Wang Hao noticed 2 female zombies banging on the door of Li Mingyao's dormitory. It would be best to eliminate them, otherwise they could easily surge inside when the door opened. After a brief moment of hesitation, he brandished his machete and dispatched the 2 zombies. Wang Hao exhaled deeply, his body felt too frail. Carrying so much upstairs and battling 2 zombies had proven somewhat taxing. Li Mingyao, initially covering her head with a blanket while lying on her bed, had been terrified by the horrifying sounds of the zombies banging at the door. Upon hearing Wang Hao's voice, she leaped from her bed without bothering to put on her shoes. "Come in," she exclaimed, pulling Wang Hao inside and swiftly shutting the door behind him. Her eyes widened as she asked, "With so many zombies outside, did you encounter any danger?" "Yes. They found my room shortly after you left and began banging at the door. I nearly frightened myself to death," Li Mingyao replied, her voice tinged with indignation. "Those zombies have quite the keen sense of smell. I suppose next time I venture out, I should ensure the main entrance to the girls' dormitory is securely shut to prevent any from entering," Wang Hao contemplated. Setting his backpack down, he made his way toward the bathroom. "I just went out and am drenched in sweat. I need to take a shower. Would you help me scrub my back?" "Ah, is that appropriate?" Li Mingyao blushed at his request. "You are now my woman, my wife. What could be inappropriate about you helping me?" Wang Hao inquired playfully. All right then. She acquiesced reluctantly. Remember to change into something nice, preferably black stockings. I have a fondness for that, Wang Hao added before shedding his clothes and stepping into the shower. What a lecherous man. Li Mingyao pouted, feeling embarrassed at the thought of dressing in such a manner. Yet, in an effort to please Wang Hao, she found a pair of black stockings to wear. When she opened the bathroom door, she was met with the sight of Wang Hao unboxing a pack of condoms. You're not going to do that again, are you? Li Mingyao asked incredulously, still feeling some discomfort from their earlier encounter. Rest assured. This is the last time for today, Wang Hao replied with a grin. Well, you must be gentle with me, Li Mingyao insisted. She found it hard to comprehend Wang Hao's desire for such activities, especially as they had already engaged 3 times that day. She could not grasp the appeal of it. However, witnessing the greedy glint in his eyes as he surveyed her body and his hands lingering over her legs brought her a strange sense of joy. Chapter 9. Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. The following day, Wang Hao awoke to the cacophony of chaos. Rising from his slumber, he stepped onto the balcony and beheld a distressing scene below, a young man surrounded by a horde of zombies. This individual was none other than Ma Bing, who had previously been seen with Li Dong and Su Chao, though it was a mystery why he had ventured out so early in the morning. Now, he found himself ensnared by the undead, with no hope of escape. Yet, Ma Bing clutched a wooden stick, valiantly attempting to fight his way through the throng. He shouted defiantly, as the makeshift weapon shattered the skulls of one zombie after another. Wang Hao was astonished. He had not anticipated Ma Bing's formidable prowess, dispatching dozens of zombies single-handedly. However, he was but a solitary figure, and as the relentless tide of zombies closed in, his strength began to wane. Finally, a harrowing scream pierced the air as a zombie lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into Ma Bing's neck, blood gushing forth. In an instant, more zombies surged towards him, swiftly overwhelming him. Wang Hao frowned, for he noticed that in his final moments, Ma Bing's eyes were filled with resentment, fixed intently on the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory. Following his gaze, Wang Hao spotted a figure moving behind a window. It was Li Dong. Li Dong observed the gruesome demise of Ma Bing, a smirk creeping across his lips as he muttered under his breath, "Useless fool, merely fodder for the zombies. Why didn't he send you out to meet your end?" Given that the supplies in the boys' dormitory were nearly depleted, he had dispatched Ma Bing to forage for food. However, fearing the outside world, Ma Bing had hesitated. In a moment of desperation, he had mustered the courage to venture out, only to be besieged by the undead. Too bad for you. This is your own incompetence. Don't blame me for lacking loyalty. Today, your woman shall be mine, Li Dong mused, his anger dissipating at the thought of Ma Bing's impending death granting him access to his companion. Once a mere student, he had only ever witnessed such events on screen. And now he found himself on the cusp of fulfilling a long-held fantasy with 2 women. Just as Li Dong prepared to turn away, he felt a piercing gaze. Instinctively, he glanced towards the girls' dormitory and was taken aback to see Wang Hao standing on the 3rd floor balcony. Wang Hao, he was alive. Li Dong was astonished that Wang Hao had survived and taken refuge within the girls' dormitory. How had he managed this? Li Dong's shock was palpable as he compared Ma Bing, who had been torn to shreds upon exiting the dormitory, to Wang Hao, who appeared unscathed and well-fed. Wang Hao, do you have any food left? Li Dong called out. With a dismissive snort, Wang Hao turned and retrieved a packet of biscuits and 2 sausages from the table, brandishing them towards Li Dong. Li Dong's mouth watered at the sight of the sausages, a grin spreading across his face as he implored, Wang Hao, could you spare me some food? If you do, I will offer you Ma Bing's woman. Li Dong believed that a simple gesture of kindness would sway someone like Wang Hao, whom he perceived as a mere nobody. However, Wang Hao merely shook his head, unwrapping the biscuits and consuming them with gusto. The crumbs fell from his lips onto the ground, igniting a fire of anger in Li Dong's eyes. Such wastefulness in a time of scarcity was intolerable, leading him to suspect that the girls' dormitory was hoarding ample supplies. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Li Dong shouted, "You'd better watch your back. I will kill you." At that moment, Li Mingyao stirred awake. Stretching lazily as she inquired, "Wang Hao, who are you speaking to?" "Li Dong," Wang Hao replied. "Ah, the Li Dong from the basketball team?" Li Mingyao expressed her surprise. For Li Dong was tall, handsome, and admired by many girls. Indeed, Wang Hao acknowledged without denial. "Oh, what did he want?" she asked. "He asks after our food." Wang Hao responded. "Ah, so he has no food left? Will you give him some?" Li Mingyao asked, her concern evident. "If you wish to give him food, do so. But remember, when you are surrounded by zombies, I will not come to your rescue," Wang Hao replied coldly. It was better to clarify matters early on, otherwise this girl would inevitably bring trouble upon herself. Li Mingyao recalled the horrifying images of girls being devoured by zombies, a wave of fear washing over her. So you don't intend to help him then? She asked after a moment's silence. Help him? Do you think I would? Why should I? You have no idea that I was the one he drove out of the boys' dormitory. Not only will I not help him, but I will also find a way to kill him, Wang Hao declared before ignoring Li Mingyao, grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the table and drinking deeply. Though Li Mingyao was beautiful and had a captivating presence, Wang Hao knew that if she could not come to terms with her actions, he would ultimately seek out a more suitable companion. In this apocalyptic world, many resources were scarce, yet beautiful women were abundant. Eat something for yourself. I need to go, Wang Hao said, noticing Li Mingyao's silence. He shouldered his bag and picked up a machete before leaving the room. Once Wang Hao departed, Li Mingyao opened a bottle of nutritional supplement and sipped it slowly, strolling to the balcony. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the boys' dormitory, Li Dong's eyes burned with intensity as he spotted Li Mingyao on the balcony. Li Mingyao, the campus goddess. How could that scoundrel Wang Hao be in the same room as her? My goddess has been sullied by that wretched fool. Chapter 10. The goddess in dreams. Li Mingyao's reputation was truly formidable. Nearly every boy in the school knew she was one of the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. Even some male teachers gazed at her with a hint of ambiguity, not to mention Li Dong, who watched educational films from Japan daily. From an early age, Li Dong had placed Li Mingyao on a pedestal as his dream goddess, constantly fantasizing about engaging in the activities that boys most cherished alongside her. However, no matter how many dreams he indulged in, nothing compared to the genuine thrill of possession. Thus, when he saw Li Mingyao and Wang Hao together in the same room, he could no longer remain composed. He resolved that, even if it meant his demise, he would venture to the girls' dormitory, determined to claim Li Mingyao and behold her beneath him. Yet, at that moment, Li Dong noticed an unexpected glimmer of anticipation in Li Mingyao's gaze. In truth, she harbored such thoughts. Wang Hao was far too ordinary, and in comparison to Li Dong, he was lacking in many aspects. If she could be with Li Dong, even in a post-apocalyptic world, her heart would feel a tad more at ease. However, as their eyes locked, neither dared to speak. Wang Hao, oblivious to the unfolding drama within the room, would remain indifferent even if he were aware. He had no doubt that Li Mingyao was unimpressed by him. His plain appearance meant that even if they engaged in intimate activities, it would merely be due to her lack of provisions, not a sign of affection. Nonetheless, Wang Hao believed that if Li Mingyao realized he was the only one capable of ensuring her survival in this desolate world, she would undoubtedly choose to follow him. Now, even if she entertained certain thoughts, they stemmed from her ignorance of her own capabilities in this dire situation. Transform into a zombie, Wang Hao declared, instantly metamorphosing into a zombie before charging toward the academic building. Inside, numerous students were confined to their classrooms during lessons, providing him with ample opportunity to slay the undead. With a resounding kick, Wang Hao burst through a classroom door, wielding a machete as he stormed inside. The zombies within, unaware of his presence, continued to meander aimlessly. Gripping his machete tightly, Wang Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes, dispatching over 30 zombies within mere minutes. As he observed the experience points accumulating in his mind, he proceeded to the next classroom. After more than an hour, Wang Hao paused, having eliminated over 400 zombies, though his machete had finally succumbed to wear. Discarding the broken weapon, he opened his backpack and was pleasantly surprised to find 21 zombie eggs. Having previously experienced the power of these eggs, Wang Hao felt an immense sense of triumph. With such a bounty, he feared no one, and the prospect of dealing with Li Dong posed no stress whatsoever. However, he did not wish to end Li Dong's life so swiftly, as that would be too merciful. I will let you suffer in despair. This shall be my revenge. Upon opening the door to the girls' dormitory, Wang Hao's gaze fell upon Li Mingyao, who was leaning against the balcony railing. Across the way, Li Dong was also present on his own balcony. What are you doing? Wang Hao inquired. It's too stuffy in the room. I'm just getting some fresh air, Li Mingyao replied, awkwardly clutching the hem of her nightgown. Is that so? Then let us enjoy the breeze together. A faint smile graced Wang Hao's lips. He would not allow anyone to underestimate him. What are you doing? It's inappropriate for others to see, Li Mingyao protested, a hint of playful defiance in her tone. Wang Hao seized a box of condoms and pulled her arm, guiding her onto the balcony. Meanwhile, Li Dong's eyes reddened with jealousy. Watching Li Mingyao leaning over the railing with Wang Hao behind her, he felt on the brink of collapse. I should have killed you when I had the chance, otherwise Li Mingyao would have been mine, he silently fumed, his face flushed with rage. unable to bear the sight of his goddess being claimed by another. He forcefully shut the window. Humph, can you not endure this? Wang Hao reveled in Li Dong's fury, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Half an hour later, Li Mingyao, exhausted from clinging to the railing, knelt down, breathless. Turning to Wang Hao, she asked, "Why are you doing this? Do you view me as some sort of trophy? What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable for your admirer to witness you in my possession?" Wang Hao retorted, "You." Li Mingyao found herself at a loss for words as her thoughts were laid bare. After a moment of silence, she finally said, "You've angered him. What good does that to you? His physique far surpasses yours. And what of it? Do you truly believe he would kill me?" Wang Hao chuckled at her response. Li Mingyao, out of breath, chose to remain silent. "Well, who can blame you? You're the campus beauty, and I'm just an underdog. I understand why you look down on me. However, I must inform you that your affection for Li Dong is futile. This is a post-apocalyptic world where good looks won't ensure survival. I hope you come to terms with this reality." With that, Wang Hao tossed a roll of tissue in front of her. "He may be handsome, but he can just as easily find food outside," Li Mingyao remarked while tearing off a piece of tissue to wipe her face. "Indeed, since you've put it that way, I shall eliminate him. If he cannot even handle me, how could he protect you?" Wang Hao donned his pants, grabbed his backpack, and prepared to leave the room once more. Initially, he intended to let Li Dong languish in despair, but now he felt no need for delay. The outside world awaited. It was time to resolve matters with Li Dong and elevate his zombie level to 3, after which he would seek a more suitable place to reside. The dormitory was far too cramped for comfort. Descending the stairs, wary of being discovered, he transformed back into a zombie. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, he smashed a window with his fist and tossed a zombie egg inside. The egg exploded instantaneously, morphing into a zombie that began to wander aimlessly. Chapter 11. The Depths of Despair. Commanding Zombie Number 1. Wang Hao gazed at the zombie that had materialized within the room, softly uttering a command. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the boys' dormitory. Indeed, this ability was remarkably powerful. Although Wang Hao had previously utilized the skill to explode a zombie's head, he remained astounded by its sheer magnificence each time he employed it. If wielded adeptly, this ability could render most individuals defenseless against his surprise attacks. With a series of clicks, Wang Hao directed the zombie to gently pull open the dormitory door before him. The corridor was deserted, not a sound to be heard. After surveying the first floor without encountering anyone, he prepared to ascend to the second floor when a delicate scream echoed from the dormitory's duty room. Time was of the essence. Could it be Su Chao again? The recollection of Su Chao's repugnant expression as he departed filled Wang Hao with irritation. Quickly, he approached the duty room's door, and sure enough, through the glass panel, he beheld Su Chao embracing a girl, leaning over the desk within, swaying rhythmically. How fortunate he had been in recent days, but today, his good fortune was about to come to an abrupt end. Wang Hao pushed open the glass door and strode inside. Despite the noise, Su Chao showed no inclination to cease his activities, having long grown accustomed to being watched during such moments. "Who is it?" he inquired. Yet the girl, startled and shy, turned her head to peer behind her, only to be confronted by a terrifying zombie, its skin a ghastly shade of crimson. With a scream, the girl was paralyzed by fear, while Su Chao, startled by her outcry, instinctively rolled to the side, realizing something dreadful lurked behind him. As he hit the ground, he turned just in time to see the zombie lunging towards the spot he had just vacated. Unfortunately for the girl, she was knocked down by the zombie, her delicate back marred by its jagged claws. As she shrieked in terror, the zombie unexpectedly redirected its assault towards Su Chao. Though bewildered, Su Chao's instincts kicked in, and he grabbed a table leg from the floor, rising to strike at the zombie's head. However, with a resounding crack, the zombie seized the table leg from him. How is this possible? When did zombies learn to defend themselves? Su Chao thought, his hopes of crushing the creature's skull evaporating in an instant. With a ferocious roar, the zombie stretched out its other hand and grasped Su Chao's throat. With a sickening snap, akin to a chick's neck being wrung, Su Chao collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Nearby, the girl slumped against the table, her body limp, a foul stench permeating the air. Wang Hao paid her no mind, reaching into Su Chao's pants to retrieve a set of keys before rising and exiting the duty room. To his astonishment, the zombie did not consume him. Meanwhile, the girl, still lying on the floor, paralyzed by fear yet mentally alert, felt a flicker of hope as she saw Wang Hao emerge from the room. However, her eyes widened in disbelief when the zombie used the keys to unlock the dormitory door. The notion that a zombie could comprehend how to open a door transcended her understanding. Soon, the zombies outside, having caught wind of the commotion, surged forward into the room. The first victims being the two unfortunate individuals within the duty room. As their screams echoed once more, Wang Hao had already reached the staircase leading to the second floor. Upon ascending, he heard the sound of a door slamming shut. Clearly, someone occupied the second floor. Following the sound, he promptly halted before a door featuring a small glass pane, allowing him to glimpse the scene inside. A figure lay wrapped in a blanket on the bed, obscuring their identity. However, Wang Hao discerned that it was likely a woman. Could it be that wretched Su Xian? He mused, then began to pound on the door with force. Despite his strength, the iron door resisted his efforts, refusing to yield easily. In that moment, he recalled the dorm supervisor's keys. He remembered that the supervisor possessed keys to all the dormitory doors. If he could obtain them, he could unlock the door before him. Yet, rather than hastily searching for the keys, he chose to inspect other rooms to ascertain the locations where others might be hiding before deciding on his next steps. Having scoured the second floor without discovering any additional survivors, Wang Hao ascended to the third floor. There, he soon located the room where Li Dong was hiding. Within that room, alongside Li Dong, was another girl, the very one previously claimed by Ma Bing. Having already bedded 2 girls, Li Dong had not lived in vain. But today, his fortunate days were drawing to a close. Wang Hao thought, symbolically tapping on the door. At that moment, Li Dong, gazing at the horrifying zombie outside, felt his breath quicken. He could hardly fathom how a zombie had invaded the boys' dormitory. After all, the front door was secured with a lock, and unless opened by someone, it was impossible for zombies to breach the premises. What to do? The zombies have broken in. What are we going to do? Lu Chunying trembled in fear, placing her trust in Li Dong. Yet Li Dong had no solutions. If he had any means of escape, he would not be cowering in the boys' dormitory. We're doomed. Despair engulfed Li Dong as he realized that once the zombies infiltrated the dormitory building, he would be confined to this single room, struggling to survive. Although he had hoarded most of the food he scavenged in this room, it would scarcely sustain him for more than a couple of days. Without sustenance, starvation would eventually claim him. Chapter 12. A gift of a blade. The zombies swiftly overran the entire boys' dormitory, yet at this moment, Wang Hao found himself surprisingly unperturbed. Charging in to slay Li Dong would merely grant him a swift and unceremonious demise. Thus, Wang Hao altered his course of action yet again. He resolved to postpone Li Dong's execution, allowing him to languish within the confines of his dormitory, slowly succumbing to despair. After all, the dormitory was teeming with the undead. At least over 100 zombies had already breached its walls. With time, their numbers would only swell, and Wang Hao harbored no concerns regarding Li Dong's potential escape. Consequently, he turned back and descended the stairs, heading towards the dormitory supervisor's office. In a brief span, Wang Hao procured the keys for the first, second, and third floors. Each set of keys was organized on separate wire loops. The key for the first floor held little value for him, so he only retained those for the second and third floors. Upon arriving at the second floor and locating Su Xian's door, he withdrew the key, poised to unlock it. However, hesitance gripped him. Would Su Xian be so frightened that she might take her own life? That would thwart his plans for tormenting her. This contemptible woman had scorned him so thoroughly, he could not allow her an easy exit. With this thought, Wang Hao discarded the key onto the ground and relinquished his control over the zombies. The time for the undead's resurgence was limited to 10 minutes. Extending his control would yield little benefit. Satisfied with the current state of affairs, where everything lay within his grasp, he refrained from rushing into the boys' dormitory. Should he enter now, he would either need to subdue Su Xian using a zombie's body or confront her as himself, which undeniably posed a threat. For the sake of caution, Wang Hao resolved to let Su Xian endure a couple of days of hunger. When her desperation peaked, he could present her with food, compelling her to forego her dignity before him. At that point, he could torment her at will, disposing of her whenever he grew weary of the game. With time on his hands, he ventured outside in search of a weapon and a suitable place to reside. Resuming his human form, Wang Hao rode his electric bike away from the school. He discovered a supermarket, filling his backpack with an assortment of goods: ham sausages, biscuits, fermented tofu, 8 treasure porridge, and nutritional drinks. Subsequently, he returned to the previous grocery store he had visited. Upon entering, he pulled down the roller shutter and switched on his flashlight. Soon enough, he unearthed 2 cleavers and 3 kitchen knives, ideal implements for dispatching zombies, far superior to using his fists. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from above. Wang Hao aimed his flashlight towards the top of the stairs and beheld a young girl gripping a hammer, her round eyes fixed upon him. You should have finished the food I gave you yesterday, right? Wang Hao inquired. Yes, the girl nodded. Here, I brought you some more food today. Wang Hao ascended the stairs, opened his backpack, and poured its contents before her. The girl lowered her head, lapsing into silence. What troubles you? Wang Hao asked, curiosity piqued. I just don't understand why you are so kind to me, she replied, suddenly meeting his gaze. Do you truly wish to know? He asked. Yes, she answered, her eyes unwavering. Then I shall tell you, he said bluntly. I suspect your parents have been bitten and killed by the monsters outside. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned you here. I cannot bear to see you starve, so I have brought you food. The girl fell silent once more, and after a moment, she murmured, so you think that too? It seems my parents are really gone. I'm so sad. Wang Hao observed her sorrowful expression, yet she shed no tears, which struck him as peculiar. Are you crying? He inquired. The girl wiped her dry eyes and nodded, saying, I've never cried since I was little, but my heart aches deeply. Ah, so you cannot cry? Wang Hao mused, increasingly curious about how one could lack the ability to weep. Perhaps there was something wrong with her eyes. That would indeed be tragic. My heart is heavy, but I can't shed tears, she lamented, wiping her eyes with her small, pale hands. All right, do not be disheartened. Regardless of whether your parents are here or not, I will take care of you from now on. Wang Hao gently caressed her soft hair, offering quiet comfort. Though he was no paragon of virtue, he felt a pang of compassion for the little girl, unwilling to abandon her. You are truly a good person. Good people will surely be rewarded, the girl said. Perhaps, Wang Hao replied, not seeing himself as a good man, yet refraining from contradicting her. Now, I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you another day. He rose to leave, but as he neared the exit, something struck him, and he turned back to the girl, asking, This marks our second encounter, yet I still do not know your name. I am Xia Lingling. And you? Big brother? She inquired. I am Wang Hao. Oh, she nodded, then asked, Big brother, you always come here for knives. I happen to have one. Would you like it? What kind of knife? Wang Hao, though skeptical about the quality of knives in the grocery store, felt a flicker of intrigue. Just a moment, she said, darting into the attic. After rummaging for a while, she emerged clutching a knife. This was hidden away by my father. Do you like it? Wang Hao's expression shifted as he gazed at the blade in her hands. To his surprise, it was a replica tang knife crafted from composite steel. Although not an ancient blade, it was forged using modern techniques that rendered it exceptionally durable, capable of cleaving through armor and retaining its form, an unrivaled weapon among cold arms. Do you not like it? Xia Lingling asked. No, it's just that I find this knife to be quite precious, Wang Hao replied. As long as you like it. Take it. You have been so kind to me. I would feel guilty if I kept it, she insisted, sensing his fondness for the knife and offering it to him without hesitation. Chapter 13. Another team. Very well, I shall accept this knife. Wang Hao gazed at Xia Lingling's earnest expression, hesitating briefly before extending his hand to receive the somewhat heavy Tang Dao. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would never have casually accepted such a valuable blade. However, in the current world, clinging to such trivialities would be overly pedantic. Wang Hao drew the Tang Dao from its sheath, admiring the cold gleam of the blade, feeling particularly pleased. He then turned to Xia Lingling and inquired, Do you wish to leave this place with me? Of course, Xia Lingling replied. Wait here, I will search for a place. Once I find it, I shall return to fetch you. With that, Wang Hao grasped the Tang Dao and departed from the grocery store. Upon exiting, he eagerly unsheathed the blade. It appeared quite formidable. He pondered how effective it would be against zombies. Not far off, a few zombies were aimlessly wandering, and Wang Hao charged toward them with the Tang Dao raised high. With a swift, clean slice, the first zombie's head was severed as if cutting through a watermelon. Thud! The head fell to the ground, yet the mouth continued to emit desperate screams. Seeing the experience points materializing, Wang Hao chose not to continue the slaughter of this one and redirected his attention to another target. Since severing the neck granted him experience, there was no need to crush the skull. With decisive movements, Wang Hao plunged into the throng of zombies, slicing left and right, each strike resulting in the decapitation of a foe. Glancing back at the dismembered corpses strewn across the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of prowess. Yet, on the ground, hundreds of severed heads continued to roar, creating an eerie spectacle. He wondered how much experience remained before he could level up. Name: Wang Hao. Status: Zombie state can be converted back to human state. Level: 2, 8,640. 10,000. Defense: 610. Attack: 660. Speed: 320. Attributes for an ordinary person are 100, talent, bloodthirsty slaughter. Killing humans or zombies facilitates evolution. Each level gained bestows new talents. Zombie egg explosive. Upon use, transforms into a controllable zombie, lasting 10 minutes. Leveling up extends this duration. Impressive, his attributes had reached 6 times that of an ordinary human, with only a little over 1,000 experience points remaining to reach level 3. Satisfied with these enhancements, Wang Hao tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, intent on swiftly achieving level 3. He was particularly eager to discover the talents bestowed upon a level 3 zombie. With a swift strike, he severed another zombie's head, kicking it aside before assaulting yet another. The carnage on the streets resumed. However, just as he had dispatched over 30 zombies, a cacophony of frenzied music echoed from a distance. Wang Hao paused, frowning as he glanced toward the end of the street. Since the outbreak, zombies had infested everywhere, and any survivor understood the necessity of remaining quiet to avoid attracting them. Yet now, someone was deliberately making noise, which astonished him. As the DJ music drew nearer, Wang Hao took refuge in a nearby clothing store with his Tang Dao in hand. Before long, an armored Hummer rumbled onto the street. Surrounding the Hummer was a shell of steel, with spikes welded atop it. It resembled a colossal iron beast. Any zombie that approached would be impaled by the protrusions. While these spikes were only 10 centimeters long, they were sufficient to pierce the heads and bodies of zombies without allowing them to cling on, demonstrating the ingenuity of its occupants. Despite the numerous zombies on the street, they were rendered insignificant before the modified Hummer, which crushed them effortlessly. Soon, amidst a horde of zombies, the vehicle vanished from sight. Moments after the Hummer's departure, 2 more similarly modified vehicles followed closely behind. Although these 2 bore iron protection, they lacked the lethal spikes. These vehicles halted before a convenience store, and the doors swung open as 5 individuals leaped out, 3 men and 2 women. One of the blonde men urged, "Hurry up. The zombies will be here soon." Without uttering another word, the group stormed into the convenience store, indiscriminately stuffing their bags with food, biscuits, sausages, instant noodles, various snacks, cigarettes, and liquor. Everything was fair game. In under 3 minutes, the entire store was stripped bare. "Get in the car," the blonde man shouted again. The others remained silent, rushing into the vehicle. Suddenly, a woman shrieked in agony. "My foot!" she cried, collapsing to the ground as she realized a zombie's head had latched onto her ankle. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Hao had just severed the heads of those zombies. But they had not yet perished. The unfortunate woman had become a victim, blood oozing from her wound. "Chinggu, I've been bitten by a zombie. Help me." The woman pleaded desperately at the blonde man. How could this happen? Damn it. He turned to see the ground littered with severed zombie heads and cursed under his breath. Then he approached the woman, saying, "You've been bitten. You know we cannot save you." "I'm sorry. Chenggu, please. I don't want to die. You have to save me." The woman reached out, attempting to cling to his leg, but he evaded her grasp. "Enough. Since you made last night so enjoyable for me, I'll grant you a quick end," the blonde man declared, glancing around and seeing no approaching zombies. He drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into her neck. The woman looked at him in disbelief, her body swaying as she fell to the ground. She could never have imagined that the man who had whispered sweet promises to her the previous night would so ruthlessly take her life in this moment. Without hesitation, he jumped into the vehicle, revving the engine and speeding away. These individuals were not ordinary. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. Encountering them could spell trouble. If he faced them head-on, a collision with the Hummer could spell disaster, even in his transformed zombie state. To avoid their attention, he resolved to take the initiative. He certainly did not wish to attract the gaze of these cold-hearted individuals, particularly if they discovered the esteemed Li Mingyao. That would be a tragedy indeed. Chapter 14. The cunningly donged vehicle came to a halt in front of the convenience store, where it encountered the lifeless body of a woman on the ground. Wang Hao had anticipated that the occupants of the vehicle would at least alight to inspect the scene, but to his astonishment, the Hummer merely paused for less than 5 seconds before resuming its journey. Furthermore, it callously rolled over the woman's corpse, evoking a sense of outrage. Such a cold-blooded and brutal gang. Wang Hao had once thought his own act of taking a life was sufficiently ruthless, but in comparison to these individuals, his actions seemed almost benevolent. This was unacceptable. These people posed a grave danger, and he needed to devise a plan to eliminate them swiftly. Otherwise, their continued presence would surely be a source of calamity. Wang Hao mounted his electric bike and pursued the direction in which the Hummer had departed. He reasoned that their residence could not be far off, likely in a nearby neighborhood, if their dwelling were particularly distant. They could have easily procured sustenance from the nearby supermarket or convenience store without needing to venture so far. However, after following the road for a while, he lost sight of the vehicles. The speed of his electric bike was insufficient to catch up to the Hummer. Nonetheless, having lived in this city for an extended period, Wang Hao surveyed the road ahead and deduced two possibilities. Firstly, these individuals might indeed be located within a nearby residential area, though he deemed this likelihood to be minimal. Thus, he arrived at a second conclusion: they could be heading towards the villa district atop the outskirts of the city. The thought of that villa district stirred excitement within him. It comprised only a dozen or so villas, each valued at tens of millions. Consequently, it was exceedingly challenging for affluent individuals without connections to secure a property there. Therefore, ownership of a home in that exclusive area required more than mere wealth. With a beautiful woman by his side, the only thing missing was a villa. Residing in such luxury would be a dream come true. Wang Hao checked the battery level of his electric bike and ultimately decided to change course. He planned to return after dark when his movements would be less conspicuous, allowing him to locate the residence of those individuals more easily with the aid of artificial light. Meanwhile, in a boys' dormitory on the third floor of the school, Li Dong was on the brink of despair. How could this have happened? How did the zombies breach their defenses? Gazing through the glass at the wandering undead in the corridor, he felt close to breaking down. Initially, he had contemplated sending Ma Bing to procure some food and perhaps scout for a few attractive girls to entertain. However, now, Ma Bing had not only failed to find sustenance but had also lost his life. To make matters worse, they were now trapped in their dormitory, surrounded by zombies that had appeared from nowhere. With no escape route available, Li Dong could only await rescue or face death. His hope had nearly evaporated. If help were to arrive, it would have done so by now. He felt that beyond jumping from the building, he would eventually succumb to starvation. No, I cannot perish. I must survive. I will eliminate that man across the way and claim the school beauty, Li Mingyao. Li Dong glared intently at the girls' dormitory across the way, unable to shake the image of Wang Hao and Li Mingyao together on that balcony. What should we do now? Asked Ma Bing's girlfriend anxiously, observing Li Dong's distress. What else can we do? Is there any option besides jumping? Li Dong replied. Jumping? No, I don't want to jump, even if I don't die from the fall. The surrounding zombies will come and devour me, the girl said, shaking her head in fear. Attract the zombies? Upon hearing this, a sudden thought struck Li Dong, and his expression turned peculiar as he gazed at the girl before him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The girl inquired, bewildered. I have thought of a way to escape, Li Dong declared. What method? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Look at these bed sheets. We can tear them apart, tie them together, and lower them from the balcony to descend, Li Dong proposed. That's a clever idea, the girl exclaimed, though her brow furrowed as she added. But there are zombies below as well. What are we afraid of? Do we have any other choice besides going down? Li Dong questioned. Indeed, we have no alternatives. The girl sighed. Then what is there to hesitate about? With that, Li Dong pulled a sheet from the bed, took out a knife, and began cutting. The girl quickly joined in to assist. Half an hour later, they had fashioned a rope more than 20 meters long from the bed sheets. Li Dong secured one end to the balcony railing and gradually lowered the other end. Excellent. It seems quite sturdy. There should be no issues, Li Dong said, satisfied as he observed the sheet hanging down to the ground. Li Dong, you are truly remarkable, far superior to Ma Bing, the girl complimented. In what way specifically? Li Dong asked with a mischievous smile. How can you still be so frivolous at a time like this? The girl retorted, her cheeks flushing. With a laugh, Li Dong, feeling emboldened, embraced the girl and pushed her onto the bed. 5 minutes later, having donned his pants, he looked at her and said, Time is of the essence. Let's act quickly. To be safe, I will go down first, and you follow closely behind. Understood, she replied, discarding the used tissue and hurriedly dressing before following Li Dong to the balcony. Li Dong tucked the knife into his waistband, grasped the sheet, and began to slide down. When he reached the second floor, he called for the girl to follow suit, though she felt a twinge of danger in both of them holding onto the same sheet. Her trust in Li Dong prevailed, and she clung to the sheet, sliding down. Soon, they found themselves 5 meters above the ground, clinging to the makeshift rope. At that moment, a dozen zombies below had caught wind of their presence and gathered, eagerly awaiting their descent. Li Dong, what do we do now? With so many zombies below, we can't go down. The girl asked, panicked. What do you mean we can't go down? We can simply jump. Li Dong, unfazed by the growling zombies, spoke with confidence. What do you mean? The girl questioned, confused. You'll understand soon enough. A cruel smile spread across Li Dong's face as he pulled the knife from behind his back and plunged it directly into the girl's ankle. Ah! She cried out in pain, her hands instinctively releasing the sheet, plummeting towards the ground below. The famished zombies, long deprived of sustenance, erupted into a frenzy of excitement at the sight. Chapter 15. The frantic Li Dong, a resounding thud echoed as the girl fell to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. The zombies, who had long awaited her descent, instantly lunged toward her. Despite having been injured by Li Dong's attack, with blood flowing profusely from her leg, she valiantly endeavored to escape. However, the severity of her wound rendered her unable to rise. Thus, she crawled a mere 2 meters before being overwhelmed by the horde, which began to tear at her flesh. "Ah, no, please, no." The girl shrieked in agony, her voice quickly fading into a whisper. Li Dong, witnessing this scene, remained unmoved, a sinister smirk creeping onto his lips. As the zombies focused on the girl, the area around them became eerily devoid of threats. An opportunity presented itself. Li Dong leaped onto the ground and sprinted towards the girl's dormitory. However, to his astonishment, as he burst through the door, a zombie lunged at him from behind. No. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself, only to feel the sharp bite of the creature on his elbow. Blood erupted as flesh was torn away. Damn it! Despair washed over Li Dong. He understood that being bitten by a zombie meant only one fate awaited him. You shall perish. He unsheathed his dagger and plunged it into the zombie's skull, dispatching the creature in an instant. How could I be so unfortunate? He lamented, gazing at the lifeless form on the floor, yet feeling no joy. Instead, he staggered, the weight of despair settling upon him. Soon, he would transform into a zombie. His doom was imminent. Li Dong stood frozen, lost in thought. He had once plotted to eliminate Wang Hao and claim the affections of the campus belle, Li Mengyao. Yet now, even if he succeeded in killing Wang Hao and possessing Li Mengyao, it would only be a fleeting triumph. A surge of resentment filled him. No. They can continue to live, while I am condemned to become a monster. It is unjust. With a primal scream, he ascended the stairs, resolved to take someone down with him. Drawing upon his memory, he swiftly climbed to the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. He arrived at a door and rapped upon it. The door swung open to reveal Li Mengyao, her expression one of astonishment. What brings you here? Are you going to help me escape? She inquired. Dream on. I've been bitten by a zombie. Where could I possibly take you? Li Dong retorted, brandishing his dagger threateningly before her. What? You've been bitten by a zombie? Li Mengyao gasped, retreating in fright. Indeed, I am on the brink of death. Therefore, before I succumb, I intend to claim your body, Li Dong declared. No, you can't. You've been bitten. You mustn't touch me. She protested, stepping back. Do you think I will simply acquiesce? Li Dong scoffed. Had he not been bitten, perhaps he could have courted her gently. But time was of the essence. If he hesitated, he would lose the chance to possess her. Gazing upon Li Mengyao's exquisite features, his eyes gleamed with ravenous desire. She was the goddess of his dreams, the subject of countless fantasies. If he could possess her before his demise, it would be a final fulfillment. Li Dong, please remain calm. Do not act impulsively. There may still be hope for you, Li Mengyao pleaded, her gaze drawn to his bleeding arm, fear gnawing at her heart. I refuse to be calm. I crave excitement. He stepped forward, grasping her shoulders and pinning her against the wall. Li Dong, this is not who you are. You must focus on stopping the bleeding, she urged desperately. Enough with your nonsense. Stay still, or I will take your life. He discarded the dagger, using both hands to grip her arms. Let me go, please, she implored. Humph. He let out a derisive snort. You would allow that boy to have his way with you, yet you disdain me? Do you look down upon me? The thought of the campus belle, Li Mengyao, being claimed by Wang Hao pierced his heart. If only Wang Hao were present, he would relish the opportunity to eliminate him, providing a measure of relief. Yet, even in Wang Hao's absence, having Li Mengyao before his end would suffice. With that thought, he leaned down to kiss her. No. Li Mengyao struggled fiercely, turning her head away to evade his lips. She had harbored some affection for him, but this revelation shattered her hopes. In his final moments, he sought to force himself upon her, and she feared he would kill her afterward. Li Dong's intentions were far more despicable than Wang Hao's. At least Wang Hao had never resorted to coercion. With a resounding slap, Li Dong's frustration boiled over as he struck her face, his voice seething with anger. If you dare resist again, I will ruin your beauty. Unfazed, Li Mengyao remained defiant. Oh, you have quite the spirit. How delightful. The more spirited you are, the more thrilling this will be. He seized her arms, forcing her onto the bed, intent on tearing at her clothing. You lunatic! Get away from me! Do not sully me with your filthy hands!" She cried, struggling in vain as her clothes were ripped, exposing her delicate arms. Li Dong, unable to conquer her immediately, abandoned his intent to undress her and instead withdrew his belt. "You wretched woman, just wait. Soon you shall understand my power." As he gazed at Li Mingyao, breathless and heaving from her struggles, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, Li Mingyao's heart was heavy with sorrow. She curled into a ball on the bed, helpless and despondent, tears streaming down her face. Though he had yet to violate her, what could she, a lone woman, do against his impending actions? "Must I endure the weight of a man upon me once more?" she thought, despair consuming her. That scoundrel had used her as bait to escape. Wang Hao, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt a wave of unease wash over him as he hurried toward the girls' dormitory. Chapter 16. Who is the weakling? As Wang Hao rushed into the girls' dormitory, he was met by the sight of a female zombie lying at the entrance. This was a disaster. Li Dong had indeed infiltrated the girls' dormitory. A sense of dread washed over Wang Hao as he hastened towards the third floor. Upon reaching the door, he found it ajar. Inside, Li Mingyao lay sobbing quietly on the bed, while Li Dong had his trousers down to his ankles, preparing to remove his underwear. Furious, Wang Hao drew his tang knife and charged in, striking Li Dong squarely on the back. "Ah!" Li Dong yelped in pain, collapsing to the ground with a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Li Mingyao quickly sat up and hid behind Wang Hao. "Did he do anything to you?" Wang Hao inquired, his eyes fixed on the writhing Li Dong, demanding, "Li Dong, you had the chance to escape. Why did you come here?" Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Li Dong raised his head, bitterness etched on his face. "I never expected you, a loser, to win over the campus beauty. Li Mingyao, had I known, I would have killed you back then. Perhaps then, Li Mingyao's first time would have been mine. What good is your rambling? Li Mingyao is mine now, and if you dare lay a finger on her, I will kill you." Wang Hao stepped forward, lifting his knife for another strike. "Ah, yet." Li Dong let out a howl, rolling away just in time. To Wang Hao's astonishment, he managed to rise to his feet, gritting his teeth in defiance. "Didn't he see this coming, did you? Your strength is pathetic. You couldn't even take me down." Li Dong taunted, clenching his fists as he advanced toward Wang Hao. "Humph, your life is surprisingly resilient. But it matters little. I can always slice you again." Wang Hao retorted coldly. "Please, I know exactly how weak you are. I have trained in martial arts. You stand no chance against me." Li Dong continued to advance. Wang Hao swung his knife once more, but Li Dong was too quick, executing a roll across the floor to evade the attack. With a swift kick, Li Dong swept Wang Hao off his feet. Thud, as Wang Hao hit the ground. His knife flew from his grasp, and his head struck the floor, producing a dull thud. "You, weakling, have truly surprised me. I thought I would feel some regret. But now, killing you, and then taking Li Mingyao will leave me with no regrets," Li Dong exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he envisioned Wang Hao's lifeless body beneath him and Li Mingyao at his mercy. With that thought, Li Dong picked up the tang knife from the ground and slowly raised it. "Don't kill him," Li Mingyao pleaded, her voice trembling with fear. "Ha! You're begging me not to kill him while I'm on the brink of death? Isn't that a jest?" Li Dong laughed. "I will not only kill him, but also place his corpse beside the bed while I take you." "You lunatic! You pervert!" Li Mingyao cried out in disgust. "Go ahead and curse me. Once I've dealt with him, I'll have my fun with you." Li Dong licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he turned to Wang Hao. Just then, Wang Hao surged to his feet and dashed towards the door. "Oh, are you trying to escape? You think you can outrun me, the champion of the 100-meter dash?" Li Dong scoffed, brandishing the tang knife as he pursued Wang Hao. However, as he burst through the doorway, he was met by a terrifying figure towering over 2 meters tall, lurking at the corner of the room. And he could not help but cry out in shock. "Weren't you going to kill me? What now?" Wang Hao didn't wait for Li Dong to respond. He extended his claw-like hand and seized Li Dong by the throat. Crack, like crushing a cucumber. Wang Hao's transformation into a zombie had rendered Li Dong's neck a crushed ruin. Thud. Releasing his grip, Li Dong's body thudded heavily to the floor, his mouth still emitting choking sounds as blood poured from his shattered throat. Yet, his eyes remained wide open, filled with confusion. He could not comprehend how Wang Hao had vanished, only to reappear as this horrifying creature. Gagging, Li Dong raised a trembling hand to point at Wang Hao. But words escaped him, only blood bubbling from his lips. "Didn't he see this coming, did you? You thought you could turn the tables on me? Now you understand? In my eyes, you are the true weakling. And as for the zombies in the boys' dormitory, they were all released by me." Blame yourself for forcing me out of the dormitory. This is my revenge. Wang Hao crouched down, looking down at Li Dong, his voice low and menacing. A flicker of regret and despair crossed Li Dong's eyes, and ultimately, the light within them faded away. Wang Hao retrieved the tang knife, stood up, and walked back into the room, closing the door behind him. Inside, Li Mingyao stared at Wang Hao, her eyes wide in disbelief, finally asking, "Is Li Dong dead?" "Indeed. I killed him," Wang Hao confirmed with a nod. "Ah, you killed him?" Regardless of the chaos that had just unfolded outside, the outcome was satisfactory. "Thank you for coming to my rescue, knowing the danger." As tears streamed down her face again, Li Mingyao embraced Wang Hao tightly. "My dear, what silly things are you saying? Since you are mine, I will naturally ensure no one harms you," Wang Hao replied, loosening his hold on her and beginning to undress. "What are you doing? I'm still moved by what you did." "You're not going to? Again, are you?" Li Mingyao asked in surprise. "What nonsense. I've just injured my head. I have no mind for such things." Wang Hao rummaged through a drawer, producing a box of Yunnan Baiyao. "I need to wash up. Apply some medicine, and then we can discuss other matters." "How annoying. You are far too frivolous." Li Mingyao blushed, though a flicker of joy danced in her heart. Chapter 17. The determination to grow stronger. Come in and help me wash. Remember to wear that black skirt and the white thigh-high socks from the game. I adore you in that attire. Huh. Li Mingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. But recalling the number of times she had been with Wang Hao, she thought it scarcely mattered. Before long, she complied with Wang Hao's request, donning the black skirt and white thigh-high socks, and made her way to the bathing area. Upon entering the bathroom, she found Wang Hao already washing himself. Beside him lay an open box of condoms. Is he really considering that here? A wave of fear washed over Li Mingyao. Wang Hao had been excessively persistent lately, and she was becoming quite uncomfortable with it. He then produced a cigarette, lighting it and taking a drag. Wang Hao felt his strength was lacking. If it weren't for his ability to transform into a zombie, even Li Dong could easily overpower him. Thus, he concluded that it was time to enhance his strength, not merely elevating his zombie level, but also improving his human physicality. However, for now, rest was paramount. Wang Hao extinguished his cigarette and collapsed onto the bed, embracing Li Mingyao's soft body as he drifted into slumber. Later that night, Li Mingyao woke to the gnawing sensation of hunger. As she opened her eyes, preparing to seek something to eat, she was startled by a series of heavy breaths. Turning her head, she saw Wang Hao, currently in the midst of performing push-ups on the adjacent bed. 36, 37, 38, he gritted his teeth, persisting as beads of sweat formed on his brow. "What has gotten into you? Have you suddenly taken up fitness?" Li Mingyao asked, astonished. Wang Hao exhaled heavily but continued his exercise. 48, 49, 50, done. After completing 50 push-ups, he rose, only to squat down and begin doing squats. 1, 2, 3. "Wang Hao, this workout seems chaotic. You should progress gradually. This method could injure you." Li Mingyao expressed her concern, yet Wang Hao paid no heed to her warnings, steadfastly continuing. At last, after managing 30 squats, he halted. "It's evident I'm still lacking. My body feels utterly decrepit," he lamented. Initially aiming for 50 of each exercise, but his frail physique thwarted his ambitions. He approached the table, seized a bottle of mineral water, and gulped down a couple of swigs before tearing into a sausage. "Wang Hao, could you enlighten me as to why you're exerting yourself so diligently?" Li Mingyao inquired with curiosity. "Ah, so it's to protect me that you strive to grow stronger," she said, touched. The notion of a young man willing to change for her sake struck her as profoundly romantic. "Indeed, to safeguard you, I must become stronger," Wang Hao declared, allowing her to embrace this belief, though inwardly he recognized that his true motivation lay in self-improvement. He understood that greater challenges awaited him, stronger adversaries, and more captivating women. Thus, enhancing his physical condition had become an unavoidable necessity. Regardless of how formidable his zombie form might be, he still had to confront certain individuals as a human, especially women. Without a robust physique, encountering beautiful women would only lead to frustration and regret. Moreover, in the protracted struggle for survival, he could not rely solely on his zombie transformation to defeat men. If those men were to attack him, and he wished to keep his secret safe from the women, he would have to depend on his physical prowess to overcome them. While this scenario seemed unlikely, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Therefore, improving his body became an essential task, one that prepared him for all unforeseen eventualities. "I need to head out for a while. Please be cautious on your own. Do not open the door for anyone except me, and avoid making noise," Wang Hao instructed as he stood, affixing a piece of paper to the door's glass. This way. No one outside could discern whether anyone was inside. Huh, you're going out again? Li Mingyao asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Yes. Understood, he replied. Wang Hao donned his clothing, shouldered his backpack, and armed himself with a tang knife and flashlight before stepping out into the night. It was already past 8 o'clock, and darkness had enveloped the sky. Downstairs, hordes of zombies roamed, yet they showed no interest in Wang Hao, completely ignoring him. Riding his electric bike, he left the complex and arrived on the street. Stopping in front of the gym, he noticed a faint light emanating from the upper floors. Curious, he pondered. Could that woman still be alive? Wang Hao recalled how he had dispatched 2 villains in the gym using a zombie, leaving behind the woman who had been subjected to torment. He had assumed she would succumb to her fears and perish. Yet the current situation suggested otherwise. She seemed to have survived. What a resilient woman. Wang Hao silently admired her fortitude before riding away on his bike. Chapter 18. The villa on the summit. Amidst the nocturnal highway, hordes of zombies roamed aimlessly. Wang Hao navigated through the throngs on his electric scooter. After half an hour, he arrived at the foot of a mountain where the undead had diminished significantly, wandering in sparse groups that posed little threat to humanity. Checking the battery level of his scooter, which remained above 50%, he found a suitable spot to park it. Determined to enhance his physical fitness, he slung a tang knife across his back, grabbed some food and a bottle of water, and began his ascent up the mountain. However, Wang Hao soon found himself gasping for breath, his body far from fit. After running several hundred meters, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. Growing increasingly heavy, he knew he could not stop. To improve his physique, he must push beyond his limits. Aware that excessive exercise could harm his muscles, he also understood that such strain was necessary for growth. As his breathing grew labored, he eventually paused, nearing the mountain's peak. He opened a bottle of water, gulping down a few mouthfuls before devouring a sausage. After regaining some strength, he refrained from continuing his run. Not far ahead, a flicker of light caught his eye. Following the road, he soon reached the summit, where an opulent villa district unfolded before him. Stunned by the sight, he beheld the uniform white villas, surrounded by fences reminiscent of a medieval European estate. This was indeed a haven for the affluent, and Wang Hao marveled at the luxury. He resolved to find a villa here to call home, a dream once unimaginable now tantalizingly within reach. Just then, strains of music wafted from the villa district. Who would dare play music at such an hour? It was audacious, and he felt fortunate that the area was not overrun by zombies. Otherwise, they might not live to regret it. Drawn by the sound, he cautiously approached the villa district. Soon, he spotted a cluster of zombies gathered at the entrance of one villa, clawing at the door in a futile attempt to break in. The iron gate, however, remained unyielding against their meager numbers. Within the courtyard, 3 modified Land Rover vehicles stood parked, the source of the music emanating from one of them. Wang Hao also noticed the vehicle swaying slightly, indicating the revelry within. It appeared these individuals were quite adept at enjoying life. The fence surrounding the property was reinforced with barbed wire, making it perilous for anyone attempting to scale it. Wang Hao circled the villa, concealing himself behind the fence to observe the activities within. Before long, the doors swung open, revealing a young man with dyed blonde hair flanked by a group of companions. He approached the vehicle playing music, rapping on the door and shouting, "What are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed?" The door opened, and a short-haired man emerged, leisurely adjusting his pants with a smile. "Brother Hu, this place is secure. Who would trouble us? With so many of us here, who would dare?" Without hesitation, Li Hu slapped the short-haired man across the face, leaving a clear mark, and retorted, "This is a world where it's eat or be eaten. Who can guarantee we aren't being watched? If someone decides to attack, we want to know how it happens." "Understood, Brother Hu." The short-haired youth nodded, falling silent. "From now on, pay more attention. If I catch you letting your guard down for a woman again, don't blame me for kicking you out," Li Hu warned. "I understand. Next time, even if I'm with a woman, I want to be hiding in the car. I'll keep an eye on the door," the short-haired youth replied. Li Hu scoffed, pointing at the zombies at the gate. "Get rid of them." "Yes, Brother Hu." Several men nearby responded eagerly, brandishing steel bars and knives as they advanced towards the gate. With audacity, they opened the iron door and swiftly dispatched the zombies, clearing the area with ease. Wang Hao observed their deference towards Li Hu, surmising that he was the leader among them. These individuals were formidable, and he needed to devise a strategy to confront them. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, once everyone had vacated, the short-haired man reopened the Land Rover door and pulled out a chain. Soon, a woman was dragged out like a dog, a metal collar around her neck attached to the chain. "Get down," he commanded sharply. The woman trembled and obediently bent over the vehicle. "Make it loud." The short-haired man leered as he approached her from behind. Wang Hao, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a wave of revulsion. These individuals exhibited a shocking lack of humanity. If they were to discover Li Mengyao, her fate would likely be far worse than that of this woman. Wang Hao vowed to ensure Li Mengyao would not face such peril. However, he remained unaware of the number of people in the villa or their arsenal, so he refrained from acting impulsively. Continuing to observe, he noted that individuals routinely patrolled the courtyard. It appeared he would need to wait for a more opportune moment. A rash approach could lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 19. Reluctant to be the villain, he sought refuge in a convenience store, filling his backpack with an abundance of food and drink. Their provisions would not sustain them for long. Surely, they would descend the mountain again in a couple of days. Providing him with an opportunity, Wang Hao gazed at the array of food before him, contemplating his next move. Resolute, he decided that upon the break of dawn, he would venture to the villa district atop the mountain. With his mind made up, he rode his electric bike toward the gym. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight of lights still aglow at such a late hour. Curiosity gnawed at him as he pondered what that woman might be up to. Yet, despite his intrigue, he had no intention of investigating further. Whatever she was engaged in seemed irrelevant to him. The streets were teeming with aimless zombies, their moans echoing in the night. The gym's door stood ajar, allowing a few of the undead to meander inside. Wang Hao pushed past them, entering the gym to retrieve a bag of protein powder from the storage room. This should suffice for several days, he thought. However, at that moment, the air was pierced by the sound of a woman's heavy breathing from upstairs. Wang Hao's brow furrowed in concern. The two men he had dispatched earlier were gone. Yet the presence of a woman emitting such sounds indicated that more men had arrived. Wang Hao's wariness towards unfamiliar men was palpable in a world like this. Survival instincts ran high. For women and food, men would not hesitate to kill and plunder. He refused to remain a passive observer, opting instead to take the initiative. With a quick decision, he retrieved a zombie grenade and hurled it into the fray. With a soft explosion, a zombie appeared before him, wandering aimlessly. Wang Hao found a secure spot and began to manipulate the zombie, his consciousness merging with its form. Time was of the essence. The duration of the zombie grenade was fleeting. Listening intently to the woman's cries, he maneuvered the zombie up the stairs, overcoming an obstacle before reaching the second floor. The door was firmly shut, concealing the events within. Wang Hao gently nudged it, but it remained steadfast. Time was not on his side, and he was determined not to delay. With a swift retreat, he charged at the door with his shoulder. It shook violently, as if on the verge of collapsing. The woman's scream ceased abruptly. Ignoring the shift in atmosphere, he stepped back once more and launched another forceful assault. The door trembled again, even more vigorously than before. His confidence surged, and he continued to batter it. Finally, with a resounding crash, the door burst open. However, the force of his assault caused him to lose balance and tumble to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the room's occupants, apart from two women. There was no one else. Zombies. The women shrieked in terror, retreating in fright. Wang Hao rose, momentarily stunned as he recognized one of the women, the one previously toyed with by the two men. The other woman was unfamiliar. He could not discern if she had just arrived or had been hiding within the gym. Clad in a black uniform and gold-rimmed glasses, she bore an air of authority. She must be a teacher, he mused, perplexed by her unfamiliarity. How did this zombie get in here? She queried, her voice trembling. It must have been your loud noise that attracted it, the woman in black stated. Alas, I cannot help it. Those men tormented me daily, now that they are gone. I find myself disoriented, the other woman lamented. What does that matter now? A zombie has breached our sanctuary. You must find a way to slay it. The woman in black urged, her voice quaking. Are you jesting? How could I possibly kill a zombie? Weren't you the one who claimed to have killed zombies before? I was lying. The zombie that killed those men just dropped dead without my intervention. She responded. What now? Do we simply await our demise? The woman in black asked, her face pale with fear. She was young, with a future ahead of her, unwilling to embrace death. Wang Hao observed the palpable terror etched across their faces. Feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him, he was torn between taking action against them or retreating. Leaving would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Would they think someone was controlling the zombie? He had no answers, nor did he wish to confront such troublesome dilemmas. Yet, he also recoiled at the thought of taking their lives. Why isn't the zombie attacking us? The two women began to ponder aloud. Fate will determine your survival, he thought. If they could vanquish the zombie, perhaps their lives were meant to continue. Moments later, a scream erupted from upstairs. Wang Hao closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he moved toward the gym's exit. Just as he neared the door, he halted, grappling with an ethical dilemma. Am I devoid of humanity? He questioned himself, sensing a troubling kinship with those devoid of compassion. While he did not consider himself a villain, his actions seemed to mirror theirs. I cannot continue down this path. It will surely strip me of my humanity. With newfound resolve, he turned and ascended the stairs once more. Upon reaching the second floor, he beheld a horrific scene. A zombie had pounced upon one of the women. Blood and entrails splattered across the floor. The woman in black sat slumped against the wall, paralyzed by fear, her eyes wide with terror as she awaited her fate. What have I done? Wang Hao lamented, his heart heavy with regret. With a deep sigh, he unsheathed the blade strapped to his back, gripping it tightly as he surged forward into the fray. Chapter 20. Be my woman with a swift motion. Wang Hao charged into the room, wielding his Tang Dao to sever the head of the zombie. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though his speed had rendered the creature unable to react. Yet, Wang Hao understood that the zombie did not perceive him as prey, hence its complete lack of response to his approach. A woman clad in a black uniform stood frozen in astonishment. She had not anticipated that, in her moment of utmost despair, a hero would descend from the heavens to rescue her from peril. Are you all right? Wang Hao inquired first. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. The woman gazed at him with gratitude, tears glistening in her eyes as she continued. If it weren't for you, I would have been bitten by that zombie. Is that so? Wang Hao responded, his expression somewhat awkward. Unfazed, the woman pressed on. My name is Su Simin. What is your name, kind savior? I am Wang Hao. Wang Hao, thank you. You are my lifesaver, Su Simin said, her eyes reddening. Wang Hao felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had been the one to let the zombies in, and now he had taken one down himself. How could he accept her gratitude? There's no need to be so formal. Since you are unharmed, I shall take my leave, he stated. Do you wish for me to stay? Su Simin asked softly, her fear apparent. Wang Hao scrutinized Su Simin. Her fair skin, flowing black hair, large eyes, and crimson lips made her a striking beauty. Yes, I feel afraid here alone, so I hope you will stay, she whispered. Staying is not out of the question. But what role should I assume in your presence? Wang Hao queried, his gaze wandering to her delicate, long legs. What do you wish to do? Su Simin felt unease under his gaze. I desire you to be my woman, so that I may remain here to protect you, Wang Hao declared. Absolutely not. Su Simin shook her head vehemently. I have a boyfriend. I could never be yours. I intend to reserve my body for him. Then there is nothing more to discuss. My act of saving you does not obligate me to remain here, Wang Hao retorted, turning to leave. Su Simin watched him retreat, her heart conflicted. She had faced pressure from men before, yet she had chosen to wield a dagger against surrender, unwilling to yield her body. Now, confronted with the terrifying reality of zombies, her resolve wavered. However, Wang Hao's appearance was too ordinary, not matching her ideals of a high and mighty man. Oh, if only he were not so unremarkable. Perhaps I would have agreed. She sighed, observing Wang Hao's diminishing figure, ultimately choosing silence. Even in the apocalypse, she refused to compromise her values. Despite Su Simin's commendable looks, she paled in comparison to the likes of Su Xin and Li Mingyao, the campus belle. The apocalyptic world was not lacking in women, and Wang Hao did not wish to squander time on one who could not captivate him. Returning to the girls' dormitory, Wang Hao encountered several zombies roaming the corridor. He paid them no heed and ascended to the third floor. On the third floor, zombies were also present. Wang Hao approached and swiftly dispatched them with his Tang Dao. Upon opening the dormitory door, he found Li Mingyao sitting up. The dim light obscured her features. It's me, he announced, closing the door behind him and lighting a candle on the table. Wang Hao, it's really you. I was so worried while you were gone, Li Mingyao exclaimed, disregarding her shoes as she leaped from her bed to embrace him. My dear, fret not. I shall be fine. If I were to perish so easily, I would not deserve to be your man, Wang Hao reassured her, touched by her concern. Deep down, Wang Hao had always felt solitary, and her worry brought him a warmth he had longed for. Don't say such things. You will be fine, Li Mingyao said, removing his backpack and guiding him to sit on the bed. I couldn't sleep at all without you by my side. Then this night, I shall keep you company as you rest, Wang Hao replied, feeling a surge of desire as he gazed at her gentle demeanor. He reached for a box of condoms at the bedside. Oh dear, you're thinking of that again? Why are all men like this? Li Mingyao remarked, yet offered no resistance, having indulged in such moments with Wang Hao many times before. The following morning, Wang Hao awoke to find several discarded condoms and a substantial pile of tissues strewn across the floor, prompting a wave of reflection. Despite feeling physically weakened, he had demonstrated remarkable stamina in that regard. Last night had seen 5 encounters, yet he felt invigorated. Conversely, Li Mingyao was thoroughly exhausted, having had a restless night. Wang Hao munched on some biscuits and sipped a bottle of mineral water before resuming his workout. When Li Mingyao finally stirred, it was already past 9. Her legs were sore and numb, with certain areas throbbing painfully. However, her hunger compelled her to rise. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, she found Wang Hao vigorously exercising. Beads of sweat dotting his body, which left her perplexed. "How are you not the least bit tired? And why are you up so early?" Wang Hao paused, chuckling as he replied, "I find it quite curious myself. Isn't it said that only a worn-out ox cannot plow the fields? Yet, it seems that does not apply to us." "Humph, easy for you to say. I've been swollen for days, and you show no concern for me," Li Mingyao retorted, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Understood. I have some matters to attend to and may be away for a few days," Wang Hao declared. "Ah? Where are you going?" Li Mingyao inquired, surprised. "I am embarking on an important venture. If all goes well, I shall take you to reside in a villa," Wang Hao replied with a smile. "A villa? Really?" Li Mingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Of course. Why would I deceive you?" Wang Hao said before heading to the bathroom. Half an hour later, after his shower, Wang Hao departed. Chapter 21. The noblewoman Wang Hao arrived at the outskirts of the villa atop the mountain and chose a spot to crouch down, awaiting the opportune moment to act. However, he spent an entire day in vain as the occupants did not venture out in search of sustenance. As dusk began to settle, his provisions dwindled, and the growl of hunger echoed from his stomach. His gaze drifted towards the surrounding villas, pondering the circumstances within. With nightfall upon him, it was unlikely that anyone would seek food after dark. Thus, Wang Hao decided to abandon his vigil and ventured towards other villas, distancing himself from his target. As he treaded upon the verdant lawn, a soft rustling sound accompanied his steps. Soon, he arrived at another villa, which was similarly enclosed by a fence. Within the courtyard, a striking red sports car caught his eye, reminiscent of a Ferrari. Intrigued, he recalled having seen introductions to such vehicles, typically valued in the millions. Previously, he could only fantasize about the sensation of driving a sports car, but now the possibility was within his grasp. "Transform into a zombie," Wang Hao whispered. Upon transformation, his agility surged, enabling him to effortlessly leap over the fence. Afterward, he reverted to his human form. "Is this what a supercar feels like?" Wang Hao mused, his heart racing at the sight of the luxurious vehicle before him. Despite a thick layer of dust coating the car, it did not diminish the awe swelling within him. Although he lacked the skills to drive, he couldn't resist taking a seat in the driver's position, relishing the experience. Settling into the plush seat, he propped his feet casually on the steering wheel, savoring the moment. Alas, without the ability to drive, he lamented that he could not take the luxury car for a spin. Perhaps Li Mingyao could teach him, he thought, resolving to seek her guidance. With determination, he leapt from the car and approached the villa's entrance. The door was unlatched, and he pushed it open with ease. Stepping onto the crimson carpet, he entered the grand living room and began to survey his surroundings. Much to his surprise, the villa deviated from his expectations. Although spacious, it felt excessively vacant. The hall was devoid of furnishings, with the walls adorned solely by abstract oil paintings of indiscernible subjects. After a thorough exploration of the first floor yielded no discoveries, he ascended to the second. Why does this villa feel uninhabited? He pondered as he surveyed the several empty rooms on that level. Upon reaching the third floor, he finally encountered items veiled by white sheets. Lifting one of the coverings, he uncovered a grand piano beneath. It appeared that an artist once resided here. Just as he contemplated departing, a faint glow emanating from the crack of a door caught his attention, initially suspecting it to be a trick of the light. He focused intently and confirmed that a genuine light shone from within. There are still people living here, he thought, a surge of surprise coursing through him. He proceeded to approach the room cautiously. Inside, a woman clad in a flowing black gown exuded an aura of nobility as she reclined languidly on a leather sofa. Before her lay a white European-style table adorned with several open bottles of red wine. Facing the dimming twilight outside, she lifted a delicate hand to sip from a glass of wine, savoring the taste. 6 months prior, her father succumbed to cancer. Since then, she had dismissed all her servants, sold off the villa's possessions, and planned to relocate abroad. However, fate had played a cruel joke on her. Overwhelmed by despair, she found herself unable to leave the villa. The outside world was teeming with zombies, and departing would lead only to death. For the past half-month, Her sustenance had been limited to red wine. Now, her strength waned, and even standing was a challenge as she awaited the slow embrace of death. Yet, she did not fear this demise. Rather, she yearned for its arrival. Having followed her father since childhood, her spirit had been steeped in art, leading her to harbor thoughts divergent from the ordinary. She wished for her death to be beautiful, not a grotesque end at the jaws of the undead. She envisioned a serene departure, akin to Hemingway's choice of a pistol or a graceful sip of poison, or perhaps the languorous acceptance of death's approach. As she drained her glass of wine, she rose slowly, recalling that her father had cherished fine wines, many of which lay in their basement. These bottles had sustained her through her desolation. With a click, she gently opened the door and stepped outside. Yet, as she crossed the threshold, she found a stranger standing before her. It was evident that her sanctuary had been breached. Surprisingly, her expression remained unchanged, as if the man before her were merely a figment of air, and she walked past him unperturbed. Wang Hao's demeanor shifted, intrigue blooming within him. He glanced into the room, confirming the absence of others, and pursued the woman. Having already scoured the entire villa, he was certain that it was devoid of life. At the staircase, he swiftly embraced her waist from behind. The woman halted, offering no resistance, her body too feeble to fight back. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired coolly. "You're so beautiful. What do you think?" Wang Hao replied with a smile, captivated by her alabaster skin and noble demeanor, igniting a desire within him. Such a stunning, wealthy woman had once been a mere fantasy, yet now an opportunity lay before him. "Humph," she huffed softly, stating, "Men like you, devoid of artistic aspiration, are forever lost in the flesh. How shallow. Art? I know nothing of art. I only ask if you'd allow me to take you to bed," Wang Hao countered. "I am a person of artistic pursuit. My body is but a vessel for expression. You may do as you wish, but I hope you can honor my request to end my life afterward," she replied with an air of indifference. Chapter 22. Every wealthy individual is extraordinary. "Do you wish for me to take your life?" "Why?" Wang Hao inquired. "I have lost all hope in life. Should you kill me, you would be doing me a favor," the woman replied. "Oh, is that so? What if I refuse your request?" Wang Hao asked, intrigued. "Then I kindly ask you to finish what you wish to do and leave my room," she stated. "And what if I choose not to depart?" Wang Hao queried. His interest piqued. "Please do not become a person I find repugnant." A hint of displeasure flickered across the woman's face. "Ha, very well, I shall grant your request. I will indeed kill you," Wang Hao declared, lifting the woman and carrying her into the room. He placed her on the bed and began to remove her clothing. The woman offered no resistance, lying still as he proceeded. Without a condom at hand, he mounted her directly. Half an hour later, Wang Hao sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette. He suddenly realized that a woman lying there, motionless, was rather unexciting. Were it not for her unique allure, he might have lost interest. "Now may I die?" the woman quietly asked from her position on the bed. Her expression was remarkably calm, as if the preceding events had left no impact on her. "I shall not kill you now," Wang Hao responded. "Why? Do your words hold no weight?" The woman seemed taken aback. "My words certainly carry weight. However, I did not specify that I would kill you now. You are quite beautiful. I shall wait until I have had my fill of you before ending your life." With that, Wang Hao discarded his cigarette and climbed back onto the bed. "You are a rather dull man, if two individuals do not share a soulful connection. Engaging in such acts is utterly uninspiring," the woman remarked, tilting her head to gaze at the ceiling, ignoring him. "Haha, although I cannot fully comprehend your words, they seem to hold some wisdom," Wang Hao chuckled, turning her body to face away from him. After indulging 3 times, he finally paused. He retrieved his backpack, opened a bottle of nutritional drink, and began to replenish his energy, having exerted considerable effort. "Could you hasten my demise? It would count as a good deed," the woman suggested. "I am not a good person. Why should I perform a good deed?" Wang Hao replied, donning his clothes and placing some drinks and food on the table. "I must take my leave. I hope that when I return, you are still alive." The woman lay on the bed, showing no reaction to his words. "You, my dear, are exceptionally indifferent." Wang Hao embraced her delicate neck, kissed her softly, then slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the room. Once Wang Hao departed, the woman sat up from the bed. She took a tissue, wiped her body, and walked towards the bathroom, feeling disgusted by the remnants of their encounter. Wang Hao left the villa and proceeded to another one. Reflecting on his recent experience with the affluent woman, he found it quite delightful. He believed that conquering such a woman and making her his own would bring him immense satisfaction. The more aloof and regal she appeared, the more he yearned to possess her. How delightful it would be if she bore his child. That thought thrilled him. With these pleasant musings, he entered another villa. This one was starkly different from the one belonging to the wealthy woman. Upon entering the living room, he was awestruck by the exquisite decor. A 5-meter-long aquarium housed hundreds of nameless yet splendidly vibrant fish, swimming joyfully. Wang Hao recognized that each of these fish was worth no less than 1,000 yuan. Moreover, the enormous television was valued at no less than 1 million. Little did he know, every piece of wooden furniture here was worth several million. And some vases even reached into the tens of millions. Clearly, this was the abode of a super-rich individual. Yet, Wang Hao was curious, would such a wealthy person survive the apocalypse? After a swift inspection of the first floor, he ascended to the second. This individual must have been quite remarkable in their former life, he mused. Even a layman in art could discern the staggering value of the items adorning the second floor. Every room brimmed with priceless paintings, ancient bronze artifacts, and antiquated vases. However, beyond his astonishment, he felt no further emotions. Wang Hao quickly regained his composure. He was here primarily to seek provisions, not to admire these now worthless relics of art. He continued his ascent to the third floor. As he reached the third floor, he heard a series of thuds against the wooden planks. Wang Hao immediately became cautious, moving towards the source of the sound. Eventually, his gaze fell upon a partially ajar door. Gently, he pushed open the door, revealing a bizarre scene. In the room, a figure hung suspended in midair. Wang Hao directed his flashlight towards the person's face, discovering it was a zombie. Did this individual transform into a zombie after taking their own life? Wang Hao pondered. The person was clad in a black suit, seemingly well-groomed. Perhaps they had made extensive preparations before their demise, wishing to leave this world gracefully. Wang Hao scanned the room with his flashlight and spotted a black handgun resting on the table, accompanied by a magazine. Beneath the gun lay a note. A quick glance revealed its content. After the apocalypse began, the man's daughter had turned into a monstrous creature, biting his wife to death and injuring his own arm before being confined in the basement. He felt his mind growing increasingly unclear. Overwhelmed by despair at the thought of becoming a flesh-eating monster himself, thus choosing to end his own life. Yet, despite having killed many, he lacked the courage to pull the trigger, so he opted for hanging instead. Wang Hao picked up the handgun. It felt heavy and comfortable in his grasp. Although he had never wielded a real gun, he had played with toy guns, and the fundamental mechanics were similar, except the safety on toy guns was merely ornamental. Unlike real firearms that required disengaging the safety to fire, he engaged the safety on the handgun and stowed it in his backpack. Although he had considered testing the weapon, he feared alarming any lurking adversaries, so he decided to postpone that idea. Chapter 23. The beginning of action having failed to locate any sustenance. Wang Hao hesitated no longer and descended the staircase. However, upon reaching the ground floor, a sudden curiosity took hold of him. While he was familiar with the villa's surroundings, the basement remained an enigma. With this thought in mind, he proceeded towards the entrance to the basement. After searching 2 villas, he was well aware of where the basement's entrance lay. He arrived at a door, grasped the doorknob, and turned it. Before him unfolded a staircase leading downward, shrouded in shadows and imbued with a chilling atmosphere. As he descended, a cacophony of zombie wails echoed through the air. The basement was in disarray, with items that had once been neatly arranged now strewn about haphazardly. Shattered bottles and vinegar jars emitted a pungent odor, while torn rice bags lay scattered, revealing the remnants of stored grains and oils. This was indeed a storeroom for provisions. The cool environment was ideal for preserving liquor, and the good ventilation helped keep the grains from spoiling, a rather commendable place. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings, eventually directing his gaze towards a shrieking female zombie. Observing the young female zombie, he felt a peculiar sense of intrigue. Although she had undoubtedly transformed into a zombie, her appearance was remarkably human-like, with only a few bloodstains marring her otherwise flawless skin, which seemed even more exquisite than that of a living person. The female zombie meandered aimlessly around the basement, continuously emitting her haunting cries. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao approached her and seized her clothing, tearing it away. Minutes later, he exited the basement. Having made a startling discovery, despite her zombie-like behavior, her body had not undergone any mutation. It felt entirely human, soft and elastic to the touch. Though Wang Hao's mind remained relatively untroubled, he found the notion of engaging in any indecent conduct with a female zombie utterly repulsive. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had the ability to examine the attributes of zombies. Zombie attributes: type, mutated zombie, level 1, killing grants 100 experience points, defense 88, attack 60, speed 103, talent, bloodthirsty frenzy, upon tasting blood, enters a brief state of frenzy, enhancing all attributes tenfold. Staring at the information regarding the female zombie, Wang Hao was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering such a creature, one that could experience such a dramatic enhancement after tasting blood, surpassing even his own transformation into a zombie. Perhaps it was prudent to keep her around. She might prove useful in future endeavors. Should he encounter a more formidable gang, he could unleash this female zombie to lead the charge. A creature capable of entering a frenzy with tenfold enhanced attributes would indeed be a terrifying force. While ordinary zombies could be easily vanquished, a zombie with such amplified defense would surely present a formidable challenge. In the absence of firearms, such a mutated zombie would be virtually unstoppable. As he departed the basement, the clock had already struck past midnight. Wang Hao made his way to the third villa. Within this dwelling, aside from 3 roaming zombies, there appeared to be nothing else of peculiar nature. Fortuitously, he discovered an ample supply of edible provisions. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he sought out a bedroom and reclined upon the bed to rest. With 3 zombies on patrol, he felt utterly secure within the vast villa. The following morning, as dawn began to break on the horizon, Wang Hao awoke. Despite the presence of zombies patrolling the room, he was acutely aware that this unfamiliar place offered him no true sense of security. Consequently, he slept restlessly and rose early. After freshening up in the bathroom and consuming a modest meal, he departed from the villa. Wang Hao sought a vantage point close to his target villa and settled down by the third-floor window to observe discreetly. He inhaled from a cigarette and occasionally sipped on a nutritional drink, patiently awaiting developments. Time passed slowly, yet Wang Hao possessed an abundance of it. At last, during the midday sun's most brilliant display, he noticed movement among the inhabitants. He observed 2 individuals emerging from the garage, wheeling out barrels and tools, preparing to service and refuel their vehicles. Shortly thereafter, several more figures exited the villa, 3 men and 2 women. A man and a woman occupied the front modified Hummer, while 2 men and a woman occupied the rear vehicle. The 2 individuals in the yard dispatched a zombie outside the iron gate with their weapons before unlocking it. Subsequently, the armored Hummer led the way out, followed after a brief interval by the second Hummer. Once the 2 vehicles had departed, those remaining in the yard hastily secured the iron gate. The opportunity had arrived. As the 3 men and 2 women departed, Wang Hao, already equipped with a backpack and a tang sword, descended the stairs. Upon reaching the exterior of the villa, he noted that the 2 men remained inside the garage. Instantly, he transformed into a zombie and vaulted over the railing. Once inside the garage, he softened his footsteps, inching closer to the 2 men. Haha. Liu has finally left. We can go find Zhang Chanxian to unwind now, one of the men chuckled. At that moment, they spotted Wang Hao. What is this? The 2 men's faces drained of color upon seeing the zombie form of Wang Hao. Instinctively, they turned and fled back into the garage, where an array of steel tools could potentially serve as weapons against the undead. However, Wang Hao did not grant them the luxury of time. Within 2 strides, he caught up to them from behind, wielding his tang sword to sever one man's head from his body. The other man fell to the ground, and Wang Hao seized him by the throat. Ah! The man gasped in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Hao ignored his fear, using his sharp claws to etch a few words into the bloodstained ground. He then turned the man's head downward. What? The man's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the inscription on the ground, which read, "How many of you are there?" Chapter 24. The assault on the villa. The man stared wide-eyed at Wang Hao, utterly incredulous, his heart overwhelmed with shock. The events unfolding before him had surpassed his comprehension of zombies. Wang Hao slightly loosened his grip on the man's neck, while his other hand brandished a tang sword, aimed menacingly at his throat. The implication was clear: unless he cooperated, his life would be forfeit. After a moment of stunned silence, the man gradually regained his composure and inquired, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" With a fierce roar, Wang Hao pressed the blade downwards, eliciting a trickle of blood from the man's neck. "Speak," he demanded. The man, now bereft of any pretense, replied, "There are 10 of us in total. Aside from the 5 who have left, 3 remain inside the villa." Wang Hao pondered for a moment. With only 3 individuals left, it would make his task significantly easier. After dispatching the man, Wang Hao rose and proceeded towards the villa's entrance. As he gently pushed open the grand door, he was momentarily taken aback by the opulence within. Having encountered several villas before, he was still struck by the grandeur of this one. The enormous crystal chandelier, the seemingly priceless carpets, and the million-dollar television all spoke volumes of the extraordinary status of its inhabitants. "This place is remarkable," Wang Hao mused, surveying his surroundings as he began to search. After thoroughly inspecting the first floor without discovering anyone, he ascended to the second floor. The second floor boasted several rooms, including a computer room for gaming, a gym for physical training, and a karaoke area, an abundance of entertainment options. I wander from south to north, and from white to black. I desire to be seen by all, yet remain a mystery, he thought. At that moment, he heard someone singing Fake Monk in the KTV room. The door was ajar, allowing him to glimpse two men indulging in drinks and song. With a quiet push, Wang Hao opened the door. Huh? The two men turned, their expressions filled with confusion as they beheld the transformed Wang Hao. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Despite the music continuing to play, they were oblivious, their eyes fixed on Wang Hao in disbelief. They had never faced a zombie at such close range, especially without any means of defense. Their only escape route, the door, was now blocked by Wang Hao. What do we do now? The two men turned pale, their speech faltering. What else? Run, one of them shouted, shoving the other towards Wang Hao in a desperate attempt to buy himself a fleeting chance at survival. However, Wang Hao is no true zombie. With a swift motion, he seized the man's neck and hurled him to the floor. The impact was fatal. The man's skull shattered, and he lay motionless. What just happened? The other man, initially hoping to escape, was now paralyzed with fear. The zombie before him was not only intelligent but also immensely powerful, leaving him no hope of fleeing. Please, don't kill me, he whimpered, retreating as his lips trembled in supplication. Wang Hao disregarded his pleas and charged into the room, delivering a powerful kick that dislocated the man's jaw, sending him crashing backward. The man fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed. Having swiftly dealt with the two men, Wang Hao closed the KTV door behind him. Now, only one person remained in the villa, presumably the Zhang Qianqian mentioned by the mechanics. Wang Hao reverted to his human form and ascended to the third floor, wielding his Tang sword. There was no need to transform for a mere woman. Upon reaching the third floor, he surveyed the multitude of rooms, each appearing to be a bedroom. Some were strewn with various women's garments, suggesting a chaotic and dissolute lifestyle shared among multiple women. Could it be that three of them are involved together? Wang Hao speculated. The trash bin contained numerous used condoms, indicating the debauchery that permeated their lives. After examining each room, he paused outside one that bore a note on the door, "Do not disturb me except for meals." It seemed he was dealing with a woman of temperament. Wang Hao grasped the doorknob and gently turned it, pushing the door open. Inside, he found a woman seated at a computer, swaying to music through her headphones, entirely unaware of his entrance. "Who are you? I don't believe we've met," she questioned, confusion evident in her eyes as she noticed him behind her. With a smirk, Wang Hao replied, "No need to be alarmed. I merely found your villa quite luxurious and wish to reside here." "That's impossible. Li Hu and the Chow would never agree to that." She shook her head vehemently. "That's of no concern. I simply need to eliminate them," Wang Hao stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression morphed into one of fear as she asked, "Wait, a Chow and the others are downstairs. How could they not have stopped you?" "I know not who a Chow is, but I have already dispatched 4 of them," Wang Hao declared. "What? They've been killed?" The woman was taken aback. She was aware of a Chow's formidable strength. Armed with a knife, he could easily fend off the assault of several zombies. Moreover, the other 3 were no weaklings either, as they had survived in this harsh world for so long. The implication that Wang Hao's claims were true filled her with dread. "I don't know. They went out to scavenge for food without ever bringing me along," she replied. "What weapons do they typically carry?" "They usually take machetes or axes when they go out," she whispered. "Are you certain you're not deceiving me?" Wang Hao grasped her delicate chin, forcing her gaze to meet his. Chapter 25, The Unknown Origin of the Zombies. The woman exchanged a glance with Wang Hao, her gaze wavering. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Li Hu and a Biao both have guns." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao began to ponder. If only one person possessed a firearm, he could devise a strategy to deal with it. However, 2 armed individuals posed a considerable challenge. "What about the others?" Wang Hao inquired. "I can assure you, aside from Li Hu and a Biao, no one else has a gun," the woman affirmed resolutely. "I hope what you say is true. Otherwise, you shall be the first I kill," Wang Hao declared, leading the woman downstairs. They arrived at the KTV on the 2nd floor. The woman gasped at the sight of 2 men sprawled lifelessly on the floor, her face paling in horror. Having sheltered in the villa since the apocalypse erupted, she had never encountered the terrifying zombies or witnessed death firsthand. Now, witnessing the demise of companions she had lived with was utterly chilling. "Help me conceal these 2 corpses," Wang Hao instructed. I cannot," the woman stammered. "Do you wish to die?" Wang Hao threatened, brandishing his pistol and disengaging the safety. "You 2 possess a gun." The woman's eyes widened in shock. "Enough with the chatter. Follow my orders, Wang Hao commanded. Understood. I will comply immediately. Though fear gripped her, her terror of death was greater. With her assistance, the two bodies were swiftly dragged into a more concealed room. After cleaning the blood, Wang Hao took the woman downstairs again. Upon seeing the two corpses in the warehouse, her fear had somewhat diminished. Yet, she remained in awe of Wang Hao's terrifying prowess. He had single-handedly slain 4 formidable men without resorting to firearms, an astonishing feat. Do you have the key to the warehouse? Wang Hao asked. Since you do not, dispose of these 2 bodies as well, he added. The woman nodded and dragged the corpses toward a secluded spot in the garage. An hour later, they ascended to the 3rd floor, entering the room where the woman had previously been. For a while, heed my words. If all goes well, I will not kill you, Wang Hao assured her. Rest assured. I will obey you, the woman replied, visibly anxious. Wang Hao procured some rope, binding her to a chair, and blindfolding her with a black cloth. Although she was puzzled, she dared not question him further. Before long, Wang Hao heard commotion from downstairs. He rushed to the window and looked out. A modified Hummer was parked outside the villa, honking incessantly, yet no one answered the door. Where has everyone gone? Frustrated, the occupants of the vehicle disembarked to clear the zombies surrounding the entrance and opened the door. Soon, 2 Hummers parked inside the villa's yard. Tiger, where do you think you and the others have gone? Why haven't they even checked the door? A woman beside Li Hu asked. Li Hu remained silent, his expression darkening. Others hesitated to speak, following Li Hu into the villa. The 1st and 2nd floors revealed no signs of life. However, upon reaching the 3rd floor, they heard suggestive sounds emanating from Zhang Tranqian's room. How outrageous. They all went to find Zhang Tranqian, and they are indulging themselves. Li Hu erupted in fury. Indeed, we risked our safety to scavenge for food. While they seemed to revel in pleasure, a Biao added, trailing behind. The others shared equally disapproving looks, feeling that the group's behavior was excessive. Do not impede me. If I do not teach you and his companions a lesson today, will they still regard me as their leader? Li Hu declared, striding toward Zhang Tranqian's door. Just as the others intended to follow, a loud crash echoed from downstairs. Let us check it out. The boss knows what he is doing. No need to worry here, a Biao said, hastening down the stairs. From a room on the 2nd floor, the sounds of zombies echoed ominously. A Biao's expression darkened as he cautiously approached the door. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Li Hu kicked open Zhang Tranqian's door. To his astonishment, he found her bound to a chair, blindfolded. Just then, a zombie that had been lurking in the shadows lunged at Li Hu, biting into his shoulder. Ah! He screamed in agony, drawing his gun from his pocket. However, the zombie's assault was swift, and it bit into his neck. As he finally managed to pull out his firearm, he shot the zombie in the head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the zombie collapsed. Li Hu, clutching his neck, struggled for a moment before collapsing to the floor. Zhang Tranqian, blindfolded, could not see but sensed that someone had just been killed. She fervently wished that it was the intruder who had met his end. Yet, reality was harsh. At that moment, the door to the room opposite Zhang Tranqian swung open. Wang Hao emerged with a smile, approaching Li Hu's lifeless body. Impressive, you even had a handgun. Without some preparation, I would not have been able to handle you, he remarked, picking up the fallen firearm with a slight sense of satisfaction. Then, he removed the blindfold from Zhang Tranqian's eyes. As she opened her eyes, the sight of Li Hu's body on the ground filled her with despair. Her last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. You would do well not to scream, or you shall meet the same fate, Wang Hao warned coldly. I will not scream. Zhang Tranqian nodded tearfully. Very good. Wang Hao pinched her youthful, collagen-rich cheek before turning to exit the room. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard footsteps ascending the stairs. Without hesitation, he retrieved a zombie explosive egg and hurled it down the staircase. Ah! As the zombie explosive transformed into a zombie, a woman screamed in fright. Wang Hao made no attempt to hide, brandishing his gun as he approached the staircase. Chapter 26. This woman must not be allowed to escape. Wang Hao arrived at the staircase and furtively glanced down. At that moment, a woman had already been overpowered by a zombie, her throat brutally bitten. The remaining 3 individuals recoiled in terror. One man, armed with a gun, aimed it at the ravenous creature gnawing on the ground. With a loud bang, the zombie's head exploded. The man possessed a firearm. Yet venturing out would only heighten the peril. Never mind, I have zombie exploding eggs. What is there to fear? Wang Hao retrieved 5 zombie exploding eggs and threw them down the staircase. He then took refuge in a nearby room and began to control a zombie. The scene shifted to the staircase, where 4 zombies stood beside him. Below, Two men and a woman stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the sudden influx of zombies. They could hardly fathom how so many undead had appeared out of nowhere. As the zombies caught the scent of humanity, they went into a frenzy, charging down the staircase. "Quick, hide. There are too many zombies," Abiao shouted, clutching his handgun, as the other two hastily retreated into the gym. With another gunshot, Abiao fired while retreating rapidly. In his panic, it took him several shots to finally put down one zombie. As the creatures drew nearer, Abiao had no choice but to turn and flee toward the gym. It might be too late to escape. Wang Hao lunged forward, seizing Abiao and sinking his teeth into his neck. Abiao let out a gut-wrenching scream and collapsed to the ground. Wang Hao paid him no mind and continued to pounce on the two individuals ahead of him. At that moment, the man and woman had reached the gym door. But the man, running swiftly, had left the woman behind. "Get inside," the man shouted, yet when he saw Wang Hao appearing behind the woman, he decisively slammed the door shut. "No, don't close the door," the woman cried out in despair, pounding on the door. But the door remained firmly shut, showing no signs of opening. Hearing the zombies' growls behind her, the woman sank to her knees, completely defeated. Wang Hao observed her helplessness but refrained from attacking. For two more zombies were closing in. They lunged at her, seizing her and beginning to tear into her flesh. As Wang Hao listened to her anguished cries, he began to survey the gym. With the gym door closed, entry was impossible. However, Wang Hao instinctively grasped the handle and twisted it. To his surprise, the door opened. Inside, a man sat against the door, stunned. He had just heard the woman's screams and assumed she would no longer attempt to enter. Lowering his guard, he neglected to brace the door. He believed that only humans could use the doorknob, zombies would never think to turn it. Yet now, the unfolding events nearly made his heart explode. The man sprang to his feet, attempting to shut the door once more, but Wang Hao offered him no opportunity. He forcefully shoved the door open and reached for the bewildered man. Realizing he had no chance against a zombie, the man felt despair wash over him. Wang Hao swiftly tore into the man's neck. "Why? Why?" the man gasped, clutching his bleeding throat, his eyes wide with disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. Until his last breath, he remained unaware of how the zombies had infiltrated the villa. Just then, Wang Hao heard the growls of zombies emanating from a nearby room. Curious, he opened the door to find two zombies inside, those who had previously sung at the KTV, now transformed into the undead. Wang Hao looked at the two zombies and fetched some rope, binding them along with the other two zombies he had transformed earlier, and dragged them downstairs. He brought them outside the villa before finally releasing them from their restraints. The zombies surrounding the villa were scarce. It would be a waste to eliminate them. He contemplated learning to drive, planning to transport a batch of zombies to patrol the area around the villa. Soon, the time for the zombie exploding eggs arrived. He found Zhang Tranqian and untied her. "Did they all perish at your hands?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Indeed, I killed them all," Wang Hao replied. "Will you kill me as well?" Zhang Tranqian inquired. "That depends on your performance. If you prove yourself worthy, I shall spare you," Wang Hao stated. "I understand." Zhang Tranqian nodded, setting aside her fear as she dragged Li Hu's corpse downstairs. This woman possesses a certain cleverness, Wang Hao thought, nodding with satisfaction, though he had no intention of sparing her life. After all, he had slain all of Zhang Tranqian's companions. How could she not harbor resentment toward him? What if one day he let his guard down, only to be stabbed in the back by her? In the apocalypse, women were not in short supply. Although Zhang Tranqian was indeed very attractive, with long, fair legs and a voluptuous figure that stirred his inner desires, he was not a man governed by carnal impulses. To amass a harem of beautiful women in the apocalypse, one must first ensure their own survival. For if one were to perish, all would be rendered meaningless. Wang Hao ascended to the second floor and collected the gun from Abiao's grasp. Finally, after an hour, Zhang Tranqian had dragged all the bodies to the grass below. "Go fetch a shovel and dig a grave for them here," Wang Hao instructed, pointing to a spot in the yard. "But I'm so tired right now," Zhang Tranqian replied, her big, watery eyes looking at him with a hint of grievance. When Li Hu was around, he had never forced her to undertake such strenuous tasks. Now, not only was she subjected to hard labor under Wang Hao's command, but she also received no kindness in return. The difference was stark. However, Zhang Tranqian believed that with her beauty, she could eventually win Wang Hao over. Under her guidance, Wang Hao found food. As the saying goes, a well-fed man thinks of seduction. After a hearty meal, his gaze began to linger on Zhang Tranqian, who was currently enjoying her meal. Chapter 27. Digging one's own grave. Zhang Tranqian consumed her food with meticulous care, tearing her bread into delicate pieces and gradually savoring them with her rosy lips. Were it not for the knowledge that she had engaged with numerous men within these walls, Wang Hao might have perceived her as the charming girl next door. What's the matter? Why do you look at me like that? Zhang Chanqian blinked her eyes, her expression laced with curiosity. It's nothing. Go take a shower. I'll be waiting for you in the room, Wang Hao replied. Zhang Chanqian paused momentarily, somewhat perplexed. However, when she noticed Wang Hao retrieving a condom from his backpack, a hint of smugness illuminated her face. This foolish boy must have never encountered a beauty like me. He must be utterly unable to control himself now, hee. Gazing at Wang Hao, such thoughts bubbled up in her mind, and she then declared, wait for me. I shall wash myself thoroughly. Zhang Chanqian quickly finished her bread and dashed to the room to change into her sleepwear before heading to the bathroom. Before long, she emerged, freshly cleansed, and made her way to Wang Hao's room. Are you clean now? Wang Hao inquired. I'm spotless. If you don't believe me, come and sniff. Zhang Chanqian playfully retorted. All right, come over and lie down here, Wang Hao instructed, pointing at the large, soft bed. So direct? Zhang Chanqian felt a pang of disappointment. She had many more tricks up her sleeve, but this approach left her unable to please Wang Hao as she had intended. What do you think I should do then? Wang Hao asked, his expression devoid of emotion. All right, I'll listen to you, Zhang Chanqian pouted, reluctantly lying down, though her heart brimmed with grievance. This manner made her feel like a mere outlet for someone else's desires, deeply insulting her dignity. Wang Hao, however, paid no heed to Zhang Chanqian's thoughts and reached for the already open box of condoms at the bedside. An hour later. Why don't you rest in the next room? Wang Hao said, observing Zhang Chanqian's flushed body. Don't you need me to keep you company tonight? Zhang Chanqian asked, bewildered, unable to fathom Wang Hao's intentions. I will call you when I need you, Wang Hao replied coolly. Very well then, Zhang Chanqian responded, clutching her sleepwear as she departed. Humph. After Zhang Chanqian left, Wang Hao let out a soft grunt. He had no intention of sharing a bed with her. The night was long, and who knew what schemes this woman might concoct while he slept. That night, Wang Hao summoned Zhang Chanqian 3 times. She felt quite vexed but resigned to the situation. What puzzled her further was that Wang Hao always instructed her to lie down, never facing him. And he had not even kissed her lips. When she suggested using her mouth to assist him, she was met with a sharp glare from Wang Hao. This man is truly peculiar. He understands nothing of women. His methods are excessively domineering, Zhang Chanqian mused, beginning to worry about her future days alongside Wang Hao. The following morning, Wang Hao wakened Zhang Chanqian. After they had satisfied their appetites, they descended to the ground floor. Let us dig a pit here, Wang Hao suggested, pointing to a patch of grass. Oh dear, you wore me out last night with 4 rounds. My entire body aches. Can't you show a little compassion? Zhang Chanqian asked, her voice tinged with grievance. All right, this will be the last time. Once this task is completed, I promise you will have ample time to rest. Wang Hao replied with a smile. That's what you say. You better not deceive me, Zhang Chanqian pouted, her expression somewhat endearing. Unfortunately, Wang Hao is aware of her escapades with several men in the villa, and even her wild nights spent with 3 of them in a room, which diminished his fondness for her. Noticing that Zhang Chanqian had begun to dig the pit, Wang Hao retreated upstairs, with zombies lurking outside the villa. He was unconcerned about her escaping. He gathered all the keys to the villa's doors and the keys to 3 vehicles, then commenced the task of cleaning the bloodstains on the floor. Once he completed these chores, the villa appeared as immaculate as it had before. By this time, it was nearing noon. Upon returning downstairs, Wang Hao was astonished to find that Zhang Chanqian had excavated a pit half a meter deep. Assessing the depth, he determined it was adequate to bury everyone. He had no intention of digging graves. It was merely necessary to conceal the bodies. All right, no need to dig further. Let us dispose of these corpses into the pit, and then have something to eat, Wang Hao declared, producing some food and bottled water. Finally a moment to rest. Zhang Chanqian exclaimed, setting down her hoe and taking a deep breath. The labor she had undertaken that day surpassed all her previous efforts combined. She shoved the bodies from the grass into the pit and approached Wang Hao. She accepted the bottled water from him and gulped down several mouthfuls before beginning to eat. After such exertion, her hunger was intense, and she abandoned any pretense of ladylike decorum, devouring her food voraciously. Are you finished eating? Wang Hao inquired. Zhang Chanqian nodded obediently. Since you've eaten well, you may now rest properly, Wang Hao said. She affirmed once more. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Hao had drawn a black handgun. With a resounding bang, Zhang Chanqian's eyes reflected confusion as she collapsed into the pit. She would never realize that her labor had been in vain, digging her own grave while Wang Hao had merely been exploiting her. "I'm sorry, but I truly cannot place my trust in you," Wang Hao confessed, feeling a twinge of discomfort despite having taken Zhang Tranqian's life. Murder was not an act that brought him joy. He was not inherently cruel. Hence, he opted for a gunshot to end her life swiftly rather than resorting to a knife. "Transform into a zombie," Wang Hao bellowed, metamorphosing into the undead. Now, his strength and speed surged dramatically as he swiftly used a shovel to bury the bodies within the pit. Eventually, he disposed of the excess soil outside and retrieved grass sod to cover the ground in the yard. Everything appears to be restored to its original state. Li Mingyao should not suspect anything, Wang Hao mused, nodding in satisfaction at the scene before him. Subsequently, he slung his bag over his shoulder, armed himself with a tang knife and handgun, and departed the villa, making his way down the mountain. Su Xian must be starving by now. Seeking her out at this moment will surely ensure she is compliant with my wishes, Wang Hao thought to himself. Memories of Su Xian's disdain for him flashing through his mind. Chapter 28 Encounter with Su Xian. Wang Hao, armed with a broadsword, ventured into the boys' dormitory. The corridor was teeming with zombies, their presence overwhelming. Pushing past the undead, Wang Hao ascended the stairs, realizing that with so many zombies around, Su Xian had little chance of escape. If she dared to leap from the balcony like Li Dong, she might have a chance. But Wang Hao doubted that Su Xian possessed such audacity. Upon reaching the second floor, he unsheathed his broadsword and commenced his assault, needing to create a commotion that Su Xian would hear. The number of zombies on the second floor paled in comparison to the first, with only a few dozen present. After a prolonged battle, he finally cleared the area. Subsequently, he opened several nearby doors, dragging tables from within to barricade the staircase. This created a barrier, effectively isolating the zombies outside and preventing them from invading the corridor. The zombies roared, but they did not attempt to push against the barricade. They lacked the sin of humans and remained relatively calm. Wang Hao exhaled deeply, feeling exhausted from his vigorous efforts. Without transforming into a zombie, he still felt rather weak. However, he sensed a slight improvement in his abilities compared to a few days prior. Contemplating this, he glanced at the attributes displayed in his mind. Name, Wang Hao. Status, human form capable of transforming into zombie form. Level 2, 8,650. 10,000. Defense, 50. Attack, 50. Speed, 60. Note: the attributes of an average human are set at 100. Talent, bloodthirsty killing, evolving by slaying humans or zombies. Each level gained unlocks a new talent. Zombie egg. Upon use, it transforms into a controllable zombie for 10 minutes. Leveling up extends the duration of the transformation. Indeed, his human attributes had improved. Wang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. Although the increase was modest, his training was yielding results. With continued effort, he would eventually reach the standards of a normal person. It was somewhat regrettable that his human attributes did not enhance with the elevation of zombie levels, relying solely on his own training. Nevertheless, this mattered little to him. Any danger could be resolved through transformation. With this thought in mind, he proceeded towards the room where Su Xian was located. Inside the room, Su Xian stood behind the door, her complexion drawn as she peered outside through the glass. Initially, she had been lying in bed, but upon hearing the sounds of battle, she mustered the strength to rise. Since the dormitory had been overrun by zombies, she had not dared to venture outside. The world beyond was fraught with peril, and leaving her sanctuary would be tantamount to a death sentence. The food within was scant, and she had run out after only half a day, leaving her famished for 2 full days. At last, she spotted someone approaching down the corridor. Wang Hao? Why is it him? Su Xian was taken aback. She had anticipated that someone like Li Dong or another man would come to slay the zombies. Yet, it was Wang Hao. Their prior conflicts weighed heavily on her mind. Would he even consider rescuing her? Regardless, she was close to starvation. Surely he could not turn a blind eye to her plight, for they were classmates after all. Resolving herself, Su Xian opened the door. As Wang Hao raised his hand to knock, he was greeted by a girl clad in black pajamas, who appeared before him. Her eyes flickered with embarrassment, quickly followed by surprise as she spoke. It's all right. I've dealt with the zombies. Wang Hao scrutinized Su Xian's pallid face, noting that her circumstances had been dire over the past days, which inexplicably brought him a sense of satisfaction. Ah? Su Xian exclaimed as she glanced outside, realizing the entire second floor was devoid of zombies, save for those lying motionless on the ground. You killed so many zombies. Shock washed over her features. She had not anticipated that Wang Hao possessed such strength, and regret for her earlier disdain flooded her thoughts. It's nothing, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly before feigning curiosity. What has transpired these past few days? Why were the corridors filled with zombies? I just saw Li Dong's corpse. What? Li Dong is dead? Su Xian gasped, a wave of disappointment washing over her as she shook her head. I don't know. That day, a horde of zombies suddenly surged in. Thankfully, I had locked the door. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now. Without a strong ally, Su Xian's demeanor shifted, her earlier pride deflated. Her face blanched, terror filling her eyes as she nervously asked, Are you here to kill me? Rest assured, you are a woman, and I do not harm women. Besides, you are our last remaining classmate. Why would I kill you? Wang Hao replied with a smile. Hearing these words, Su Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Managing a faint smile, she reached out to grasp Wang Hao's arm, pulling him into the room. Perhaps fearing the zombies outside, she hastily shut the door. Su Xian felt a sense of awkwardness in Wang Hao's presence. After closing the door, she found herself at a loss for words. It was Wang Hao who broke the silence, saying, You look unwell. Have you not eaten in a while? Yes, I have been starving for 2 days. Without a drop of water. I am on the verge of fainting, Su Xian replied, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Wang Hao felt a pang of discomfort. The Su Xian before him was a far cry from the one he had known just days ago. She spoke gently, devoid of her previous haughty demeanor, now appearing more vulnerable and deserving of sympathy. Yet, Wang Hao was not so easily deceived. He could not forget the day she falsely accused him of peeping while she used the restroom, leading to his expulsion from the dormitory. Had it not been for the awakening of the Zombie King evolution system, he would have long since succumbed to the fate of becoming zombie fodder. Su Xian, no matter how endearing your facade may be, I shall not spare you. I will toy with you until I tire of the game. And then I shall end your life. Wang Hao's thoughts spiraled, yet he wore a facade of concern as he removed his backpack, stating, You must be starving. I happen to have some food. Please, eat. Wang Hao, thank you, Su Xian replied, deeply moved as she accepted the food he offered. Tearing open the packaging without a thought for her dignity and devouring it ravenously. Chapter 29, a surprised Wang Hao observed Su Xian as she devoured her food with great eagerness, a faint smile dancing in his eyes. He was convinced that such a meager portion would not satiate her hunger. As anticipated, after finishing the biscuit and a sausage, Su Xian's gaze once again turned towards Wang Hao, revealing her lingering hunger. I'm still hungry. Do you have any more? Su Xian inquired cautiously. Of course, I have sausages. Canned pig trotters, mineral water, everything you could desire, Wang Hao replied with a sense of pride. Then please share some with me. I've been starving for the past couple of days, Su Xian extended her delicate hand. I could share, but you must provide me with a compelling reason. Why should I part with my food to give it to you? Wang Hao was not inclined to give away his provisions for free. Fully aware of the significance of food in their current circumstances. What do you mean? I don't understand, Su Xian asked, perplexed. How could you not understand? You are the belle of our class. Wang Hao's gaze traveled over her slender legs, appraising her. Are you suggesting something untoward? Su Xian's face displayed astonishment. You're quite clever, aren't you? So, what do you say? Are you willing? Wang Hao queried. Su Xian hesitated as she assessed Wang Hao's appearance. He had always been someone she dismissed as beneath her, yet now he was leveraging food to coerce her, a notion that was difficult for her to accept. However, her hunger was overwhelming. What other choice did she have but to acquiesce? Could she endure further starvation? That would be unbearable. Would you accept me as your girlfriend? Su Xian tentatively proposed after a moment of reflection. Wang Hao felt a surge of annoyance. He thought, this woman is so dramatic. Did she think I was beneath her? When Li Dong pursued you, you willingly went in his bed. Now, when I offer you food, you hesitate. His expression darkened, and he scoffed. I'm not desperate for a girlfriend. If you're unwilling, just say so, and I will leave. Wang Hao turned to walk away. Believing that Su Xian was bargaining out of a lack of hunger, and she needed to endure a few more days of deprivation. Don't go, Su Xian cried out, nearly in tears as she grasped Wang Hao's hand. What? Are you now willing to accept me? Wang Hao inquired. I am, Su Xian nodded, her eyes reddening with emotion. Good. Here rests your share. Wang Hao opened his backpack and laid out the sausages, canned meat, and nutritional drinks on the table. Without hesitation, Su Xian reached for the food and began to eat. Wang Hao produced a box of condoms from his bag and placed it on the table, patiently awaiting the next step. Since Su Xian had agreed, there was no turning back now. Shall we begin? Wang Hao asked, seeing that Su Xian had satisfied her hunger. Yes, Su Xian nodded, her cheeks flushed. Wang Hao stepped forward and tore open her clothing. Su Xian closed her eyes. Half an hour later, Wang Hao gazed at Su Xian, her eyes red from tears, and felt a torrent of emotion surge within him. He believed her sorrow stemmed from her unwillingness to accept him, causing her distress. Yet, Su Xian wiped her tears and exclaimed, "How was I to know? With Li Dong, I felt nothing, but with you, it hurts unbearably. Look, I'm bleeding." Wang Hao glanced down, a strange expression crossing his face, followed by a wave of satisfaction. "Li Dong, you seem so impressive, but it turns out you're a frail coward." He reveled inwardly, the previous bitterness from Li Dong's bullying dissipating. Once insecure in the presence of Li Dong, Wang Hao now brimmed with confidence. He looked at Su Xian differently, thinking, "Li Dong, you claimed I was worthless. Yet now I realize you are the true incompetent one. I have what you could not possess." As he relished this newfound realization, Wang Hao's gaze returned to Su Xian. Their eyes met, and Su Xian, feeling a rush of anxiety, whispered, "What are you going to do? It still hurts. You wouldn't want to do that again, would you?" "I'm not a pervert. I merely lament what Li Dong missed," Wang Hao replied. "What do you mean by that?" Su Xian questioned, puzzled. "Enough. Rest well. The food I provided will sustain you for a couple of days," Wang Hao said as he began to dress. "Are you leaving?" Su Xian's eyes widened. "Yes. I need to find more food," Wang Hao replied. "How long will you be gone?" Su Xian asked anxiously. "That is uncertain. It could be a moment, half a day. Or longer, it's a matter of luck," Wang Hao nonchalantly responded. "Oh." Su Xian, unaware of Wang Hao's external struggles, accepted his words. "Be careful," she cautioned, concerned about her own potential hunger if something happened to him. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Wang Hao assured her before shouldering his bag and exiting the room. Initially, he had intended to engage with Su Xian once more, but the wait seemed unbearable. He wished to savor the experience with her gradually. Besides, Li Mingyao, the campus beauty, presented a far more alluring option than Su Xian. Once Wang Hao had left, Su Xian removed her sleepwear. She hesitated, tearing a small piece of paper, gritting her teeth as she slowly made her way to the bathroom. In that moment, a thought struck her. Why is Wang Hao so different from Li Dong? With Li Dong, I felt nothing, but with Wang Hao, it's an entirely different sensation. How peculiar. Chapter 30. The zombies do not bite, my dear. What are you engrossed in? Wang Hao casually closed the door behind him, a hint of curiosity evident in his voice. I've been waiting for you. Li Mingyao turned around, her face lighting up upon seeing him as she rushed into his embrace. The nights after Wang Hao had left were far from pleasant for her. The relentless howls of the zombies outside filled her with dread, robbing her of sleep. After enduring the long wait until dawn, anxiety for Wang Hao's safety kept her awake once more. Approaching Wang Hao, she noticed the remnants of blood on his clothes and couldn't help but voice her concern. Are you injured? Why is there blood on you? I was bitten by a zombie, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. What? How could this happen? The words struck Li Mingyao like a thunderbolt, leaving her in a daze. Wang Hao was her only pillar of support. If he had been bitten, her will to live would dissipate. I was just joking. This is merely blood from the zombies. I am unscathed. Don't you believe me? Look. Wang Hao chuckled, observing the change in her expression. So you were deceiving me? You're so infuriating. Li Mingyao pouted, playfully raising her fist to strike him. Hey, I am your husband. If you strike me down, you'll be left a widow, Wang Hao retorted, seizing her delicate wrist and gently pushing her against the wall. What are you doing? Li Mingyao asked, feeling trapped and a touch anxious. It's been so long since we've seen each other. I crave your company. Wang Hao gazed into her eyes, inhaling her enchanting fragrance as he leaned closer to her lips. Oh no, not today. Please, let go of me. Li Mingyao turned her head away, evading his kiss. What's wrong? Wang Hao inquired, puzzled. I have my monthly visitor, Li Mingyao admitted bashfully. Her cheeks flushed. Monthly visitor? What do you mean? Wang Hao was clearly perplexed. Goodness, you're so oblivious. It's that time of the month. Li Mingyao covered her abdomen, her demeanor shy and embarrassed. Oh, I see. It's your period, right? Wang Hao exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Now that you know, will you kindly release me? Li Mingyao huffed, turning her head away. All right, Wang Hao complied, helping her to sit at the edge of the bed. He understood that women often experience discomfort during their menstrual cycle and that their moods can be quite volatile. Sit here and rest for a moment. I'll go outside to find some brown sugar and see if I can get you some warm water. I've heard that drinking brown sugar water can alleviate some of the discomfort, he suggested. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Li Mingyao was pleasantly surprised by Wang Hao's thoughtfulness. Of course, you are my wife. If I don't care for you, who will? Wang Hao stated, preparing to leave. All right then, he sat beside her and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Weren't you looking for a villa? What is the status? Li Mingyao inquired. Wang Hao stood up and pointed in a direction. I found the villa. It's situated on a small hill in the suburbs. A 3-story establishment with a surrounding fence. It is quite luxurious, complete with a study, a computer room, a KTV, and a gym. Really? That is wonderful, Li Mingyao exclaimed. Her spirits lifted. She had been cooped up in the cramped quarters for far too long, and without Wang Hao's presence, she doubted she could have endured. When shall we move in? She asked eagerly. Given your current condition and the time lost, it seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow afternoon, Wang Hao replied. With the clock striking 3, the number of zombies outside was steadily increasing, making it perilous to venture out now. The midday sun provided the safest window for their escape. All right, Li Mingyao understood that reaching the villa would not be an easy task, so she refrained from pressing for immediate action. By the way, could you bring me a pack of sanitary pads when you go out? She asked, her cheeks turning crimson. Wang Hao paused for a moment before calling out, darling. He took her delicate hand in his. Darling, Li Mingyao felt a swell of emotion, initially indifferent towards Wang Hao. She began to realize how indispensable he had become to her. Take care of yourself. I'll be off, Wang Hao declared, rising to leave. As he departed, Li Mingyao watched him go, playfully pouting. It's you who should be cautious. I'm the one here, safe from harm. Wang Hao made his way to the street, heading towards a convenience store. Upon entering, he quickly located several packs of the most expensive sanitary pads, along with a selection of premium brown sugar and energy-boosting snacks, all packed into his bag. However, while he was busy gathering supplies, a peculiar sound of footsteps drew closer to the convenience store. Accustomed to the erratic shuffle of zombies, Wang Hao recognized that these footsteps were markedly different. Despite his surprise, he crouched down and concealed himself behind a shelf of household items. Before long, 2 men wearing helmets entered the store, their faces obscured. They were clad in blood-stained overcoats, exuding a nauseating stench of decay and blood. Strangely enough, the zombies outside seemed disinterested in the scent emanating from them, failing to launch any attacks. Chapter 31. Ascending to level 3, Wang Hao concealed himself behind a shelf, utterly astonished to witness the 2 men entering the convenience store without a care in the world. Originally, his ability to avoid being bitten by zombies distinguished him from ordinary individuals, yet now it appeared that this capability was not exclusive to him. Although it might be attributed to their attire, regardless, his advantage in this apocalyptic world had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Wang Hao refrained from confronting them. Despite his intense curiosity about the reason these men were immune to zombie bites, he was equally intrigued to ascertain whether they were part of a larger group. After hastily gathering some food from the convenience store, the 2 men departed in a hurry. Wang Hao waited a few moments before following suit. As he exited the store, he transformed into a zombie, weaving through the throngs of undead while maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters from the 2 men ahead. Soon, he observed them turning down a narrow alleyway. The alley was relatively devoid of zombies, prompting Wang Hao to keep his distance. Finally, when the 2 men had moved far enough away, he cautiously entered the alley. However, upon traversing the passage, Wang Hao discovered that the 2 men had vanished. Where could they have gone? Puzzled, he scanned the surroundings. Before long, he noticed a police station not far from his location. The station's yard was enclosed by iron railings, with several police vehicles parked inside. Could it be that they have entered the police station? Wang Hao speculated, as it was the only refuge nearby suitable for evading zombies. Observing the scene, he noted that the number of deceased zombies at the police station's entrance was noticeably higher than elsewhere, indicating that the zombies posed a threat to those within. Approaching the station's entrance, he found it secured with chains and a brand new padlock. He stepped back from the door and moved along the outer iron fence, edging closer to the building. At that moment, he began to discern faint voices emanating from inside. His transformation into a zombie had vastly enhanced his hearing, yet he could not make out the words being spoken. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for him to deduce that there were people inside, and consequently, they must possess firearms. Such individuals posed a significant danger to Wang Hao. He realized he needed to remain vigilant, and the most effective course of action would be to eliminate them. Having discerned their location, he decided to temporarily depart. He planned to return after nightfall, hoping for an opportunity to deal with them. With some time on his hands, he aimed to slay over 100 zombies to expedite his ascension to level 3. As he left the police station, Wang Hao spotted a fallen pink scooter on the roadside. Beside it lay a grotesquely disfigured corpse, and scattered debris littered the ground. Painting a grim picture of the scooter's owner's fate, Wang Hao discovered the scooter's key on the ground and, upon testing it, found that it was still operational. He mounted the scooter and rode to a nearby restaurant. Once inside, he noticed that the gas stove was still functional, allowing him to boil some water. Li Mingyao was on her menstrual cycle, and a cup of brown sugar water would be beneficial for her. When Li Mingyao saw the brown sugar water in Wang Hao's hands, she felt a mix of admiration and concern for him. She could hardly fathom how he managed to accomplish what seemed impossible amidst the horde of zombies outside. Deeply touched, she realized that Wang Hao had risked his life to procure a simple drink for her. "This is the brown sugar water I made for you. Please drink it," Wang Hao said as he approached her, offering the cup. "Thank you, darling," Li Mingyao replied gratefully. "Don't mention it. Your well-being brings me joy," Wang Hao responded softly, playfully pinching her cheek. "Yes, I understand," she nodded, opening the cup and slowly sipping the warm liquid. The warmth of the water filled her heart with comfort. She felt that encountering Wang Hao was the most fortunate event of her life in this desolate world. Wang Hao did not linger in the room for long, excusing himself to leave. The sun was beginning to set, and it was nearly 6 in the evening. After descending the stairs, he made his way towards the teaching building. Inside, each classroom was teeming with zombies. Kicking open a classroom door, he charged in wielding his tang knife. In an instant, chaos erupted as heads rolled and blood flowed profusely. Finally, after half an hour, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 3. Your attack power, defense, and speed have all been significantly enhanced. Additionally, you have gained an opportunity to draw a talent. Would you like to draw now?" "Yes, I would like to draw now," Wang Hao replied eagerly. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the talent skill, Zombie Commander." "Zombie Commander? How does this skill work?" Wang Hao inquired. Perplexed. Upon activation, this skill allows the host to command all zombies within a 50-meter radius, directing their actions, the voice explained. "My goodness, that is immensely powerful. To command all zombies within such a range is extraordinary." Wang Hao was elated with the talent he had acquired. Once activated, it would grant him an army of undead at his disposal, an army unafraid of death and possessing overwhelming combat prowess. The mere thought of this filled him with exhilaration. Subsequently, he glanced at his own information in his mind, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name: Wang Hao. Status: Zombie state, can revert to human state. Level: 3, 0100, 000. Defense: 630 attack, 680 speed, 380 talent. Bloodthirsty killing, which allows for evolution by killing humans or zombies, gaining new talents with each level increase. Zombie egg, upon use, transforms into a controllable zombie for 20 minutes, with enhanced duration as the level increases. Zombie Commander, upon activation, allows the host to command all zombies within a 50-meter radius. Seeing his enhanced attributes filled Wang Hao with excitement. The attributes of an ordinary human were merely 100, while his had reached 6 times that amount, an astonishing disparity. This difference was not merely one person versus 6, it was a chasm of celestial proportions. With his current strength, he could easily annihilate ordinary humans without a second thought. Chapter 32. The Gift of Leadership. Now, let me experiment with this newfound talent skill. A spark of inspiration ignited within Wang Hao as he prepared to unleash this ability, and an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Suddenly, he felt his vision begin to ascend, akin to the experience of playing a video game, granting him a miraculous omniscient perspective. Wang Hao sight soared until it reached the pinnacle of the teaching building, where it finally came to a halt. This talent skill was indeed remarkably potent. He soon realized that not only had he acquired this godly vision, but he could also manipulate it freely. In essence, from his current location, he could observe anything within a 50-meter radius. However, there was a drawback to this divine perspective. Beyond the 50-meter mark, everything faded into a blinding white, rendering it invisible. It formed a spherical canopy that enveloped the area surrounding him. This sensation reminded Wang Hao of the toxic zones in the game PUBG, which he found rather amusing. Once he confirmed the extent to which he could move his vision, he began to experiment with its mobility. Whoosh! His sight traversed through the hazy walls of the rooftop, penetrating into a classroom. He continued to guide his view downward, effortlessly passing through 3 classroom walls until he reached the first floor. Subsequently, he began to move laterally, revealing one classroom after another in his field of vision. Before long, Wang Hao had adeptly mastered the technique of maneuvering his perspective. Next, he attempted to command the zombies inhabiting these classrooms. The act of commanding the zombies proved to be even simpler than maneuvering his sight with a mere thought. The undead would act according to his will. Go and slam into the wall. Wang Hao issued a command, and without hesitation, the zombie charged straight into the wall. Bang! The creature's head smashed against the barrier, obliterating upon impact. Wang Hao felt an exhilarating rush. Indeed, the zombies were obedient to their leader without question. To his surprise, he discovered that eliminating zombies through his leadership ability granted him experience points as well. This revelation filled him with delight. Initially, he had anticipated that leveling up would require slaying an ever-increasing number of zombies, making progression arduous. However, it now appeared that the process was far easier than he had presumed. With this in mind, Wang Hao commanded all the zombies in a classroom to charge into the wall. Bang! Bang! As a chorus of collisions echoed around him, he observed his experience bar visibly increase. To reach level 4, he required 1 million experience points, necessitating the defeat of 100,000 zombies. Yet, in less than 10 minutes, he had commanded the demise of over 2,000 zombies, earning himself 20,000 experience points. Haha, this experience is accumulating at an astonishing rate. I dare say I shall reach level 4 in just a few days. The building housed over 2,000 zombies, all of which he had vanquished. And lingering any longer would be a waste of time. Wang Hao resolved to change locations in pursuit of further zombie hunting. Besides the school, there were plenty of undead lurking in the surrounding neighborhoods. However, just as he was about to leave the school, he thought of Su Xian. Arriving at the boys' dormitory, he prepared to unleash his talent of leadership once more to sneak a glance at what Su Xian was up to. Yet, this time, he found himself unable to activate it, leaving him perplexed. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. The talent of leadership requires an hour of cooldown after each use. The host may utilize it again after 1 hour. What a letdown! Wang Hao lamented, having assumed that this ability could be employed limitlessly. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If it were indeed limitless, he would become invincible. Clearly, this ability could not be squandered recklessly. Should he find himself in dire need while the skill was still in cooldown, it would be quite embarrassing. Accepting the reality of the cooldown, Wang Hao decided to refrain from using the ability indiscriminately in the future. Nevertheless, realizing he had to wait an hour to use his leadership skill again, he opted not to rush out of the school. He entered the boys' dormitory and knocked on Su Xian's door. After Wang Hao had taken possession of her earlier, Su Xian was left in pain, unable to walk properly, and was currently resting in bed. However, upon hearing the knock at her door, she immediately sat up. Wang Hao? Su Xian peered through the glass panel above the door and was taken aback to see him standing outside. Quickly, she mustered the strength to walk over. Creak. The door swung open, and Su Xian pulled Wang Hao inside, her excitement palpable. You're incredible. With so many zombies outside, you managed to remain unscathed. I can't fathom how you did it. Of course, it's all about skill, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting to Su Xian's legs. He inquired, why are you having trouble walking? Are you too weak to move? Don't even start. It's all your fault. You made me feel such pain. My legs are sore and numb, Su Xian lamented. Oh, is that so? But your reaction seems rather exaggerated, Wang Hao observed. He recalled that Li Mingyao, despite having a similar experience, did not react as intensely as Su Xian. Although she too had struggled to walk after their encounter, her discomfort had not been as pronounced. Well, excuse me. I just turned 19. I'm not some old woman, Su Xian retorted, pouting. You have a point, Wang Hao conceded. Recalling that while Li Mingyao was also a novice, she was a senior and, naturally, her physique was more developed than that of her peers, which might explain her more subdued response. However, the thought of Su Xian's youthful age ignited an inexplicable fire within him. Thus, Wang Hao reached out, grasping Su Xian's arm, and with a tone filled with genuine remorse, said, I was too rough earlier. I truly made you suffer. Allow me to treat you gently this time. Huh? Su Xian's legs trembled at his words, her expression one of surprise as she asked, Are you planning to do it again? I'm in so much pain. At least let me rest for a few days. Rest? If you rest any longer, you'll form scabs. This time, I assure you, you won't feel a thing. Trust me, Wang Hao declared, tugging Su Xian towards the bed. He could afford to be gentle with Li Mingyao, but with Su Xian, it was quite the opposite. She had inflicted too much harm upon him in the past. He had no intention of repaying her kindness with kindness. Wang Hao, I beg you please don't. Just let me rest. Su Xian pleaded, her panic palpable as she quickly sought mercy. Ignoring her pleas, Wang Hao forcefully pushed her down onto the bed. Chapter 33. The thugs at the police station. Half an hour later, a soft lament filled the air. Whoa, you deceived me. You said it wouldn't hurt. But I feel like I'm dying from the pain. Sue Exine, swathed in blankets, curled up at the foot of her bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her eyes slightly reddened. What have I deceived you about? Is pain all you can feel? Wang Hao inquired casually, perched at the bedside with a cigarette in hand. Yet, inwardly, he reveled in the satisfaction of her suffering. Witnessing Sue Exine's tears brought him an indescribable thrill. After all, she had previously pushed him to the brink of despair. This was merely the beginning of his retribution. Sue Exine, perplexed by Wang Hao's words, replied, "This time feels different. Beyond the pain, there's an odd sensation." "And how does that feel?" Wang Hao probed further. "It's hard to describe." Sue Exine frowned. "I feel an inexplicable yearning. But if it comes hand in hand with pain, I think I'll pass." "Ha. It seems Li Dong never gave you any real pleasure, did he?" Wang Hao chuckled. "What do you mean? Although Li Dong never made me feel good, he didn't inflict pain either," Sue Exine said, confusion etched on her face. "You really are naive. How can you comprehend the pleasure that follows pain without experiencing it yourself? Trust me, next time, I will let you encounter what true ecstasy intertwined with agony feels like." Wang Hao had assumed that a girl like Sue Exine, with her sharp tongue, would understand such matters, but her ignorance surprised him. Sue Exine remained skeptical of Wang Hao's claims. Her curiosity piqued, but her expectations low. She was primarily concerned about her survival. Danger is not a pressing concern. "But we are out of food. I'll need to venture farther afield to find some," Wang Hao stated, glancing at the time. Almost an hour had passed, and began dressing. "Are you leaving now? Without food, we will perish." "There's no room for hesitation," he said as he donned his clothes, slung on his backpack, and grabbed his dagger before stepping out the door. Once the door closed behind him, Sue Exine's expression shifted dramatically, and she muttered, "That Wang Hao is definitely taking his frustrations out on me. Li Dong had been with me countless times without evoking any feelings. Yet Wang Hao has made me suffer so much, claiming that next time it will be pleasurable. What a fraud." Tears welled in her eyes as she sighed. "But what can I do? I'm just a girl. How can I stand against him? If I don't obey, I want to survive." The more Sue Exine pondered, the angrier she became, leading her to a resolution. She would endure for now and bide her time until an opportunity arose to escape Wang Hao. After leaving the school, Wang Hao strolled toward the streets. He arrived at a convenience store, raiding the shelves for sustenance and indulging in a feast. He chose high-calorie items such as ham sausages, chocolates, and canned beef. Sue Exine, being an untouched girl, found herself exhausted by her efforts, consuming significant energy. Not long after, Wang Hao, having satisfied his hunger, left the convenience store with some supplies. The sky had begun to darken. Feeling the time was right, he proceeded toward the police station. He crossed a street and entered a narrow alley, finally coming face to face with the police station once more. At that moment, shadows flitted about in the station's courtyard. To avoid detection, Wang Hao transformed himself into a zombie and approached the police station stealthily. He found a hidden spot outside the station's courtyard wall and paused. With a mental command, his vision began to ascend slowly, settling above the three-story building, affording him a view of both the front and backyards of the station. He observed a robust man in the courtyard, tools in hand, standing before an open police car, presumably inspecting it. After a brief glance, Wang Hao's vision shifted downward, entering through the front door. Inside, a table awaited, where a middle-aged man with a stout physique lay sprawled, surrounded by several empty beer bottles and a plate of unfinished pickles. Wang Hao surmised this was the guard. He would alert others if any disturbances occurred outside. As his vision drifted further inside, he entered a disheveled room that no longer resembled an office. On the bed lay several unclothed middle-aged men, snoring loudly. Their living conditions appeared dire, with the table free of any belongings and the floor littered with consumed packaging. Wang Hao found no firearms in sight. Aside from a few iron rods and a cleaver, there were no other weapons. He continued to explore several rooms, discovering similar disarray. He was puzzled. These individuals did not resemble police officers. Rather, they seemed more like thugs. Yet, how could they have taken over the police station without any firearms? With questions swirling in his mind, Wang Hao's vision floated up the staircase to the second floor. As his gaze reached the second floor, he heard an oddly familiar sound, one he had encountered countless times in films from foreign lands. To his astonishment, there were women among them, and they seemed to be engaged in intimate activities. Life here appeared rather indulgent. Wang Hao admired the scene for a moment before redirecting his focus. He had not come here to witness such acts, but to eliminate these individuals. His gaze landed on a table within the room, where a black police-issued handgun lay, accompanied by a magazine and a few exposed bullets. Indeed, they had firearms. Although Wang Hao possessed a gun himself, the sight of the police-issued weapon left him momentarily stunned. Chapter 34. The zombie horde. Wang Hao was taken aback. These individuals, though not resembling officers of the law, possessed firearms and had seized control of the police station. Logically, the police should have utilized their weapons and the advantages of the precinct to survive, even amidst the apocalypse. Yet, the current situation was starkly evident. The officers were absent, leaving behind only these raucous thugs who indulged in debauchery. Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, these individuals were, in fact, former inmates who had been detained within the precinct. When the apocalypse erupted, a horde of zombies invaded the station, mauling numerous officers. As the situation spiraled out of control, some officers released these prisoners, seeking their assistance. Ultimately, the zombies were quelled, but the streets outside remained teeming with the undead, leaving the police powerless. They locked the precinct doors, awaiting rescue alongside their captors. However, after several days of waiting, no assistance materialized. Despair began to take root in the hearts of all. The prisoners covertly resolved to ambush the few remaining officers during the night, seizing their weapons. They imprisoned all but one female officer. Initially, these ruffians harbored no malevolent intentions. Yet, as the days passed and they witnessed the world outside transform, the darker facets of humanity were unleashed. They used the female officer as a means to vent their frustrations, threatening her that should she attempt to escape, they would execute the officers still confined. Thus, the female officer was left with no choice but to endure and survive. Naturally, Wang Hao was oblivious to all this. He only stumbled upon the unsettling fact that several middle-aged men residing on the second floor bore firearms, suggesting they were not of the same ilk as those on the first floor. Even more shocking was his discovery of several decayed police corpses in the holding cell. Wang Hao noted that these officers were handcuffed and appeared emaciated, seemingly having starved to death. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the events that transpired, he could surmise some of the details. It was clear that these thugs had used some cunning to wrest the officers' firearms and imprison them, ultimately taking over the precinct. The precise sequence of events might differ from his deductions, but the end result was undeniably the same. Tonight shall be your reckoning. Wang Hao resolved to test the power of his talent for commanding the undead. Outside the precinct, countless zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally emitting guttural growls. Their numbers fluctuated around several hundred, scattered in all directions around the police station. However, at a certain moment, they seemed to receive an unspoken command, abruptly falling silent and converging towards the precinct's entrance. No longer did they issue their characteristic growls. They became eerily quiet, with only the sound of shuffling feet breaking the stillness. They gathered like a river at the walls of the precinct, halting in unison. The zombies at the front stood motionless while those behind continued to advance, climbing over their predecessors as they were obstructed. Wang Hao continually issued commands, instructing them to form a wall akin to depictions in zombie films. While the spectacle before him could not compare to the grandeur of those cinematic portrayals, it was nonetheless profoundly striking. Soon, the leading zombies formed a slanted human ladder, allowing the hundreds behind to gradually ascend the wall. With a splat, the zombies cascaded from the wall like dumplings, heedless of their own safety. Due to the wall's height, many of the first to leap suffered broken bones, landing painfully on the ground. Yet, even with fractured limbs, they crawled toward the structures within the precinct. As more zombies lay prone at the base of the wall, those jumping down later found a safer landing, stepping on their fallen brethren and rolling to their feet. At that moment, a robust man repairing a police vehicle heard the commotion and turned his head. The next instant, his mouth fell agape, eyes wide with terror, his voice seemingly lost. He was witnessing the most horrifying scene of his life, countless zombies leaping from the wall. On the ground, dozens of limping zombies crawled within mere feet of him. It's over. The world is truly over, he murmured, realizing that, with such an onslaught of the undead invading the precinct, survival was impossible. Yet, the instinct for self-preservation compelled him to abandon his tools and seek refuge inside the vehicle. Beep, beep, beep. The car's horn blared as he pressed it incessantly, unable to shout above the din, desperately trying to alert those inside. However, the occupants of the precinct remained oblivious to his intentions. Those who should be resting continued to sleep, while others remained preoccupied with their own endeavors. The police station, fortified like a bastion, led them to believe that no zombies could breach their sanctuary. Yet, They could not fathom the existence of such a mysterious force capable of commanding the undead and orchestrating unimaginable scenarios. Crash. The police vehicle's windows shattered, and simultaneously, the precinct's doors were forced open by the relentless horde. The middle-aged man slumped over his desk, awoke to the unsettling noise, only to be met by the sight of several zombies lunging towards him. He barely had time to scream before being overwhelmed and torn apart. In an instant, blood spread across the floor, a pungent aroma wafting through the air. What was that? What is happening outside? At last, some of the thugs were roused by the chaotic shouts emanating from outside. Something is wrong. Let us go check. Some armed themselves and flung open the doors. Roar. But as they opened the doors, a foul-smelling wave of zombies surged forward. Zombies. The zombies are here. Finally, the thugs grasped the reality of their situation, erupting into screams of horror and despair. Soon, the entire precinct was in an uproar. Yet, none could ascertain the extent of the zombie invasion. Those unaware of the circumstances seized their weapons, preparing to retaliate, only to be met with a horde of zombies that vastly outnumbered them. Wang Hao had previously estimated the number of thugs to be around 50, while the zombies exceeded 700 or 800. This battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The thugs stood no chance of victory. Chapter 35. Nowhere to escape. In the police station's first floor, a multitude of zombies surged in, overwhelming the thugs who had initially intended to confront them. They were swiftly torn apart, devoured by the relentless horde. Those who had sought to close the doors in a futile attempt to shield themselves were soon met with despair. The sheer force of the zombies was beyond human strength. The wooden doors shattered under their assault. I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough yet. Why is this happening? Am I really going to die today? The thugs, witnessing the imminent destruction of their barricade, were engulfed by hopelessness. Moments later, as the door was breached, they were once again consumed by the advancing tide of undead. Within mere minutes, the entirety of the first floor was overtaken, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, the situation on the second floor was scarcely better. Although many of the doors were iron, they too succumbed to the relentless battering, the locks twisting and snapping under the pressure. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, and several zombies fell to the ground. Yet, before the onslaught could be halted, more zombies surged forth, undeterred. Why are there so many zombies? We don't have enough bullets. A corpulent thug cursed from within a room. Realizing the door had been completely breached, with no other option, he fled to the balcony. The second floor offered the slight advantage of a balcony from which one could leap, unlike the first floor, where all exits were sealed with security nets. My God. It's so high. If I jump, I'll break my legs. The man glanced down at the ground. Over 5 meters below, a wave of fear washing over him. However, with zombies breaking into the room, he had no time to ponder. Gritting his teeth, he leaped, hoping the lawn below would cushion his fall. Crack. The cruel reality struck, his legs shattered upon impact. My legs. He screamed in agony, calling for help. Yet, the thugs on the adjacent balconies remained indifferent, consumed by their own survival instincts. Duo de Tao, hurry over. I'll find a way to save you. Suddenly, a bespectacled man on another balcony shouted. Zhao Xiaoyong, who usually appeared unremarkable, revealed his true character in this dire moment. Duo de Tao gritted his teeth against the pain and crawled towards the other balcony. However, just as he neared, Zhao Xiaoyong leaped down without warning. What the hell? Duo de Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was to be used as a human cushion. With a single, desperate scream, he was crushed under Zhao Xiaoyong's weight. This fool actually served a purpose, Zhao Xiaoyong thought, suffering only minor injuries as he rose and darted towards the backyard. At that moment, several thugs leaped from their balconies, most of them sustaining broken legs, while a few managed to stand and flee. They all headed towards the police station's rear, desperate to escape through the back door. Bang! Just then, the door to the police station's backyard was violently flung open. Amid the cacophony of zombie growls, they flooded in. It's over. We're done for. The last flicker of hope for the thugs was extinguished. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession, freezing time in a moment of horror. They were all consumed by the ravenous horde. However, within a room on the second floor of the police station, an incomprehensible scene unfolded before Wang Hao. Utilizing his talent for leadership, he gained a divine perspective and observed the bizarre tableau. In the room, a corpulent thug lay atop a female police officer. The bed creaked ominously. The scene unbearable to witness. Wang Hao struggled to comprehend why this man, so desperate for survival, was engaging in such depravity. Driven by curiosity, he refrained from unleashing the full wave of zombies, instead sending only a few to rattle the door. Minutes later, the female officer spoke, her gaze piercing into the thug's soul. You're about to die? Why not escape instead of this? What do you know? With my weight, where can I run? Jumping out would kill me. The hefty man wiped the sweat from his brow, continuing, I may be facing death, but if I must die, I want to die on a woman's body. It's my final wish. If I perish like this, at least I won't have lived in vain. You revolting creature. When the zombies come, you'll meet a gruesome end. The female officer cursed. I don't care. At least you'll die with me. The man's maniacal laughter filled the room as he resumed his grotesque endeavor. Wang Hao, feeling a peculiar satisfaction at the thug's intentions, resolved to intervene. The zombies, responding to his new command, surged with renewed vigor against the door. With a thunderous crash, it burst open. The corpulent thug, witnessing the chaos, felt a surge of terror. Yet, steeling himself, he resolved to finish his act before taking his own life. However, as the zombies pounced, they did not devour him, but instead dragged him from the bed. No, I'm not finished yet. Don't stop me, he pleaded in despair, desperately drawing his handgun to fend off the zombies. But Wang Hao had anticipated this. As the zombies pulled him down, they pinned him to the ground, some biting off his arms, rendering him weaponless. No, the thug screamed, despair etched across his face as he realized he would die before fulfilling his desires. How I relish seeing your futile longing. Wang Hao reveled in the thug's despair, the thrill of controlling another's fate overwhelming him. Chapter 36. What existence do I face? Ah, my hand. My hand aches so terribly. The corpulent man lay on the ground, continually uttering cries of pain, attempting to struggle to his feet. Yet, with a dozen zombies pressing down upon him, even breathing became a laborious task, making escape utterly impossible. The female officer, witnessing the moment the zombies burst into the room, was initially engulfed by fear. However, mere seconds later, her perspective underwent a profound transformation. She realized that these zombies appeared to be rescuing her. After subduing the overweight man, none of the undead turned their aggression towards her. Such an occurrence defied logic. Yet it was undeniably real. The female officer stared, wide-eyed, at the bizarre scene unfolding before her, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Everything was too strange, too surreal. Just then, the zombies outside suddenly roared, parting to create a pathway. The officer, hearing this commotion, turned her gaze toward the door. Finally, amidst the cacophony of zombie howls, one staggeringly entered the room. This particular zombie bore no distinguishable features from its companions, yet the unfolding events unmistakably signaled its extraordinary nature. Could it be that this zombie possessed intelligence and commanded the others? Such a shocking thought emerged in the officer's mind. The zombie approached her slowly, fixing its gaze upon her. Fear gripped her heart. Its grotesque visage, with decaying flesh and writhing maggots, emanated a stench that was utterly revolting. Yet, she dared not show a hint of disgust. Faced with an unknown and formidable terror, she comprehended just how fragile her own existence was. In her eyes, this zombie undoubtedly possessed intellect and was certainly the mightiest among the horde. Are you here to kill me? She stammered, striving to suppress her fear. The zombie remained silent for a moment before slightly shaking its head. With a sigh of relief, she inquired, Then why have you come for me? The zombie pointed to the overweight man beneath the pile of undead, then gestured toward the handgun resting on the nearby table. You want me to kill him, don't you? She asked. The zombie let out a series of growls, nodding gently in affirmation. Excitement coursed through her veins as she exclaimed, Thank you. Though I cannot fathom your intentions, I am grateful for the opportunity to slay this beast myself. The zombie waved its hand, signaling her not to be so formal. Realizing the intelligence of this creature, she gradually ceased to be astonished by its behavior. Turning once again to the handgun on the table, she inhaled deeply and approached it. Please, no. You can't kill me. The corpulent man, seeing the unfolding situation, was filled with dread and turned to the peculiar zombie, pleading, Zombie father, I beg you. Do not kill me. I can serve you. You desire to feast on humans, do you not? I can be your loyal dog. I can help you find humans. Please. Grant me this chance. I promise to demonstrate true loyalty. However, the zombie paid no heed to his desperate pleas, completely ignoring him. At that moment, the female officer had already grasped the handgun, loaded it, and disengaged the safety. She stood before the overweight man, bent down, and slowly brought the barrel to his forehead. No, please, you can't kill me. I've treated you well. I've given you food and drink. You can't do this. The man, trembling and terrified, begged for mercy. Humph. The officer scoffed. You offered me food and drink not out of kindness, but to possess me. You wretched beast, today, the heavens have finally delivered your just punishment. Now, close your mouth and prepare to die. But I am human, just like you. Are you really going to kill one of your own? He questioned, wide-eyed and desperate. Enough. In my eyes, you are nothing but an animal. With that, she said no more and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet pierced the man's forehead, blood splattering across the floor. After firing, the officer stood up, slightly unsteady, and leaned against the wall. Although she had eliminated the man she despised, an unsettling emptiness enveloped her heart. Now surrounded by zombies, devoid of any living souls, she cradled her head in her hands and gradually sank to the ground. The nearby zombies emitted a soft growl. Zombie Lord, may I ask you for a favor? The officer suddenly raised her head. The zombie acknowledged her with a grunt. I wish to see my colleagues. They have been imprisoned by these villains. I want to know if they're still alive, she implored. The zombie extended its arm, pointing toward the doorway. Thank you. The officer rose, draped a nightgown over herself, and proceeded toward the exit. Outside, the zombies did not attack her. Instead, they parted to allow her passage. Though astonished, her concern for her imprisoned fellow officers propelled her forward at a swift pace. At last, she arrived at the detention room. The door stood ajar, and she entered without hesitation. Inside, she beheld her colleagues sprawled upon the floor, emaciated and lifeless. These officers had been silenced for many days, their bodies nothing but remnants of their former selves. Liars. Those deceivers. The officer recalled how she had sacrificed her dignity to protect these officers, only to be met with mockery. The villains had never intended to spare them. Her efforts had been in vain. She had made a fruitless sacrifice. How foolish I was. I was utterly naive to believe those beasts. Overwhelmed by regret, she clutched her hair, spiraling into despair. Now, she felt utterly hopeless. The villains were dead, and her former comrades were also gone. She found herself devoid of any desire to continue living. Slowly, she turned to face the zombie before her, uttering, I do not know what you truly are or whether you share our human thought process. I do not even know what I am confronting, but I harbor no hatred for you. I only beseech you for a swift end, for I can no longer endure this existence. With those words, the female officer lifted her delicate, pale neck, awaiting the arrival of death. Chapter 37. The conversing zombie. The policewoman, with her delicate neck exposed, awaited the arrival of death. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably. In truth, she did not wish to die. However, the prospect of continuing to exist in this frigid and merciless world was equally unbearable. Ultimately, she felt compelled to choose death to bring an end to her suffering. Yet, after a prolonged wait, she realized that the zombie before her remained motionless. Do you not wish to kill me? The policewoman opened her eyes, her confusion palpable. The zombie parted its lips, seemingly attempting to articulate words, but only a deep, guttural growl emerged. After several attempts, however, it finally managed to produce a weighty utterance, stating, I will not kill you. The policewoman was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this creature, brimming with intelligence, could speak. Although its pronunciation was muddled, she discerned its message. I will not kill you, the zombie reiterated. Then turned and gestured towards the door, continuing, Death is easy, but living is difficult. If you are filled with despair regarding this world, then wait in futility. In 5 minutes, all the zombies will attack you. Life or death, the choice is yours. What do you mean? Have I not already chosen? I wish to die. The policewoman exclaimed, a hint of panic crossing her face. Yet, the zombie fell silent and proceeded towards the door, as the sound of its footsteps echoed toward the exit. The policewoman's heart was in turmoil. She yearned for a swift death, not a torturous demise at the hands of a zombie. In that moment, she recalled the zombie's words. If you are filled with despair regarding this world, then wait in futility. Despair. Am I truly despondent about this world? My parents, my loved ones, are they even alive? Must I truly embrace death? Finally, as the zombie departed completely, the previously quiet horde outside erupted into chaos, unleashing terrifying roars. Accompanied by the cacophony of growls, the sounds of frantic footsteps reached her ears. The policewoman realized that zombies were approaching. Already, initially intent on dying, she now felt a renewed desire to survive in the face of impending horror. She did not wish to perish, she longed for life. Yet, if the world outside was overrun by zombies, living in constant fear of death was exhausting. Thus, she grappled with a dilemma, to die now or endure a life fraught with daily threats. However, time was no longer on her side. Life and death hung in a delicate balance. Several zombies were nearing the door of the holding cell. No. As the zombies approached, a sudden surge of determination coursed through her. She dashed forward, forcefully shutting the door. A violent barrage of impacts resonated against the door. The policewoman gasped, exerting all her strength to keep the zombies at bay. Though she had yet to make a choice, her instinct for survival rebelled against the notion of surrendering to death. In that moment, she recognized that when truly confronted with demise, her innermost desire was to live. I want to live. I truly want to live. I do not want to die. I cannot squander my life like this. Leaning against the door, her emotions surged, and tears streamed down her face. Yet, she clung fiercely to the door. Humans, after all, fear death. Wang Hao had entered the police station and stood outside the holding cell, observing the 3 zombies relentlessly battering the door. He recognized the policewoman's fervent desire to survive, as the door trembled but held firm against the assault. Wang Hao sensed that this policewoman did not genuinely wish for death. Rather, she yearned for life more than many others. Thus, he was compelled to test her resolve, whether she was truly prepared to face death without concern for how it might come. If one truly desired death, they would not quibble over the manner of their demise. Even leaping into a fire would elicit no hesitation. Clearly, this policewoman was not one who genuinely wished to die. Very well, allow me to assist you this once. Whether you survive thereafter is entirely up to you. Wang Hao brandished his tang saber and approached. With a swift motion, he struck one of the zombies in the neck. The creature let out a howl as blood gushed forth, and it gradually collapsed to the ground. Before long, he effortlessly dispatched the remaining zombies. Is anyone inside? Wang Hao feigned ignorance, inquiring with a casual tone. The policewoman's face reflected surprise upon hearing the voice outside. Despite the constant battering of the door by the zombies, she had harbored no hope of survival. Yet, she was astounded that someone had appeared and seemed to have vanquished the zombies. It felt surreal. If no one is inside, I shall take my leave, Wang Hao declared, turning as if to exit. Then, unexpectedly, the door swung open. A beautiful woman clad in a gray-white nightgown, her delicate neck exposed, stood before him. It was the policewoman. How did you know I was here? She whispered, her gaze fixed on Wang Hao. Upon noticing his youthful appearance, her initial wariness eased, though curiosity lingered. I merely passed by and heard commotion within the police station, so I came to investigate. I never expected to find someone here, Wang Hao replied, maintaining his facade of ignorance. Ah, I see. Thank you so much. The policewoman's doubts dissipated entirely. What is there to thank? In this apocalyptic world, the living are few. We must support one another. I saved you this time. Perhaps you will save me next time, Wang Hao said lightly, a disarming smile on his face. Though this policewoman had already been compromised, her beauty was undeniable, and given the scarcity of female officers, he felt compelled not to let this opportunity slip away. After all, he had an ample supply of protection, so he was not overly concerned about the consequences. Chapter 38. The request of the policewoman. You are truly a good person, the policewoman remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Wang Hao's presence provided her with a rare warmth in this desolate world, reinforcing her belief that many good souls still existed. She was convinced that the perpetrators of heinous acts were inherently malevolent, having indulged their depravity since the onset of the apocalypse. Ordinary individuals, she believed, would never resort to such barbarity. Wang Hao's appearance only solidified her conviction. Haha, I've received a good person card, Wang Hao chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. What is so funny? The policewoman inquired, puzzled. You are the first to commend me in such a manner. It brings me joy, Wang Hao replied. I see, she nodded. Then gestured towards the door, asking, how did you manage to enter with so many zombies outside? Zombies? Wang Hao frowned. There aren't nearly as many as you might think. Not many. How is that possible? The policewoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would I deceive you? Typically, there are quite a few zombies, but tonight, this area seems relatively clear, which is why I dared to venture out. Otherwise, even if I possessed the bravest heart, I wouldn't risk it, Wang Hao explained. Is that truly the case? How peculiar. I had seen numerous zombies earlier, she expressed her confusion, beginning to wonder if the mysterious zombie had led the others away from this vicinity. But why would it do such a thing? Was it seeking a path to survival? It seemed absurd, yet the reality left her bewildered. Could it be? If you saw so many zombies, why haven't I seen them? Wang Hao feigned disbelief. I speak the truth. The zombies invaded the police station and eliminated all the thugs who had taken refuge there, the policewoman asserted seriously. Is that so? Then why didn't they kill you? Wang Hao asked, pretending to be skeptical. Haha, what you say is utterly unbelievable. I have encountered many zombies. Yet I have never seen one with intelligence. I suspect you may have been overly stressed these days, leading to hallucinations. Wang Hao laughed. I knew you wouldn't believe me. If someone else had told me, I wouldn't have believed it either. It is too incredible, the policewoman sighed. realizing that Wang Hao was unlikely to accept her story, and thus she fell silent. Regardless of the truth, those matters are no longer your concern. You ought to focus on how to survive, Wang Hao advised. In truth, the intelligent zombie she spoke of was a creation of his own, formed through his unique transformation. He had cleverly dealt with the zombies he commanded and gained considerable experience in the process. Preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to feign disbelief. You are right. Those matters do not concern me any longer, she nodded. Then, she looked at Wang Hao and asked, what are your plans now? I ventured out in search of food. And now that I have found some, I intend to find a place to rest, Wang Hao replied. Oh, where were you staying before? The policewoman inquired. Having nowhere else to go and hoping to discover if Wang Hao had a group she could join. I do not have a fixed residence since the outbreak. I have been moving from place to place, Wang Hao explained. Are you suggesting that you live alone? The policewoman felt a twinge of disappointment. Yes, after the apocalypse began. All the students at my school perished. I am the sole survivor. I have relied solely on my own strength to endure these past days, he said. Upon hearing this, the policewoman's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Wang Hao and then at the three zombies lying on the ground, astonished. You truly are remarkable. I could never have survived alone. How did you manage it? Honestly, it's not as daunting as it appears. While these zombies seem terrifying, once you understand their habits and weaknesses, there are many ways to deal with them. The issue is that most people lack this knowledge, Wang Hao casually remarked. Listening to his nonchalant explanation, the policewoman couldn't help but feel that Wang Hao was even more impressive than she initially thought. Consequently, she pondered whether she could join him and slowly search for her family. By the way, since this is a police station, there must be firearms, right? Wang Hao inquired, then elaborated, given the apocalypse, could you procure a few guns for me? After all, venturing out in search of food is perilous, and encountering too many zombies could easily lead to bites. Handguns? Those are illegal for ordinary citizens to carry, the policewoman replied. Wang Hao felt somewhat exasperated. However, the policewoman continued, but now that we are in the midst of an apocalypse, previous laws no longer apply. I only ask that you grant me one request. What request? Speak freely, Wang Hao replied, intrigued. I wish for you to take me with you as you leave this place. Is that possible? The policewoman asked earnestly. Haha. Such a trivial matter is certainly no problem. Wang Hao laughed, inwardly delighted. He had been contemplating how to join her, and now she was requesting it of him, aligning perfectly with his desires. Then it's settled. You mustn't abandon me, the policewoman said earnestly. I assure you, if I say it's no problem, then it is indeed no problem, Wang Hao affirmed. Then follow me upstairs, the policewoman said, turning towards the door. Wang Hao promptly followed, recognizing that while he could search for firearms alone, having the policewoman's assistance would make the task significantly easier. Moreover, the police station housed more than just handguns. It contained bulletproof vests, handcuffs, stun guns, high-powered flashlights, and radio communication devices. Searching for these items alone would not only be time-consuming but also labor-intensive. Hence, the policewoman's presence was invaluable. Chapter 39. Discoveries within the police station. Wang Hao followed the female officer to the third floor, entering a room filled with files. The thugs had assumed this was merely a storage area for criminal records, hence they had not searched it thoroughly. The female officer spoke as she walked into the room and approached a row of filing cabinets. She pushed one of them aside, revealing a hidden door on the wall behind it. Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of a secret compartment. The female officer pulled out a wooden box and opened it. Inside were several police-issued bulletproof vests, multifunctional utility belts, powerful flashlights, radio communicators, and handcuffs. Is this where the police keep their supplies? Wang Hao inquired, puzzled. Isn't it inconvenient for regular use? Not at all, the officer replied, shaking her head gently. The items stored here are for emergencies. The handguns and bulletproof vests in the warehouse have all been taken by those thugs. Now that they've exhausted their ammunition, those handguns are of no use. Although we only have 3 guns here, there are 100 spare bullets, which should suffice. The radio communicators and spare batteries are new. Perhaps we can contact others. She picked up a black radio communicator and shook it. This device resembled a security walkie-talkie but had a greater power output and a longer signal range. Wang Hao felt indifferent towards it. He had no desire to contact anyone else. However, the prospect of using it to reach Li Mingyao intrigued him. He noted that, as these were backup items, their quantity was limited. There were only 3 of each. I'll take one, leave one for Li Mingyao, and we'll still have one left over. That should be adequate. Wang Hao contemplated, excluding the female officer from his plans. Her role was merely to assist him in locating these police supplies and to fulfill his previous fantasies about female officers. In truth, had he encountered a female officer who had remained untouched by men, he would have disregarded this one entirely. Some scenarios do not unfold as perfectly as one might hope. Perhaps if he missed this opportunity, he would encounter other female officers in the future. Therefore, he resolved not to squander this rare chance. After all, it was not as if he intended to father a child with her, so there was no need for excessive caution. Wang Hao grasped a 9mm revolver, feeling its weight. Distinctly different from the firearms he had previously seized from wealthy individuals. This was a genuine police handgun, and the imitation versions paled in comparison. He compared the feel of both types in his mind before handing the revolver to the female officer. "Please demonstrate. I haven't used this type of gun before," Wang Hao requested. "All right, watch closely," she replied as she took the revolver and swiftly loaded a bullet into it. After observing her method, Wang Hao proceeded to load another revolver himself. Then, he aimed the weapon at the window and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the window shattered. The female officer jumped, her face displaying a hint of panic as she asked, "Why did you shoot? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies?" "I couldn't help it. I've never used a gun before," Wang Hao chuckled, feeling elated. The police handgun felt superb in his hands and exhibited remarkable accuracy, allowing even a novice like him to easily hit his target. "All right, take whatever you need. I'll change into some clothes and we should leave quickly." "It would be unfortunate if zombies appeared," the officer remarked, taking a handgun and loading it before stepping out of the room. In this apocalyptic world, being unarmed could lead to dire consequences. As Wang Hao watched her leave, he thought, "If zombies come, I won't be afraid." Though he held this conviction, he quickly set to work. He stuffed all 3 radio communicators into his backpack, realizing that leaving them behind could be detrimental if others used them to contact their companions. Then, he donned a bulletproof vest and the multifunctional utility belt, which could hold the radio communicator, handcuffs, and handgun, showcasing its versatility. Wang Hao opted to wear one vest, leaving the other 2 behind, as he could not carry everything at once. He decided to arm himself adequately for the time being, intending to return for the rest later. In no time, he finished organizing his belongings, closed the wooden box, and concealed it once more. In the hallway, he spotted the female officer, now in her uniform, and noted how her demeanor transformed dramatically in the police attire. Clad in the authoritative uniform and black boots, her fair skin accentuated her striking appearance. She looked even more formidable and beautiful. Looks like saving her was not in vain, Wang Hao thought, a surge of excitement coursing through him, though he struggled to suppress it. The moment was not right. Besides, if things escalated, the officer had a firearm, and he might not be able to overpower her. "Are you ready?" the female officer asked softly as Wang Hao approached her. "Let us go," he nodded, leading the way down the stairs. The officer drew her handgun and followed closely behind. She had yet to venture outside alone since the outbreak. Upon reaching the ground floor, Wang Hao halted, instructing, "Keep quiet. Let me listen for any sounds." She nodded slightly, her breathing slowing in response. Although Wang Hao was younger, she regarded him as a seasoned survivor in this apocalypse. Trusting his judgment implicitly, "All right, we can move now," he signaled after a moment. He had utilized his innate ability to survey the surroundings, discovering only a handful of zombies wandering the streets. The likelihood of these zombies harming the female officer in his presence was virtually non-existent. Wang Hao opened the police station's front door and stepped outside first. However, the female officer suddenly halted, her face paling. She pointed at a zombie slowly approaching on the street, her eyes wide with fear. "A zombie is coming," she exclaimed. Wang Hao sighed, drawing his Tang Dao. "Stay calm. It's best not to fire unless absolutely necessary. I can handle this number of zombies with my blade, but there's another one over there." She pointed to a second zombie, approximately 50 meters away, also advancing towards them. Chapter 40. The Thespian Within. Could you please refrain from speaking? We are in the apocalypse, and surely there must be a zombie lurking outside. Moreover, that zombie is quite a distance away. What are you afraid of? Wang Hao declared, grasping the female officer's wrist and pulling her forward. The officer instinctively wanted to retreat, yet ultimately allowed Wang Hao to guide her out of the police station. At this moment, her only choice was to trust Wang Hao, as any alternative would likely lead to death. It was better to follow him in hopes of survival. Suddenly, a zombie howled, its mouth agape and exuding a foul stench, approaching within 5 meters of them. The officer's heart raced to its utmost limit, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. However, Wang Hao remained unfazed, not even lifting the knife in his hand. Could he truly be so confident? Would they be devoured by a zombie right after leaving the station? Doubts crept into her mind despite her prior knowledge of Wang Hao's prowess in dispatching zombies, as she had never witnessed it firsthand. The zombie's cries grew louder as it came face to face with Wang Hao. At that moment, the officer's heart felt as though it would leap from her throat, and she could no longer resist raising her firearm. Yet, just then, Wang Hao raised his tang knife and struck decisively. In an unexpected motion, Wang Hao's blade sliced through the zombie's neck. Although it did not completely sever the head, it rendered it unsustainable, causing it to droop helplessly. The zombie, now devoid of control, collapsed to the ground, flailing its arms in a futile struggle. While its movements were largely independent of the brain, it did not mean it was incapable of inflicting harm. With its neck partially severed, the zombie's body lost balance and could no longer rise. The officer, witnessing the fallen creature, was left in utter astonishment at Wang Hao's bravery. She was completely convinced of his capabilities. How could one remain so composed in the face of a zombie and execute a perfect strike at the most critical moment? It was nothing short of formidable. "Let us proceed," Wang Hao said softly to the dazed officer. "Indeed," she replied, her admiration for him growing. To her, Wang Hao seemed fearless, displaying no sign of anxiety as zombies lunged at them. Each strike was executed with remarkable precision, far more calm than any hero portrayed in martial arts dramas. At last, Wang Hao led the officer to a hotel named 007. "Let us rest here for the night," he suggested. "Yes, this will suffice, but we must remain vigilant for any approaching zombies," the officer replied anxiously. Wang Hao glanced at the few zombies meandering in the distance before turning toward the hotel entrance. Inside, after dispatching 2 former receptionists-turned-zombies, he ascended the staircase. During the outbreak, the hotel had likely housed numerous guests, as the growls of zombies echoed from the second floor. However, as they climbed higher, the number of occupied rooms diminished, and the growls became increasingly scarce. By the time they reached the 6th floor, silence enveloped them. They chose a room near the end of the corridor, stepping into what turned out to be a lavish presidential suite. The spacious area boasted a television, a computer, fitness equipment, and a large dining table suitable for many. Most notably, there was an enormous round bed, perfect for lounging and rolling about. Wang Hao surmised that such opulent beds were likely reserved by affluent patrons for more indulgent purposes. As he surveyed the suite, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the officer regarded him with a slightly uncomfortable expression and inquired, "Now, may I ask you to release my hand?" Wang Hao paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing he was still holding her soft hand. However, he did not immediately let go. "Why haven't you released it yet?" the officer questioned, her unease growing. Feigning nervousness, Wang Hao responded, "Your hand feels so soft. I've never touched a woman's hand before." "What do you mean by that?" she retorted. "If you don't mind, could I hold it a little longer?" Wang Hao asked. "What do you mean by that?" "I am not an easy woman," she frowned, feeling a surge of indignation after her experiences with the assailants. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Hao mused, "You've been subjected to so much already. How can you refuse to let me hold your hand? Is it because you find me unattractive?" Despite his internal thoughts, he said, "I understand you are not a woman of loose morals. However, given the current apocalypse, I do not know if I will survive until tomorrow. I fear this may be my only opportunity to connect with a woman in my lifetime." As he spoke, Wang Hao tightened his grip on her wrist. "Please, be gentle. That hurts. If you have something to say, just speak slowly. I am not unreasonable." The officer felt her heart flutter at his firm grip, awakening feelings she thought had long been extinguished. Having only been in the police force for 2 years and never having had a boyfriend, she had harbored various dreams for the future. Yet, after the outbreak, she had been treated as an object by the assailants. In those dark days, her spirit had been shattered, leaving her with little fondness for men. Yet now, Wang Hao's words stirred something within her, awakening a flicker of hope she believed was lost. But could it be right for a younger man to hold her hand so directly? She was aware that men her age often harbored fantasies. What would she do if Wang Hao suddenly desired more, having been subjected to so much? Was it fair for her to entertain such thoughts with someone who might represent her first experience of tenderness? Chapter 41. Leaving at dawn. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Wang Hao asked the female officer, taken aback, assuming she looked down on him. Not at all. She shook her head. Then what is it? Is it because I'm not handsome? He probed. That's not it either, she replied again, then turned away and walked into the room. She approached the bedside, sat down, and after a moment of hesitation, softly said, "You and I are different. I am no longer a good woman. What do you mean? Wang Hao inquired. I have been violated by those thugs in the police station, and how could your first time be with someone like me? The female officer trembled as she spoke. If you had given me a different reason to reject me, perhaps I would have let it go. But since you've said this, I must choose you. Wang Hao declared, setting down his backpack and sitting beside her, firmly grasping her hand. How can you be like this? I've told you I've been ruined. Why can't you understand? She asked, bewildered. I care not for that. As long as you can accept me, that is enough. At least I know you are a good woman, and to share my first time with someone like you would be a luxury. Therefore, I cannot let you go. Wang Hao replied, reaching out to touch her shoulder. Wait, let me think for a moment, the female officer said, trembling as she stood up. What is the matter? I don't despise you, and you don't dislike me. Isn't that sufficient? Wang Hao urged, feeling anxious. No, I'm indifferent now. I just don't want you to act impulsively and do something you might regret. It is your first time, after all, she cautioned. I will not regret it. I believe that everything we do today will become one of my most cherished memories, Wang Hao asserted. You are quite young yet speak with such conviction. The female officer said, amused by his words. After a moment of contemplation, she added, I'll go take a shower. Please wait for me here. All right, go ahead. Wang Hao responded, relieved that she had agreed. Once she entered the bathroom, he took out a cigarette and lit it, enjoying the moment. Though the room was dimly lit, he could see everything clearly. On the table beside the bed lay a plate of playing cards and a box marked with English letters. Wang Hao instantly recognized it as a brand of condoms. Ah, the luxury of a high-end hotel is indeed remarkable. They even provide these. It seems I can save what's in my backpack, Wang Hao thought, walking over to open the box and retrieve one. Despite his fantasies about the female officer, he understood the importance of safety, especially given her traumatic experiences. After a while, the female officer emerged from the bathroom clad in a white bathrobe. Wang Hao, captivated by her glowing figure in the night, felt a rush of excitement. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as her cheeks flushed. You are truly beautiful, like a celestial being, he exclaimed, stepping closer and reaching for her robe, attempting to pull it off. Stop, she protested, pushing his hand away. What's wrong? He queried, puzzled. This is too awkward. Let me handle it myself, she said, moving to the bedside, pulling back the covers, and slipping beneath them before discarding her towel. Wang Hao, now separated from her by merely a thin layer of bedding, felt his breath quickening. Without a second thought, he pulled back the covers and joined her. An hour later, the female officer, feeling utterly exhausted and panting softly, looked at Wang Hao and asked, Is it really your first time? Why is it different from what I imagined? Yes, it is truly my first time, Wang Hao confirmed earnestly. Then you are remarkable. I thought a man's first time would be brief, she remarked, somewhat surprised. Just moments ago, Wang Hao had shown her the true joy of intimacy, treating her with gentleness unlike those thugs. Perhaps it's because I haven't done this in a long while. Which is why I didn't want it to end so quickly, he chuckled, appearing honest and sincere. You were quite something, able to endure so long. The female officer sighed, pausing before adding, Well, I certainly won't engage like this with you again. But tonight, you can do as you wish. Thank you. I will cherish this fleeting moment and ensure I have no regrets, Wang Hao replied, jumping off the bed to retrieve her police uniform. Can you wear the police uniform? I'd like to see you in it, he said. You are truly a strange person, the female officer remarked, having already surrendered to him. She felt indifferent about her attire now. Before long, she donned the police uniform, instantly exuding an air of authority. Wang Hao admired her for a moment before pushing her to sit at the edge of the bed and leaning in again. Hey, why are you coming back so soon? She exclaimed, wide-eyed, only to have her words muffled by his lips. That night, Wang Hao made love to her 5 times before finally resting. As dawn approached, he rose, packed his bag, and dressed, casting a quiet glance at the still sleeping female officer before departing. She was a kind-hearted individual, yet he could not offer her more assistance. On the table, he left ample food, and he did not take her firearm. Though he did not consider himself a good man, he was not devoid of a moral compass. Thus, he provided her with sustenance and a means of protection. Perhaps some might deem his actions excessive, yet he saw it differently. At least he had rescued the female officer from the clutches of her tormentors, freeing her from their relentless harassment and restoring her autonomy. While he had achieved his own desires, he did not feel indebted to her. They were strangers, after all. He was under no obligation to keep promises or protect her indefinitely. Chapter 42. A new environment within the community, countless zombies wandered aimlessly. Wang Hao brandished his tang knife and charged into the horde. With a resounding thud, he plunged into the midst of the undead, his blade swinging furiously. One by one, the zombies fell, their heads severed and bodies collapsing to the ground. After a brief but intense flurry of activity, fatigue overwhelmed him. Seeking refuge, he entered a convenience store within the neighborhood, where he indulged in food and beverages, replenishing his strength. Having satisfied his hunger, he once again gripped his knife and rushed back toward the zombies. Despite the slow pace of his slaughter, Wang Hao's intentions transcended mere level enhancement. He yearned to fortify his physique. Regardless of how many zombies he vanquished, his body remained unchanged. Only through relentless training could he cultivate a stronger form. After an hour of relentless combat, he would pause to eat and rest until his stamina was nearly restored, only to recommence his assault on the undead. It was not until nearly noon that he sheathed his knife and departed the community, having dispatched over 1,000 zombies, a commendable feat indeed. The scooter raced swiftly, and in less than 5 minutes, Wang Hao found himself at the school gates. Outside, the scattered zombies had diminished significantly. Upon returning to the female dormitory, Li Mingyao noticed the blood on Wang Hao's clothes, and anxiety gripped her heart. "You have so much blood on you. What happened?" she exclaimed. "Huh, it's nothing. This is merely the blood of the zombies," Wang Hao replied with a smile. "You scared me. I thought you had been bitten by a zombie," Li Mingyao worriedly responded. Wang Hao felt a warmth in his heart at her concern and reassured her, "Gather your things. I will take you away from here. Can we leave now?" "There are so many zombies outside," she replied, fear evident in her voice. "Rest assured, with me here, I will never allow you to be bitten by a zombie," he confidently declared. "All right, I will pack quickly," she agreed, and began to gather her belongings. With little to take, she finished in under 20 minutes. "Stay close behind me. And whatever happens, remember not to scream," Wang Hao instructed. "I understand," Li Mingyao nodded. Taking her delicate hand, Wang Hao opened the door and stepped outside. Descending the stairs, they spotted several zombies at the entrance, seemingly drawn by their presence. Li Mingyao's face paled in fear, and she hesitated to move forward. "Do not be afraid, trust me," Wang Hao encouraged, meeting her gaze. With a silent confirmation, she followed him as they advanced. As 2 zombies approached, Wang Hao swiftly drew his tang knife and struck. With 2 swift sounds, he severed their necks, causing them to lose balance and topple to the ground. The fallen zombies writhed and emitted low growls, leaving Li Mingyao in awe of Wang Hao's prowess. Had she not ventured beyond the safety of the dormitory, she would have remained oblivious to the terrifying nature of the undead and the magnitude of Wang Hao's strength. The once fearsome zombies now seemed as fragile as wheat before a harvest. In that moment, Li Mingyao realized the fortune of being with Wang Hao and felt an even greater desire to remain by his side. "Stop staring, hurry, and get on the bike," Wang Hao urged as he mounted the scooter, beckoning her with a low voice. "Oh," she responded, but at that moment, 2 zombies charged from behind, their claws outstretched, perilously close to her shoulder. With a roar, Wang Hao revved the engine, accelerating forward and leaving the zombies far behind. Along the way, they encountered more wandering zombies. Yet the scooter's speed kept them at bay. Finally, after more than half an hour, Wang Hao arrived at a hillside near a villa district. "What a beautiful villa," Li Mingyao remarked, her spirits lifting as she noticed the absence of zombies in the area. "Once you enter the villa, you will discover even more beauty inside," Wang Hao replied with a smile. He soon parked the scooter at the villa's entrance, opened the door, and wheeled it inside. "Come, let me show you our new home," he said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and taking her hand as they approached the villa's door. This villa boasted its own generator, with all the amenities powered on. Upon entering, Wang Hao flicked on the ceiling lights, illuminating the space with brilliance. "Wow," Li Mingyao gasped, her mouth forming an O shape, her eyes wide with wonder. She had never encountered such opulence in her life. The interior was adorned with shimmering gold decorations, epitomizing luxury. Overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of living in such a magnificent villa, she began to explore with unabashed delight. The grand aquarium, priceless paintings, and elegant decor all stood out in striking contrast to her previous surroundings. "Take a good look. This is our future home," Wang Hao encouraged, lighting a cigarette as he followed the exuberant Li Mingyao. Unfazed by fatigue, she explored both the first and second floors, her astonishment echoing through the air. Wang Hao patiently awaited her, equally captivated by the villa's splendor. At last, after touring the 3rd floor, Li Mingyao returned to him, exclaiming, "Husband, you are amazing. I never imagined you would find such a luxurious villa. I am truly astonished." "Haha, of course your husband is remarkable. Now that we have such a grand villa, your spirits should improve significantly," Wang Hao replied with a grin. Indeed, Li Mengyao nodded. Living in such a cramped dormitory was becoming unbearable. I would have been on the brink of collapse if not for you. However, just as she finished speaking, she suddenly gasped, stepping back. Oh no. I forgot you have blood on you. Your clothes are all dirty. We need to wash them. Wash what clothes? If they are dirty, we can simply discard them. There are plenty of clothes here. Come, let us take a shower first. Later, I will help you find something to wear, Wang Hao said, taking her hand as they headed toward the bathing area. Chapter 43. The mysterious helicopter. Wang Hao, you are truly a rascal, becoming increasingly mischievous. Li Mengyao exclaimed in the bathroom, unable to contain her reproach. Haha, what can I say? It's your beauty that entices me, Wang Hao replied playfully. An hour later, they emerged clad in bathrobes. Wang Hao, didn't you say there were beautiful clothes somewhere? Hurry, I want to see. Li Mengyao inquired with curiosity. Call me hubby once more. Wang Hao teased. All right, darling, take me there, Li Mengyao said, tugging at Wang Hao's arm, her voice softening as she spoke. Wang Hao felt a surge of joy. The school beauty's playful demeanor was simply delightful. Were it not for their close relationship, he might have found it hard to resist her adorable antics. Okay, my dear, I shall take you to see the beautiful clothes, he said with a smile, leading her to a pink door. What is going on? Don't you have the key? Li Mengyao asked. Wang Hao shook his head, replying, just push the door and see for yourself. What is so mysterious about it? Li Mengyao said, pouting, before reaching for the doorknob and gently twisting it open. Creak. As the door swung open, a dazzling array of designer clothes hanging in midair came into view. My goodness, so many clothes. This one looks like it's from Anima. And this fur coat is from an internationally renowned brand. With all these beautiful clothes, I could never wear them all in a lifetime. Li Mengyao marveled at the sight, feeling a wave of happiness wash over her. She had never dared to dream she would have the chance to wear such exquisite designer garments, all thanks to Wang Hao. My dear, all these clothes belong to you now. Wear whatever you desire. If they get dirty, just toss them aside, Wang Hao declared. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Li Mengyao asked earnestly, gazing at him. Why worry? It's the apocalypse. Is there really a fear of running out of clothes? Wang Hao questioned. Well, that's true. With this many clothes, even wearing one a day, I could last for months, Li Mengyao conceded, realizing the wisdom in Wang Hao's words. Thus, don't overthink it. Wang Hao urged. No, Li Mengyao shook her head, insisting, I must consider things. It's already dangerous for you to search for food outside. I cannot allow you to look for clothes as well. Even if I cannot assist you, I cannot add to your burdens. Oh, you're starting to think of me now, Wang Hao remarked, surprised. Of course, you're my husband now, Li Mengyao replied, wrapping her arms around his. Enough chatter. Go try on some clothes. I want to see which outfit looks best on you, Wang Hao said, gently pushing her into the room. No. It would be inappropriate for you to watch me change. Wait until I'm dressed, Li Mengyao blushed, a hint of shyness crossing her face. This was her routine. Once she donned the clothes, she would soon feel embarrassed to reveal herself to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was accustomed to her behavior and said nothing further. Smiling as he exited the room, he intended to check the pantry for any remaining supplies. After examining several rooms on the third floor, he discovered little food left. He ventured into the basement, where only some fine wines remained. It seemed he would have to venture out again tomorrow in search of sustenance. As he left the basement, he pondered his situation. The thought of not being able to drive, only knowing how to ride a motorcycle, gave him a headache. He decided to ask Li Mengyao if she could drive. If she could, perhaps she would teach him. However, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a series of thunderous sounds echoed from the sky. What is that noise? An airplane? Wang Hao hurried to the villa's entrance, stepping into the courtyard and gazing upward. A helicopter was flying overhead, gradually making its way towards the southern part of the city. Due to the altitude, Wang Hao could not discern the markings on the aircraft, nor could he determine if it was military. Soon, the helicopter dwindled into the distance, leaving him with a sense of unease. In this apocalypse, the appearance of a helicopter raised questions. Who were the pilots? If it were a military helicopter, did that imply the government still existed? Or perhaps the outside world had not succumbed to chaos, and this was a rescue operation. If it were a private helicopter belonging to the wealthy, he harbored no concern. Yet, if it were military, it could mean that the state was still intact and might eventually eradicate the zombies, restoring the world to its former glory. Wang Hao's thoughts became tumultuous. The outbreak of the apocalypse was indeed a dismal affair. He had initially perceived it as such. Once a mere impoverished individual, devoid of attention from women, he could have anticipated a life of mediocrity. Yet now, this apocalypse had transformed the impossible into the possible, bringing the unattainable school beauty into his life. Perhaps in the future, he might acquire even more, attracting unreachable celebrities, wealthy heiresses, flight attendants, and socialites. However, if the government possessed the capability to quell the zombie uprising, all he had hoped for could vanish without a trace. I cannot remain passive, he resolved. While he would not engage in treachery against the state, he could not afford to linger idly until the government restored order. Wang Hao determined to hasten his pace, expanding his search and understanding of the surroundings. He would no longer squander time on superficial pursuits. In this apocalypse, time was of the essence, and he needed to elevate his ambitions to seize opportunities before they slipped away. Hubby, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Li Mingyao twirled in front of him, her excitement palpable. Absolutely stunning. That outfit fits you perfectly, Wang Hao praised, then inquired, by the way, my love, may I ask if you can drive? Chapter 44. The liquor, why do you ask this? Li Mingyao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I wish to learn how to drive, Wang Hao replied. Each time I venture out, I can only rely on an electric scooter or a motorcycle, which limits what I can carry and exposes me to numerous dangers. Therefore, it is imperative that I master driving. Oh, I see. Li Mingyao nodded, then continued. But I only obtained my driver's license long ago and haven't driven since. That's of no consequence. If you can just instruct me on how to start the car and how to stop it, that will suffice, Wang Hao assured her. Very well, Li Mingyao consented. Wang Hao eagerly took her hand and led her downstairs, requesting that she introduce him to the various parts and functions of the vehicle. Although it had been quite a while since Li Mingyao had last driven, she had not forgotten the basic operations. Given the apocalyptic context, Wang Hao felt less apprehensive about potential damages to the car. After a few attempts, he was able to drive at a slow pace. You learn quickly. It took me 3 months to master driving, Li Mingyao exclaimed, astonished. Is that so? It seems rather simple to me. Why did it take you so long? Wang Hao questioned, perplexed. Ah, that indeed sounds troublesome. Wang Hao, having never taken the driving test, could not fully grasp Li Mingyao's sentiments, and presently, he had no time to delve into such matters. What is on your mind? Upon returning to the room, Li Mingyao asked, somewhat puzzled. I am heading out and am a bit concerned for your safety. I thought it prudent for us each to have a walkie-talkie, so you can reach me if anything arises. Wang Hao opened his backpack, retrieving 2 walkie-talkies and began to test them. Crisp static filled the air, accompanied by intermittent sharp sounds. Hello, can anyone hear me? Hello, can anyone hear me? Suddenly, a feeble voice emerged from the walkie-talkie. Who is that? Li Mingyao asked, her curiosity piqued. I don't know. It must be someone else caught in this predicament, Wang Hao replied, initially intending to disconnect. Curiosity about the man's identity compelled him to press a green button, connecting the walkie-talkie. Hello, I can hear you. Where are you? Do you require assistance? Ah, there is indeed someone. The voice on the other end became animated, and after a brief pause, continued. We are surrounded by zombies and have taken refuge in a textile factory. We've been hiding for half a month, and our food supplies are nearly depleted. Therefore, we seek aid. Oh, which textile factory are you at? How many of you are there? Wang Hao inquired. The one on Xuanwu Road. We currently have 15 people. The voice responded. Understood. Stay put. I will bring you supplies shortly, Wang Hao assured them. Wonderful, thank you. By the way, may I ask who you are? The voice queried. Why does that matter? What I do is of no significance, Wang Hao replied before terminating the call and continuing his adjustments. He tuned the 2 walkie-talkies to a static-free channel, confirmed that communication was clear, and handed one to Li Mingyao. Here you go. Remember, press this button to speak and that one to hang up, Wang Hao instructed, pointing out the buttons on the device. The walkie-talkie was not overly complex, featuring only a few buttons. Li Mingyao quickly memorized the functions and practiced conversing with Wang Hao several times. Now, I must take my leave. Should anything arise, send me a message, Wang Hao stated. I understand. Please be safe, Li Mingyao replied. Rest assured, I will be fine. After descending the stairs, Wang Hao cleared away the zombies near the main entrance before driving off. Li Mingyao promptly secured the door and returned to the villa. Although the number of zombies outside was limited, even the sight of one sent her trembling with fear, as it was Wang Hao's first time driving. He maintained a slow speed, taking several minutes to navigate down the mountain. However, with scarcely any other vehicles on the road, he gradually increased his pace. Upon entering the city, his speed diminished once more, as the streets were choked with vehicles parked haphazardly, making swift passage difficult. Before long, Wang Hao arrived at Xuanwu Road and began to search for the designated factory. Finally, after a few minutes, he halted the car. Black Flower Brewery. I have never heard of it, he mused as he exited the vehicle. At that moment, dozens of zombies surrounded the factory's entrance, pounding on the heavy iron door. The door reverberated ominously under their assault, seemingly on the verge of being breached. Yet, Wang Hao knew this was merely an illusion. Such a robust door would not yield easily. Moreover, it was secured with a stout iron chain, making any forced entry even more arduous. It appeared that there were indeed people residing within. Wang Hao peered through the gaps in the door, observing the courtyard of the factory. Though no people were visible, he noted clothing hanging on barbed wire, garments belonging to both men and women, a considerable number of them. From this, he deduced that the individuals on the walkie-talkie were not lying. There might genuinely be 15 people inside. Just then, a chilling sensation crept down Wang Hao's spine. As if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. Panic surged through him, prompting an immediate turn to glance behind. In the next instant, he beheld a terrifying zombie. Its body glowing a sinister red, crawling towards him from the greenery across the street. The creature's body shimmered ominously, and its tongue, half a meter long, extended from its gaping maw. A liquor? Wang Hao thought in astonishment, recognizing this fearsome creature from the realm of survival horror. He was acutely aware that a liquor possessed formidable strength, capable of overpowering a multitude of ordinary zombies. Chapter 45. It can climb walls strangely. Aren't liquors supposed to be similar to zombies, not attacking one another? Why does it seem like it intends to assault me? Wang Hao pondered this perplexity, subsequently delving into his mind to retrieve information regarding the liquor. Liquor. Level 2. Killing it grants 1,000 experience points. Defense. 158 attack. 230 speed. 169 upon reviewing this data. Wang Hao finally exhaled in relief. The attributes of the liquor were indeed formidable, several times more powerful than an ordinary zombie. However, when compared to his own attributes post-transformation, the disparity remained substantial. Wang Hao was confident that if a liquor truly sought to attack him, he could effortlessly overpower it. Hisses. The liquor, extending its long tongue, began to crawl slowly toward Wang Hao. Transforming into a zombie, he prepared himself for battle. Though he had come to investigate these humans, he was not inclined to engage the liquor. Killing a liquor could be accomplished at any moment. But these humans were different. They were intelligent. And if they detected any unusual activity, they might retreat to another location. In this apocalypse, the greatest threat to his life would always be his own kind, not the zombies. Zombies could be easily dealt with if one possessed sufficient strength, but humans were a different matter altogether, even with overwhelming power. A lack of cunning could lead to one's downfall. Hisses. The liquor slithered around Wang Hao on the ground, seemingly assessing whether he was human or zombie, determining whether he was edible. Finally, the liquor lifted its head and sniffed at Wang Hao for a moment before tentatively opening its mouth to bite at his leg. Die! Wang Hao roared, forcefully pressing his right hand down onto the liquor's head, his 5 sharp, knife-like claws piercing through its skull. With a resounding crash, the liquor's head exploded, the ground instantly becoming a blur as black blood seeped from its shattered skull, staining the area with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. This creature was unlike the others. It had dared to attack him. Could it perceive that he was human? Wang Hao mused as he gazed at the fallen liquor, feeling a tinge of confusion. Fortunately, there was only this one liquor. If more had appeared, dealing with them would not have been so simple. As he contemplated this, he noticed 3 liquors crawling from the distant greenery. Good heavens, is this a jest? Wang Hao lamented his ill fortune. It seemed his words had summoned them. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 liquors crossed the greenery and swiftly traversed the road, their limbs making soft sounds upon the ground. Come, even if I don't kill any humans today, I shall slay you beasts. Wang Hao raised his hands, his claws curling like curved blades, each extending 10 centimeters, capable of severing an ordinary person's neck with a single swipe. Hisses. The 3 liquors lunged at Wang Hao, leaping high to assault his face. Wang Hao swiftly swung his right arm forward, his 5 claws slicing through the heads of 2 liquors. Bang! Bang! The heads of these 2 liquors exploded, their brain matter and blood scattering. The 3rd liquor, sensing Wang Hao's impending strike, twisted its body midair and evaded his claws. Interesting. Wang Hao remarked in surprise as he checked the attributes of this liquor, discovering that its capabilities surpassed those of the previous liquor by half. Yet, despite this, it remained a level 2 liquor, albeit with increased speed. This little fellow has some skill. Let me see what else you can do. Wang Hao bent slightly, positioning himself to pounce and crush the liquor's head. However, This liquor seemed to recognize the difference in their strengths. It extended its tongue and began to retreat, ultimately turning to flee at an accelerated pace. Wang Hao contemplated pursuing, but this creature not only possessed remarkable speed but also the ability to cling to walls, scaling them with the ease of a spider. My goodness, with such creatures around, ordinary humans will have to rely on luck to survive. Despite possessing formidable strength himself, Wang Hao is nonetheless taken aback by the liquor's capabilities. Such monsters would spell doom for anyone, even those barricaded within a police station. The tall walls that could originally fend off zombies were rendered utterly ineffective against these liquors. One silver lining for humanity seemed to be that liquors appeared to be scarce. During his days of wandering, today marked the first encounter with 3 liquors, leading him to conclude that their numbers were indeed limited. However, with the passage of time, it was possible that more liquors would emerge, and if humanity lacked effective strategies to confront them, they would be left with no choice but to hide and pray. Wang Hao held little hope for humanity's future. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, only a handful of students had survived from his school and throughout the city. Scarcely a living soul could be seen. In such circumstances, how could humanity confront the ever-increasing horde of zombies? Coupled with the unknown, the future for humanity appeared exceedingly bleak. Yet, for him, it mattered little. No matter how powerful he became, he could not alter the course of this apocalypse. Whether the world faced its demise or emerged anew was beyond his solitary influence. Returning to the vehicle, Wang Hao activated the radio communicator, tuning it back to the previous channel. Creak. As a crackle of electricity resonated, he pressed the green button. After speaking, he abruptly hung up. Creak. Another crackle echoed, and a voice emerged from the other end. Hello, we can hear you. When will you come to rescue us? Are you coming now? But there are many zombies outside. Why not come at noon? The responder inquired, astonished. Indeed, I have arrived. Come and open the door. I can handle these zombies. You need not worry. Wang Hao reassured them. Is that so? How many people have you brought with you? Hearing Wang Hao's confidence in eliminating the zombies, they assumed he was not alone. No. I am here alone, Wang Hao replied before disconnecting, leaving the other party to grapple with their astonishment. Chapter 46. The situation inside the factory. Black Flower Brewery within the confines of a factory. A young man with short black hair hurriedly approached a group of individuals seated together, clutching a radio communicator in his hand. Boss, someone sent a message. He says he is coming to rescue us. Really? When will he arrive? A robust man, named Zhang Yuliang, and the leader of the group, stood up, setting aside the chess pieces he had been contemplating. The others around him rose as well, their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to the young man. The person claims he is already at the entrance of our factory, the young man reported. So soon? How many people is he bringing? Zhang Yuliang inquired, a note of skepticism in his tone. He said he is alone, the young man replied hesitantly. Alone? How could that be possible? Does he think he has some sort of undead slayer? Zhang Yuliang chuckled, shaking his head, convinced that the person on the other end was merely toying with them. Haha. The boss is right. Who would be foolish enough to venture out alone? Besides, how could one person possibly rescue us? This must be a joke, others chimed in, settling back down to resume their game of chess. At that moment, the short-haired youth interjected, Boss, he has stated that he is indeed outside our factory. Shouldn't we at least consider checking? Li Bin, you should tend to your own affairs. Why waste time on someone who is merely boasting? Zhang Yuliang frowned. Boss, our food supplies are dwindling. Regardless of whether that person is truthful or not, we should at least verify his claim. Are we to await our demise in this factory? Li Bin implored, a sense of urgency in his voice. Zhang Yuliang fell silent, contemplating the situation, and after a brief pause, he replied, confirm once more whether he is truly at the factory entrance. After all, venturing out from here could expose us to numerous zombies, and we cannot afford any losses. Very well, Li Bin said, picking up the radio communicator and pressing the green button once more. Hello, are you still there? We wish to confirm. Are you really at the entrance of the factory? There are many zombies outside, making it difficult for us to ascertain your presence. After hanging up, Li Bin waited anxiously for a response. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the radio, followed by a man's voice. I have limited time, at most 10 minutes. If you dawdle any longer, do not expect me to wait. The group exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the man's attitude. That tone doesn't seem like someone trying to deceive us, one remarked. I agree. Who would lie for no reason? Perhaps he truly is here to rescue us. Li Bin suggested. Boss, the decision is yours. We will follow your lead, another inquired. Zhang Yuliang narrowed his eyes, considering the options before turning to Li Bin. If there is no one outside, then you shall go without dinner tonight. What? Why is that fair? Li Bin protested, feeling unjustly treated. Panic began to gnaw at him, fearing there might indeed be no one waiting outside. Just then, Zhang Yuyang pointed to several individuals. All right, DePeo, Erguzi, and the rest of you, grab your weapons. We are going to investigate the entrance. Swiftly, they armed themselves with sharp metal rods and wooden sticks, following Zhang Yuyang toward the factory entrance. The door was shut, and outside, the occasional sight of a wandering zombie could be seen. They were employees of the Black Flower Brewery. When the apocalypse first struck, many had succumbed to becoming zombies, but this group had been fortunate enough to hide within the beer storage warehouse, surviving on beer, wheat, and rice. At that moment, 6 women emerged from a room within the warehouse, gazing anxiously at the men preparing to leave. Their concern deepened upon learning that the men intended to check the entrance. Having spent days confined to the warehouse, they were acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside, having seen the terrifying zombies through the ventilation openings. Survivors who had escaped from other factories had often been swiftly overtaken and torn apart. Thus, they understood the peril that awaited outside the warehouse. Although they had ventured out a few times for various reasons, several of those encounters had resulted in bites from zombies, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Boss, we know the food supply is nearly exhausted. If we remain hidden, we will not survive much longer. We should at least ascertain whether that person is at the entrance. One woman urged. Yes, boss, let us hurry. We cannot hesitate. If we delay, he may truly leave, Li Bin added. All right, the women will stay behind. The men will accompany me, Zhang Yuyang commanded. With a click, he opened the warehouse door, relieved to find no zombies outside. Everyone, move quietly and avoid making any noise. He instructed, gripping his steel rod firmly as he led the way toward the factory entrance. As the leader, he felt it was imperative to set an example. It was this very quality that had established him as the leader and granted him the privilege of being with the most beautiful woman among them. Content with his status, he would have preferred to remain in the safety of the warehouse. But the dwindling food supply left him with no choice but to gamble with his life in pursuit of new resources. Just as they ventured less than 50 meters from the warehouse, a zombie suddenly lunged at them from behind a nearby factory. Zombies are coming! Someone shouted in panic. Chapter 47. A New Hope. Fear not. It is merely a zombie. If we remain calm, we can dispatch it without sustaining any injuries. Zhang Yuyang endeavored to soothe the anxiety of the crowd, boldly advancing with a steel pipe towards the approaching undead. The zombie, with its sluggish pace, appeared to be emaciated, possibly due to a prolonged period without sustenance. Upon noticing the approaching figure, it instinctively yearned for a meal. Boss, be careful. Some voiced their concerns, apprehensive about Zhang's rapid approach. Yet, to their astonishment, Zhang Yuyang thrust the steel pipe effortlessly into the zombie's mouth, resulting in a spectacular explosion of blood from the back of its head, rendering it lifeless. My heavens, the boss is truly fearless in the face, exclaimed one onlooker. I could barely stand. I thought I would wet myself. The boss is incredible. The crowd was taken aback by how easily Zhang Yuyang dispatched the zombie. Did you all see that? The zombies are indeed quite weak. If we approach them as I did, we can surely defeat them, Zhang encouraged, instilling a newfound courage among the group, who were no longer paralyzed by fear. As they pressed forward, 2 more zombies ambled towards them. You lot, deal with that one. Erguzi and DePao, you 2 will assist me with this one, Zhang Yuyang commanded, maintaining his composure and organizing the group. This time, the group did not succumb to panic. A few individuals, bolstered by Zhang's example, armed themselves with clubs and steel pipes, and swiftly brought down a zombie. Meanwhile, Zhang, DePao, and Erguzi worked together to fell another. Witnessing the ease with which they dispatched the zombies, the group's fear diminished significantly. Boss, I feel I could handle a zombie on my own, one remarked. Indeed, you make a valid point, Zhang replied, nodding. As you all witnessed, zombies are not as terrifying as we once thought. If we remain calm, we can manage them. However, for safety's sake, let us proceed with caution. We cannot afford to be careless, lest we risk injury. With that, Zhang quickened his pace. While they were unafraid of 1 or 2 zombies, a larger horde would pose a significant challenge. If such a situation led to casualties, Yang's leadership would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Eventually, they arrived at the factory's entrance after traversing several buildings. Outside the massive iron gate, a swarm of zombies gathered, numbering at least a dozen. They held incessantly, pushing against the gate, which trembled as if it might give way at any moment, creating an atmosphere of palpable terror. Boss, with so many zombies, Is there really someone out there? Guzi, a youth with dyed blonde hair, began to doubt the words of the man over the radio. Li Bin. What do you think we should do? If the man Li Bin had contacted turned out to be deceiving them, it would mean they had been played for fools, and their anger might fall upon Li Bin. Don't worry, the man said he is outside the factory gate, not at the entrance. Perhaps he arrived in a vehicle and is currently hiding inside it, Li Bin suggested. You make a fair point, Zhang remarked, peering through the gaps between the zombies at the road beyond, where indeed a black Land Rover was parked. However, he refrained from shouting, turning to Li Bin. Quickly contact him and inform him that we have reached the gate. Understood. Li Bin wasted no time, seizing the radio to establish communication. Hello, are you still there? We have arrived at the gate. Where are you? After a brief exchange, he hung up and awaited a response. At that moment, the tension among the group was palpable. They longed for someone outside to bring them sustenance. Suddenly, the sound of a door closing gently echoed from outside. A young man emerged from the Land Rover, wielding a gleaming tang knife. This was nothing short of spectacular, akin to a scene from a television drama. Some watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out at the sight of Wang Hao. He appeared to be no more than a high school student, scarcely possessing the maturity to be effective. Yet as Wang Hao raised his tang knife and began to strike down the zombies, the crowd's skepticism transformed into sheer awe. Wang Hao fought fiercely, dispatching every zombie that dared approach him with precision, rendering them incapable of further harm. In no time, he had felled numerous zombies, their bodies littering, and the area was drenched in blood. You are the ones who called for help, correct? Wang Hao inquired as he approached the iron gate. Indeed. We are the ones in need of assistance. Can you provide us with food? We are on the brink of starvation, Zhang Yuliang implored. Of course, I have food available, although I did not bring any with me. However, I can arrange for it to be delivered, Wang Hao replied. Is that true? How will you manage that? Zhang asked. Though slightly disheartened by the lack of immediate provisions, he remained intrigued by Wang Hao's next words. If sufficient food could be procured, he could maintain his position as leader and continue his life of admiration and allure. Chapter 48. The unfathomable human heart. Indeed, there are methods to address the situation. Yet do you not intend to allow me entry? Wang Hao spread his arms wide, feigning an expression of helplessness. Ah, my excitement at seeing you made me forget to unlock the door, Zhang Yuliang quickly responded, forcing a smile as he turned to the individuals behind him and called out. Hurry, open the door. Our young brother has come to rescue us. How could we leave him standing in such a perilous position outside? After speaking, he glanced back at Wang Hao, maintaining his forced smile. In no time, Guzi emerged from the security room with the keys and unlocked the great gate. The surrounding individuals hurriedly advanced, swiftly closing the door behind them. Wang Hao chose not to drive his vehicle inside but rather exited directly within the gate. This way. Let us proceed. We shall discuss matters further inside the factory, as there are still many wandering zombies outside, Zhang Yuliang stated, leading Wang Hao toward the direction of the warehouse. However, at that moment, someone let out a startled cry. Boss, zombies are approaching from that direction. Zhang Yuliang was taken aback and looked in the direction indicated, indeed spotting 5 zombies shambling swiftly toward them. Just then, another voice shouted, Boss, there are zombies coming from over there too. Zhang Yuliang cursed under his breath as he followed the gaze of the individual, seeing 3 more zombies. Realizing that they now faced threats from both directions and would have to engage in combat with these zombies. If there were only 2 or 3 zombies, they could easily handle them. However, when the numbers of zombies were nearly equal to their own, their chances of victory would diminish significantly. In the event of danger, there was a high likelihood that casualties would exceed 50%. What should we do now, boss? The anxious voices of those around him pressed in. Zhang Yuliang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, found himself at a loss for a response. Yet, Wang Hao chuckled lightly, saying, You all, being older than me, seem excessively agitated at the sight of zombies. Look at how frightened you are. Do you still consider yourselves men? The surrounding individuals felt their faces burn with embarrassment, itching to retort, but the recent display of Wang Hao's prowess compelled them to hold their tongues. Young brother, I observed your swift dispatch of those zombies earlier. Could you assist us in eliminating these as well? Zhang Yuliang inquired. It's a trivial matter. I came here specifically to rescue you, Wang Hao replied, opting not to waste time with excessive dialogue. He unsheathed his tang knife and boldly approached the oncoming zombies. Witnessing Wang Hao's unwavering bravery, the crowd's spirits elevated, emboldened to follow in his wake. Soon, the first wave of zombies approached them. Wang Hao charged forward, wielding his tang knife to sever a zombie's neck. As the head tumbled to the ground, he swiftly turned to his next target. In a matter of moments, the 5 zombies had all lost their heads, their decapitated forms crumpling lifelessly to the earth. How astonishing! It is as if he fears nothing. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, his strength and audacity are remarkable, others murmured, their admiration swelling as they witnessed Wang Hao dispatching zombies with the same ease as one would chop vegetables, filling them with a sense of reverence. Some even mused that if Wang Hao were to become one of their own, survival in this apocalypse would no longer seem so daunting. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, Wang Hao charged toward another wave of zombies. Employing the same technique, these zombies were no more than wooden posts before him. Unable to react as he effortlessly severed their heads, Zhang Yuyang stood in awe, filled with both envy and jealousy at Wang Hao's prowess, lamenting his own lack of such strength and courage. Yet, Wang Hao's fearlessness in the face of danger was evident. He wielded his weapon without a hint of hesitation or trepidation. With a resounding thud, the great door was closed, and the crowd released a collective sigh of relief. Thereafter, engaging in fervent discussions about Wang Hao's capabilities. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount, and women often gravitated toward those with strength, capable of battling through hordes of zombies unscathed. Zhang Yuyang, observing the women's reactions toward Wang Hao, felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him, one that subtly eclipsed his initial desire to seek provisions. If I gather food and the women choose to follow him, how will I maintain my position as leader? Worrying over this predicament, Zhang Yuyang ultimately resolved to allow Wang Hao to lead their search for sustenance. As long as they procured ample supplies and sufficient vehicles, there would be no need for Wang Hao to remain with them. At that point, expelling him or even eliminating him would be an effortless task. After all, in Zhang Yuyang's view, Wang Hao's ability to slay zombies stemmed merely from his audacity rather than any exceptional combat prowess. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuyang turned to Wang Hao and asked, "Young brother, did you not say you could assist us in locating provisions? What would that entail?" "Yes. We are on the brink of running out of supplies. You must help us." The others echoed, their gazes fixed intently upon Wang Hao. "Everyone, please remain calm." Wang Hao reassured them, "Let me first understand your circumstances before making any decisions. Young brother, feel free to inquire directly. What do you wish to know?" Zhang Yuyang replied, "I would like to know how many individuals are present, how many can drive, and how many are willing to confront zombies." Wang Hao asked in one breath. "Ah, I will need to ask for specifics," Zhang Yuyang said as he turned to the group, beginning his inquiries. Soon, he discovered that 3 individuals could drive, and including himself. 5 were willing to face zombies, with only 1 man excluded due to medical reasons. Thus, aside from 1 man, the remainder were prepared to follow Wang Hao into battle against the undead. Having grasped the details, Wang Hao looked at Zhang Yuyang and stated, "That shall suffice." Zhang Yuyang surveyed the crowd and pointed out the 3 individuals capable of driving to step forward. These 3 men appeared somewhat apprehensive, yet did not falter. Instead, they approached Wang Hao and inquired, "When do we set out?" Chapter 49. The deceptive individual. Wang Hao felt a tinge of surprise at the awareness displayed by these individuals. However, it was indeed fortunate that they possessed such understanding, alleviating the need for him to concoct any excuses. "Let us set forth now." Wang Hao glanced at the 3 individuals before him and spoke softly, "If we can procure 3 vehicles, we can transport provisions under the cover of darkness." "Indeed. You are correct. Let us depart." The 3 individuals affirmed Wang Hao's suggestion with enthusiasm. Soon, Wang Hao led the trio away from the warehouse, leaving the others behind to await their return in silence. At that moment, Zhang Yuyang summoned Guzi and De Pao, directing them toward another side of the warehouse. "Boss, what do you need from us?" De Pao inquired with curiosity. "Yes, boss, please speak freely. We are all ears," Guzi added. "It's rare for both of you to trust me so implicitly, so I shall speak plainly," Zhang Yuyang said, glancing around cautiously before lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Have you noticed something amiss with that young man?" "What do you mean by that, brother?" De Pao furrowed his brow. "Do you not question why he is assisting us? If he can locate food, why would he choose to help us? Is he afraid of running out of provisions?" Zhang Yuyang probed. "Brother, you raise a valid point. He has no obligation to aid us. But why would he do so?" Guzi queried. "Shoo, keep your voices down. We must not attract the attention of others," Zhang Yuyang cautioned, gesturing for silence before continuing. "Allow me to share my suspicions with you." "Please, brother, we shall keep this between us." The 2 men leaned in, eager to listen. After Zhang Yuyang articulated his theory, both Guzi and De Pao expressed admiration, giving him a thumbs up. "Brother, you truly deserve your title." Even if we pondered endlessly, we could never unravel the enigma of that young man's intentions. Your insight rivals that of Zhuge Liang. Enough of that. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. If we divulge it to anyone else, we risk revealing too much, Zhang Yuyang replied. Brother, we understand, but must we remain idle? How can we allow that young man to claim our women? Zhang Yuliang's face reflected a newfound confidence as he declared, once we secure vehicles and provisions, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him. At that point, the three of us can possess all the women. What do you mean by that? Why only the three of us? Depao asked. Alas, Zhang Yuyang sighed, I must say, your thinking is quite limited. Consider this, with vehicles and women in our possession, why would we wish to share with so many others? We could easily lead a comfortable life, gradually consuming our supplies. Very well, I shall ask no further questions, henceforth. I shall follow your lead, Erguzi declared, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of claiming women and ample provisions. Your words bring me great reassurance, Zhang Yuyang smiled. Meanwhile, Wang Hao had already begun driving with the three individuals, having departed from the Heihua brewery. How have you managed to survive? One of them could not contain their curiosity and asked, with so many zombies outside, how did you manage alone? It becomes easier with time. Living alone demands bravery. Only such courage allows one to endure, Wang Hao responded. Is that so? You must be one of many. Yet, where are the others? Someone expressed skepticism. Indeed. Among the multitude who have encountered zombies, only the brave and capable can survive. The one who had asked the question felt rather foolish for their earlier inquiry. Before long, Wang Hao halted the vehicle. Which of you would like to try starting that car? He pointed to a BYD parked next to a Land Rover. I'll give it a go. After a brief hesitation, one individual stepped forward. Understood. With a nod, he exited the vehicle, casting a glance at the swaying zombies in the distance, and promptly climbed into the driver's seat. In no time, the engine roared to life. Excellent. Follow my lead. Wang Hao nodded at the driver and resumed his journey forward, searching for additional vehicles in the vicinity. Eventually, after half an hour, they had gathered 3 cars. In truth, once they possessed vehicles, Wang Hao's significance diminished considerably, as they could independently seek out food, provided they remained cautious. Nevertheless, Wang Hao had assisted them in taking the crucial first step, and they were unlikely to turn against him so swiftly. Brother, having traversed the outside world for so long, you must know where to find provisions, Zhang Yuyang queried. Yes, I am aware of a supermarket with an abundance of food. However, it is somewhat far. We would not make it back today. Therefore, let us drive to a nearby convenience store to procure some supplies, Wang Hao suggested. That makes sense. You 3 should accompany our young brother, Zhang Yuliang instructed again. The trio made no objections and positioned themselves beside Wang Hao. Brother, do you think this number is sufficient? Zhang Yuyang inquired. Quite enough. Let us be off, Wang Hao replied. All right. The group affirmed, arming themselves as they followed Wang Hao out of the warehouse. After departing the brewery, Wang Hao drove toward a nearby street, locating a convenience store. However, upon arrival, they found several zombies wandering in front of the store, causing the group to freeze in fear, hesitant to exit the vehicle. Chapter 50, I am not a good person as the vehicles encircled the entrance of the convenience store. Wang Hao declared, I will handle these zombies. With that, he opened the car door and leapt out. The 3 vehicles adjusted their positions, forming a semicircle to block the store's entrance, ensuring that the zombies outside could not approach. Once outside, Wang Hao unsheathed his Tang Dao and charged at the zombies gathered near the store entrance. In mere moments, he dispatched them with ease and called out to the people in the vehicles, Hurry up, I'll keep watch outside for you. Thank you, young brother. The occupants of the car replied gratefully. Seeing the zombies eliminated, they quickly exited the vehicle. With concerns about other zombies lurking, they worked swiftly, completing the task of gathering all the edible items from the convenience store in less than 10 minutes. However, more zombies began to approach. Wang Hao immediately rushed towards them, eliminating the threat before shouting to the others, All right, get in the car and leave quickly. The group complied, and as soon as they boarded, the driver started the engine. Wang Hao's modified vehicle led the way, plowing through any zombies that obstructed their path. Is this really a biscuit? And this ham sausage, goodness. I thought I would never taste it again, exclaimed one woman. Yes, and there's mineral water too. No more beer for me. I was about to be sick. Another chimed in, their excitement growing, which in turn deepened their respect for Wang Hao. Aha, all thanks to this young brother. Without him, we would never have secured such an abundance of food, Li Bin proclaimed, stepping forward. At his words, everyone turned their eyes toward Wang Hao. Do not concern yourselves. These are dire times. As survivors, we should assist each other to overcome these challenges, Wang Hao stated. You've helped us immensely, young brother. What is it that you desire? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request, Zhang Yuliang inquired, casting a subtle glance at the women behind him, testing to see if Wang Hao had any intentions towards them. Yet, Wang Hao shook his head, replying, I seek nothing but the well-being of everyone. That is sufficient for me. You truly are a good person, willing to help without asking for anything in return, Zhang Yuliang remarked. Though his suspicion towards Wang Hao grew stronger. That is not entirely accurate. Helping you is tantamount to helping myself. While I know where food is located, it would take me ages to gather it alone. Thus, working together is far more efficient, Wang Hao explained. Are you suggesting that you wish to live with us? Zhang Yuliang asked. Indeed, living alone poses great dangers. I desire to share life with all of you. However, our current food supplies are woefully inadequate. We must secure more. Otherwise, if we delay, others will seize it first, Wang Hao replied. Are there really many others out there? Zhang Yuliang asked, astonished. Yes, although they are few in number. Food is dwindling quickly, so we must act before they do, Wang Hao affirmed. Then we must hasten our pace, Zhang Yuliang asserted. Tomorrow, we shall begin transporting food together. I will guide you to all the places I know that have supplies, and we will finish within a day, Wang Hao declared. Very well. Let us rest early and rise at dawn to begin our work, Zhang Yuliang said, energized by the prospect of gathering more food, secretly planning to eliminate Wang Hao later. However, Wang Hao harbored his own intentions. His assistance in locating food was not out of benevolence. He was not a good person. He had set his sights on these individuals. Once they had helped him gather enough food, he would dispose of them at the opportune moment. Thus, Wang Hao announced, I shall scout for more food tonight and will meet you all in the morning. Young brother, is it truly safe out there? Are you certain you wish to leave? Zhang Yuliang expressed incredulity. Fear not. My vehicle is modified, and the zombies cannot harm me, Wang Hao reassured him. Ah, then do take care, Zhang Yuliang replied. Envious of Wang Hao's modified Land Rover, yearning for a similar vehicle. After bidding farewell to the group, Wang Hao departed from the brewery. However, as he passed by a nearby grocery store, he decided to stop. It had been 2 days since he last saw Xia Lingling, and he wondered how she was faring. Taking out his flashlight, he opened the rolling door and stepped inside. Big brother, you came to see me. A small girl emerged from an alcove on the second floor, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Wang Hao. Indeed, I have come to visit. Have you been hungry these past 2 days? Wang Hao ascended the stairs and gently ruffled her hair. Big brother, I still have plenty of dry rations. Although they are not tasty, they will keep me from starving. Xia Lingling replied, her big, round eyes gleaming with innocence. Alas, those rations are unpalatable. Here, let me give you something delicious, Wang Hao sighed. Pulling out some tasty snacks and drinks from his backpack, provisions he had collected before leaving the brewery. Thank you, big brother, Xia Lingling exclaimed as she accepted the food, eagerly tearing open the packaging to devour it. Though she was not hungry, the sight of delectable treats made her mouth water, having grown weary of the tasteless rations. As she sipped her drink, halfway through she looked up at Wang Hao. Of course, it is our home, a large house that I believe you will love, Wang Hao said. Big brother, are you really going to take me away? Thank you. Xia Lingling beamed, her earlier skepticism fading. Although Wang Hao had mentioned taking her with him before, she had doubted it, feeling like a burden that would only cause trouble. Now, hearing his words again, her heart was filled with hope. Chapter 51. Seeking the wealthy beauty, once more Wang Hao waited for Xia Lingling to finish her meal before leading her out of the grocery store. Although the streets were teeming with zombies, they dared not approach, easily dispatched by Wang Hao's swift strikes. Big brother, you are truly amazing. Those zombies are so terrifying. How come you're not afraid at all? Xia Lingling inquired with curiosity. Haha, as long as you put in the effort. You too will become as formidable as I am. There is no need to envy me, Wang Hao replied casually. Really? Xia Lingling asked incredulously, beginning to take his words to heart. Of course, no one is born weak. Everyone has the opportunity to become strong through hard work. As long as you're strong enough, these zombies will not frighten you, Wang Hao reassured her. Oh. Then I will work hard to defeat the zombies and be as brave as you, big brother, Xia Lingling resolved silently, taking Wang Hao as her future goal. Is that true? Do you still possess such kindness in your heart? Li Mingyao questioned skeptically. My dear, when have I ever lacked kindness? Wang Hao responded, moving towards Xia Lingling with an innocent smile. Come, big brother will take you for a bath and then dress you in some lovely clothes. What are you trying to do? I can help her bathe too. Li Mingyao's expression darkened, feeling that Wang Hao was indeed as unscrupulous as she suspected. My love. Such tasks can be quite exhausting. I shall handle it myself, Wang Hao said, taking Xia Lingling by the hand and guiding her towards the bathing area. Unbothered by the situation, Xia Lingling felt a touch of gratitude, thinking how caring Wang Hao was. Wang Hao, you big wolf. You must not bully her, Li Mingyao exclaimed loudly. This guy is getting worse, she thought, staring at the firmly closed bathroom door. However, she realized she had no right or ability to interfere with Wang Hao's intentions. Without her, Wang Hao could seek companionship elsewhere, thus she dared not truly intervene. Half an hour later, Wang Hao emerged with a freshly bathed Xia Lingling, who was now sparkling clean. He had found her a vintage black dress that perfectly suited her petite frame. Wang Hao, what are your true feelings towards her? Can you tell me? Li Mingyao asked. What feelings could I possibly have for her? It's you I have many thoughts about, Wang Hao said, unabashedly moving closer and wrapping his arms around Li Mingyao's slender waist, pushing her gently onto the bed. Wang Hao, don't let the children see. They might learn the wrong things, Li Mingyao said, feeling embarrassed under the gaze of Xia Lingling. What is there to fear? We are in an apocalyptic world. Certain truths will inevitably be revealed, so it's better for her to know sooner rather than later, Wang Hao said, planting a kiss on Li Mingyao's cheek and reaching for a box of condoms resting by the bed. At that moment, Xia Lingling stared wide-eyed, filled with curiosity about what Wang Hao and Li Mingyao were doing, wondering why it all seemed so strange. However, after a brief moment of observation, she lost interest and began to explore the vast villa, marveling at its grandeur, as she had never seen such a magnificent house before. An hour later, Wang Hao leaned against the bed's edge, smoking a cigarette, while Li Mingyao lay languidly on the bed, utterly exhausted from their earlier activities. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, a thought struck him, prompting him to stand up. Dear, you rest. I'll check the fence in the yard. It would be troublesome if any zombies were to breach it. Be careful, Li Mingyao replied weakly. Wang Hao left the room and encountered Xia Lingling at the staircase. What do you think of this place? He asked. This house is so beautiful. I really like it here, Xia Lingling replied. Good, if you're tired. You can go sleep in your room. Big brother has some things to attend to, Wang Hao said. Understood, Xia Lingling obediently responded, heading into her room. Upon seeing Li Mingyao sleeping, she felt a pang of curiosity, wondering what Wang Hao had done to make her so fatigued. Could it be that Big Brother was on top of Big Sister, and that's why she is so tired? But it seems Big Sister likes it, Xia Lingling mused. Wang Hao, oblivious to Xia Lingling's thoughts, had already descended the stairs, taking some food with him as he left the villa. He couldn't help but wonder about the wealthy beauty who resided alone in her villa, indifferent to life and death. He yearned to conquer her, to make her his. As it presented a unique challenge. Before long, he arrived at another villa, observing the luxurious sports cars parked in the courtyard. He climbed over the fence and made his way back inside, ascending to the third floor. Noticing light seeping through the crack of a door, excitement surged within him. This indicated that the woman was likely still alive. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pushed open the enigmatic door. As the door swung open, a woman appeared, reclining against a chair, engrossed in a hefty tome. Her alabaster skin and refined features retained that distinct aristocratic aura, unchanged by time. I've come to see you again. Surprised? Or perhaps not? Wang Hao inquired. However, the woman merely cast a sidelong glance at him before returning to her book, seemingly unfazed. Not paying attention to me? That simply won't do. Wang Hao approached, wrapping his arms around her smooth shoulders and kissing her cheek. To his surprise, she offered no resistance to his advances. Feeling provoked by her indifference, Wang Hao lifted her effortlessly, tossing her onto the bed. He pursued his desires unabashedly, while the wealthy beauty merely gazed at the ceiling, unresponsive. Chapter 52. The right moment. An hour later, Wang Hao rose to his feet, gazing at the motionless woman sprawled upon the bed. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Why do you not respond at all? Am I making you uncomfortable?" The woman, her eyes fixed upon the ceiling, remained silent. Wang Hao felt a sense of exasperation at her demeanor. She resembled a wooden puppet. Yet, the allure she held over him was undeniably potent, and he was reluctant to relinquish her so easily. He retrieved his backpack and placed the food within it upon the table. However, he noticed that the provisions he had left there previously still lay untouched. Although a twinge of concern gnawed at him, her physical state appeared to be devoid of any serious issues. With a sigh, Wang Hao closed the door behind him and departed. If the woman chose to forego sustenance and embrace starvation, there was little he could do. Once Wang Hao had left the room, the woman gradually sat up. She reached for some tissue from the bedside, wiping the soiled areas before donning her slippers and making her way to the bathroom. Throughout this entire process, she did not cast a single glance at the food Wang Hao had left on the table. The following morning, Wang Hao awoke at the break of dawn. After consuming a modest meal, he bid farewell to Li Mingyao and Xiao Lingling. He drove to the Heihua brewery, where the workers had also risen early. "Young brother, you're here quite early," Zhang Yuanliang greeted with a smile. "Haha, you all are up early too." Wang Hao responded cheerfully before inquiring, "Is everyone prepared? Today, we shall embark on a significant endeavor." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yuanliang asked, somewhat puzzled. "Last night, I scouted numerous locations nearby and discovered 3 large supermarkets. Today, let us exert ourselves and clear those stores," Wang Hao explained. "Really? That is splendid. With those provisions, we might have enough to sustain ourselves for an entire year." Zhang Yuanyang exclaimed excitedly. "Not just a year, it may suffice for several years," Li Bin interjected. "Indeed, if we can clear those 3 supermarkets, our future will be quite prosperous," Wang Hao affirmed. Upon hearing this, the group was electrified, their spirits lifted, eager to set off. "Let us act swiftly. Resources in the apocalypse are irreplaceable, and we must seize the opportunity before others do," someone urged. "All right, since everyone is ready, let us depart," Wang Hao nodded, leading the group as they drove away from the factory. "Brother, this lad seems to know many locations with food," Erguzi and Depao remarked to Zhang Yuanliang. "Yes, he still holds some value for now. We shall keep him around until the opportune moment arises," Zhang Yuanliang replied, following the others out of the factory. The group followed Wang Hao to the streets, where he deliberately had them switch to a larger truck for transporting more provisions. Under Wang Hao's guidance, they arrived at a large supermarket. At the entrance, a dozen zombies were aimlessly wandering about, drawn closer by the sound of the approaching vehicle. "Leave these zombies to me. You all go inside and gather the supplies," Wang Hao declared, leaping from the vehicle with his tank sword, charging at the zombies. With fervor, Wang Hao plunged into the throng of zombies, swinging his sword wildly. In under a minute, all the zombies lay sprawled on the ground. "Disembark," Zhang Yuanliang urged, leaping from the vehicle. The others quickly followed him into the supermarket, hastily gathering the food within. Meanwhile, Wang Hao stood guard at the entrance, vigilant against any zombie threats. The supermarket was indeed vast, stocked with a plethora of goods, encompassing nearly all necessities for daily life. After 5 trips, they successfully cleared the store, but by then, it was already nearing noon. "Boss, let us take a break. I'm utterly exhausted. If we continue like this, I'll collapse," someone said to Zhang Yuanyang. "What is your take, young brother?" Zhang Yuanliang asked Wang Hao. "There are still 2 supermarkets left. If we don't finish today, we might find them emptied by others tomorrow," Wang Hao replied. "Understood." Zhang Yuanyang turned to the group, saying, "Everyone, let us endure a brief 10-minute respite. If you're hungry, feel free to grab a bite. Time is of the essence." "All right," the group understood, gritting their teeth and pressing on. Before 5 in the afternoon, they had cleared the second supermarket. The warehouse at Heihua Brewery was already overflowing with various products. "You all are incredible. With this bounty, we could sustain ourselves for a year," a woman marveled. "Indeed, after moving so much, you all deserve a proper rest." Another woman approached with a towel to wipe the sweat from the men's brows. "There is still one more supermarket. We'll rest well after we finish." They barely took a few moments of respite before following Wang Hao to the 3rd supermarket. Upon reaching the entrance of the 3rd supermarket, as per routine, Wang Hao was the first to jump out of the vehicle to clear the zombies. The men followed suit, rushing into the supermarket. However, the daylight had begun to fade, casting shadows that obscured their vision and complicating their task of gathering supplies. "Erguzi, Depao, come here." Zhang Yuanyang suddenly beckoned his 2 trusted subordinates to a secluded corner of the supermarket, away from the others. "Brother, what do you need?" they inquired. "Remember what I told you before? The opportunity has arrived," Zhang Yuanyang said. "Brother, are you suggesting we can eliminate that lad now?" Depao's eyes widened in surprise. "What about the others?" Depao asked. "You're quite clever, brother. We shall heed your words and proceed to deal with that lad," Depao declared, pulling Erguzi along to set their plan in motion. "Not so fast," Zhang Yuanyang called out to halt them. "What further instructions do you have, brother?" Depao asked. "Make sure to be discreet. We don't want the others to catch wind of this," Zhang Yuanyang whispered. "Higi, that's easy. You can rest assured, brother," Depao replied, before leading Erguzi back towards the supermarket entrance. Chapter 53, A Calculated Deception. Wang Hao gazed at a zombie approaching the supermarket. his mind swirling with intricate thoughts. Initially, he had intended to exploit these individuals, compelling them to move supplies before eliminating them. Yet now he hesitated. Was it not excessively ruthless to use them and then dispose of them? However, refraining from such actions would undoubtedly complicate his quest for a stable existence in this apocalyptic world. Thus, he found himself with limited alternatives. He could, nonetheless, choose a more humane approach. For instance, he could decisively drive away once they filled a vehicle, leaving them behind, forcing them to lock the supermarket doors and shelter within. As Wang Hao's mind raced with these considerations, DePeo and Erguzi approached him. "Little brother, you are quite impressive, having slain so many zombies," DePeo remarked with admiration. "These zombies are rather foolish. You all could do the same," Wang Hao replied. "Is that so? Shall I attempt to take one down?" DePeo inquired. "Certainly. As long as you wield a knife, these zombies will be no match for you," Wang Hao encouraged. "Haha, could I borrow your knife then? I see a zombie approaching over there." DePeo pointed casually in a direction. "Very well," Wang Hao considered briefly before handing over his tang knife to DePeo. "Thank you," DePeo exclaimed, taking the knife and moving aside. "Little brother, you should come with me. If I fail to dispatch the zombie, I will need your assistance." "Lest I be bitten," DePeo added. "Indeed, you ought to accompany DePeo. I will keep watch here and alert you should any zombies draw near," Erguzi chimed in. Wang Hao nodded in agreement and followed DePeo into the encroaching darkness, though he maintained a cautious distance, for he had never truly trusted these individuals. Viewing them merely as tools for his own ends, he worried they might sense his unease and act preemptively. At that moment, the growls of zombies echoed from the darkness ahead. "It's simple. Do not fear. Grip the knife firmly and strike at the zombie's neck," Wang Hao instructed. "Is this how I hold the knife?" DePeo asked, stepping closer to Wang Hao as he noticed Wang Hao's distance. Sensing the shift, Wang Hao retreated slightly but nodded. "That grip will suffice." "Really? But it feels rather awkward," DePeo responded, advancing toward Wang Hao once more. Growing increasingly uneasy, Wang Hao retreated again, only to hear a mocking laugh behind him. "Kid, you're quite clever, aren't you? Have you figured something out?" It was Erguzi, approaching with a stout steel pipe in hand. "What are you scheming?" Wang Hao realized, to his dismay, that they had indeed discerned his intentions. "What are we scheming? Can't you see?" DePeo said, brandishing the tang knife as he closed in on Wang Hao. "Hee, you have nowhere to run now. Just accept your fate. We'll inform others you were bitten by a zombie," Erguzi taunted, raising the steel pipe to strike Wang Hao's head. "I see now. You two have taken it upon yourselves to kill me, and the others remain oblivious," Wang Hao remarked, sidestepping the attack. "So what if you know? Tonight, you're as good as dead." Erguzi and DePeo pressed in, intent on finishing him off. Yet, at that moment, Wang Hao could not suppress a laugh. "Haha, how foolish I was, trying to remain morally upright. You have shown me that I am far from being a villain. Enough with your chatter, prepare to die." They dismissed his words, believing he was too frightened to react, and lunged at him. Just then, the distance between Wang Hao and his assailants closed to mere half a meter. Under ordinary circumstances, one would be doomed in such a scenario. However, at that instant, Wang Hao's physique dramatically surged in size. With a resounding crash, the expressions of Erguzi and DePeo hardened in shock as a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and radiating a crimson hue, materialized before them. Their only thought was a primal scream. Wang Hao, unperturbed, reached out and crushed the skulls of both assailants effortlessly. In his eyes, they were no longer human, merely insignificant obstacles in his path, mere ants to be crushed without hesitation. Pitifully, those two had barely registered their fear before Wang Hao mercilessly extinguished their lives. Disposing of their lifeless bodies with ease, Wang Hao reverted to his human form, retrieved his tang knife, and approached the supermarket. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanyang, who had been anxiously awaiting the return of DePeo and Erguzi, found himself bewildered. Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to comprehend the situation. If DePeo and Erguzi had indeed perished, Wang Hao would not have returned so calmly. Thus, Zhang Yuanyang was at a loss on how to respond to such an outcome. "Little brother, I saw DePeo and Erguzi go that way. Where are they now?" Zhang Yuanyang could not contain his curiosity. "We spotted a woman over there, so they abandoned me to pursue her," Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. "A woman? Are there still women out here?" Zhang Yuanyang asked, bewildered. "Indeed, I found it strange as well, so I advised them to remain calm. But they refused to listen and recklessly sought after her," Wang Hao recounted. "Those two useless fools," Zhang Yuanyang thought, recognizing their reckless nature. Yet, though he believed it, he said, "Little brother, This is exceedingly peculiar. Could you take me to see which direction they went? It's dangerous out here, and I fear for their safety. Of course, follow me. Wang Hao nodded and led Zhang Yuanliang away from the supermarket. Since someone was eager to court death, he had no qualms about hastening their journey. Chapter 54. Zombie Assault. First update. Wang Hao paused after taking a dozen steps, pointing towards a distant house. They went over there. Really? Why can't I hear a thing? Zhang Yuanliang approached Wang Hao. Of course you can't hear them. There are zombies outside. Even if they were foolish, they wouldn't make a sound, Wang Hao replied. That makes sense, Zhang Yuanliang nodded. Although his gaze was fixed on the distance, one hand subtly moved behind him. He had a dagger tucked in his waistband, ready to ambush Wang Hao. At that moment, Wang Hao inquired, they were just discussing something about you. Do you share their thoughts? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying, Zhang Yuanliang stammered, a hint of panic washing over his face. Do you truly not realize? You were focused on them. How could you not know why they sought me? Wang Hao pressed. What do you mean? Where did they go? Zhang Yuanliang furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. Enough playing coy. I'll be straightforward. I killed those two, Wang Hao declared, arms outstretched. Zhang Yuanliang let out a light laugh. You must be joking. How could you possibly kill both of them alone? Do you think they're mere dough to be molded? You may not believe it now, but soon you will, Wang Hao asserted. Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Yuanliang found it laughable. It's not a matter of trying. It's my intention to end your life, Wang Hao stated, closing the distance between them without hesitation. Seems you've seen through my scheme, Zhang Yuanliang realized, understanding that his brothers might indeed be dead. Yet he remained unfazed, drawing his dagger with confidence. Let us see how you differ from them, Wang Hao asked softly, discarding his tang knife onto the ground. You're quite arrogant. Do you truly believe you can defeat me unarmed? Zhang Yuanliang felt a surge of anger as he lunged forward, stabbing the dagger toward Wang Hao's body. However, in that instant, Wang Hao transformed into a monstrous zombie, as imposing as a tyrant. Zhang Yuanliang's dagger struck Wang Hao's robust thigh, failing to penetrate even the skin. Stunned, he marveled at how a seemingly normal person could morph into such a formidable and terrifying creature, with skin as impenetrable as steel. Wang Hao let out a low growl, his right claw creating a blur before Zhang Yuanliang's horrified eyes. With a swift motion, Zhang Yuanliang's throat was severed, blood spraying forth and staining the ground. Even in the darkness of night, inside the supermarket, the workers continued unloading supplies. Once the truck was fully loaded, they realized someone was missing. Hey, have you seen our leader? Li Bin asked. What should we do? We need to find them, Li Bin suggested. No, it's dark now. What if you encounter zombies? Wang Hao warned. But leaving them behind seems wrong, Li Bin protested. Indeed, it's too risky now that night has fallen, others agreed. Seeing their unified stance, Li Bin refrained from further argument. In truth, he harbored some hope. If Zhang Yuanliang were dead, he might have a chance with the most beautiful of the 5 women. Thus, he had long envied Zhang Yuanliang. However, Zhang Yuanliang's strength meant he was the protector of the group. With his potential demise, Li Bin felt conflicted. Yet now, with someone as powerful as Wang Hao in the mix and ample supplies, Zhang Yuanliang's absence would bear no consequence. Conversely, if Zhang Yuanliang were to die, there would be one less mouth to feed, allowing everyone to live more comfortably. Many shared this sentiment. Wang Hao, sensing their thoughts, spoke up, Indeed. What my young brother said is quite astute. Let us hold on a bit longer. After tonight, we shall live well. The prospect of ample food and the possibility of each receiving a woman filled them with excitement, spurring them to work even faster. As they loaded the second truck, their pace quickened further. Yet suddenly, a horde of terrifying zombies surged forth. Zombies? How could this happen? Where did they come from? Where is our young brother? Someone call him to deal with these zombies. Panic ensued as they searched for Wang Hao. To them, as long as he was present, they believed they could manage the overwhelming number of zombies. Yet Wang Hao seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. As the zombies multiplied, they had no choice but to retreat into the supermarket, hoping to shut the doors against the encroaching threat. However, zombies emerged from within the supermarket as well. Chapter 55. The Madwoman, second update. The relentless tide of zombies surged forth, engulfing the few individuals in an immediate sense of despair. No, please. I don't want to die. Little brother, come save me. They cried out in desperation. I too do not wish to perish. I long to indulge in the pleasures of this apocalyptic world and live the life I desire. Their voices echoed with hopelessness as they scanned their surroundings. Unaware that Wang Hao was concealed in a hidden corner, these zombies were under his command, a manifestation of his unique talent. With anguished wails piercing through the air, Within a mere 5 minutes, all the men had succumbed to the ravenous undead. Wang Hao listened to their harrowing cries, a flicker of sympathy stirred within him. Yet, despite his reluctance, he remained resolute in his intent to carry on. In the delicate balance of good and evil, he chose, at this moment, to embrace the darker path. Now, he had one final task to complete. With a resounding crash, Wang Hao drove his vehicle straight through the gates of the Black Flower Brewery, entering the premises. As the iron gate no longer obstructed their path, the zombies poured into the factory. He halted the car before the warehouse entrance, leaped out, and knocked on the door. Having forgotten to bring the keys, the door swung open, revealing a woman peering outside. Upon seeing only Wang Hao, her eyes widened in astonishment. Sighing deeply, he stepped through the threshold. The woman quickly shut the door behind him and urgently inquired, "Little brother, please tell me, what has happened?" At that moment, 4 other women gathered around, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation as they braced themselves for the worst. Finally, Wang Hao spoke. "While we were transporting the last load of goods, we were surrounded by zombies. They all perished, and I alone fought my way out." "What? They are all dead?" The women were momentarily taken aback, their prior preparations failing to cushion the blow of this grim news. The loss of so many lives was unfathomable. Li Bin, Zhao Yong, how could such good men simply vanish? They lamented, tears streaming down their faces as sorrow enveloped them. "What shall we do now? Without them, how can we survive?" One woman voiced her despair. "Indeed, their presence once brought us a semblance of joy. Now, we are left with nothing but the dread of starvation," another echoed in sorrow. However, one woman shifted her gaze towards Wang Hao, asking, "Little brother, how old are you? Have you ever had a girlfriend?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Hao's face. Realizing this woman harbored interest in him. "Lu Lily, what are you doing? He is still young, possibly still in high school. Be mindful," interjected a strikingly beautiful woman among them. Lu Lily scoffed, "Zhao Shanshan, now that Zhang Yuanyang is dead, you should be cautious in how you address me. Previously, while Zhang Yuanyang was alive, Lu Lily's status as his partner commanded a degree of respect, but now, with his absence, that influence had waned. She understood the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Without power, one must seek a protector, and now her shield was gone. Lu Lily, relishing Zhao Shanshan's discomfort, swiftly turned her attention back to Wang Hao, asking, "Little brother, why are you silent? Have you truly never had a girlfriend?" "I have not. What of it?" Wang Hao replied softly. "Ah, so you are still a virgin. How wonderful. I shall bestow upon you my favor today. What do you say?" Lu Lily purred enticingly. "What do you mean?" Wang Hao feigned ignorance. "You truly are naive, but fret not. I will teach you something that will leave you utterly enchanted," she said, reaching for his arm, attempting to pull him into a nearby room. "Let him go," another woman protested, displeased with Lu Lily's advances. The others, observing Lu Lily's intentions, felt a surge of possessiveness over Wang Hao, the sole man remaining in their midst. "What do you mean?" Lu Lily surveyed the other women, her tone laced with playful challenge. "Lu Lily, it's unfair to hog all the fun. We have lived together for so long, consider us as well." A slightly plump woman interjected. "Indeed, you cannot be so selfish. Good fortune should be shared," another added. "Oh, you are all far too impatient. You might frighten the poor boy," Lu Lily teased. "What is there to fear? He would be overjoyed to have us all." The plump woman retorted. "Very well, let us all partake in this," Lu Lily declared, tugging Wang Hao towards the room, with the others eagerly following, pushing and pulling him along. Zhao Shanshan could no longer stand by and rushed to intervene, exclaiming, "Have you all lost your minds? He is still just a child. You cannot take advantage of him. Who do you think you are, the boss's woman? Step aside," Lu Lily replied, shoving Zhao Shanshan aside. "Zhao Shanshan, it's time for you to rest. With Zhang Yuanyang gone, who is there to fear you?" the plump woman taunted. "But what you are doing is wrong. We must have principles. There are lines we should not cross," Zhao Shanshan argued. Yet, the other women disregarded her pleas and continued to drag Wang Hao away. At that moment, however, Wang Hao suddenly broke free from their grasp. The women were taken aback, momentarily stunned by his resistance. "You are truly repulsive women. Is your only thought to engage in such acts? If so, then you may as well perish," he proclaimed, drawing a dagger from his waist and pointing it at the astonished women. In that instant, even Zhao Shanshan's eyes widened in shock at Wang Hao's unexpected defiance. Unable to fathom the intensity of his reaction. Chapter 56. I shall not slay you. First update. Little brother, what are you planning to do? Put down the knife. You cannot kill indiscriminately, Zhao Shanshan urged hastily upon witnessing Wang Hao's intention to wield his blade. Despite her tenuous relationship with Lu Lily and the others, she could not bear to watch as Wang Hao contemplated taking their lives. At that moment, the women stood before Wang Hao, still reeling in shock. They had never anticipated that their earlier actions would provoke such murderous intent in him. Dear brother, you may have misunderstood us. We do not wish to harm you. We merely seek to make you comfortable. If you are unwilling, then let us forget this ever happened, shall we? Lu Lily stammered, her body trembling in fear. Confronted with the sharpness of the Tang knife, her trepidation was palpable. Humph, your words are of no consequence now. Women like you, who are utterly revolting, shall not see another dawn, Wang Hao retorted coldly, raising the Tang knife to strike Lu Lily. Oh no, he is going to kill me. Help, Lu Lily cried out, nearly paralyzed by fear as she turned to flee. However, the proximity to Wang Hao rendered her escape futile, and he swiftly caught up to her. With a sickening sound, Wang Hao's blade struck Lu Lily's back, causing her to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Blood seeped through her clothing, staining the ground beneath her. A chorus of horrified screams erupted from the onlookers as they witnessed the gruesome scene. They had initially thought Wang Hao was merely venting his rage, brandishing the knife in a menacing display, never truly intending to kill them. But now, in an instant, Lu Lily lay motionless, and terror gripped their hearts. He has truly taken a life. The women trembled, their faces ashen and eyes wide with fear as they instinctively recoiled from Wang Hao. They were utterly uncertain of his next move. Would he wipe them all out? Yet, regardless of his intentions, they found themselves powerless to resist. As women, they had never fought, nor did they possess weapons to defend themselves. The only tools of defense, blades and pipes, had been taken away by the men who had left the warehouse, leaving them utterly defenseless. Before Wang Hao, they were akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. If he desired their deaths, they could only await their grim fate or attempt to flee the warehouse, only to confront a horde of zombies outside, an equally fatal outcome. In this moment of despair, their thoughts turned to hope, wishing that Wang Hao would cease his assault after dispatching Lu Lily. But how could he relent? From the onset, he had no intention of allowing these women to survive. His original plan had been to utilize those men for transporting supplies, ultimately eliminating them thereafter. Next, who shall it be? Wang Hao asked, his expression devoid of warmth. The women, upon hearing his words, felt their legs weaken, and they collapsed to the ground in supplication. Little brother, please, do not kill us. We apologize for our previous transgressions. We sincerely beg for your mercy. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask, pleaded one slightly plump woman, tears glistening in her eyes. I will comply with your every wish if you spare me, echoed two others, their faces pleading as they abandoned all dignity in their desperation. Wang Hao observed their actions without a flicker of empathy. Had it been his former self, he might have shown them mercy, but now, such a notion was inconceivable. Although he had not encountered many women, those he had were far more beautiful than these. While he had not taken many lives, the few he had extinguished were sufficient to strip him of any moral burden surrounding the act of killing. Clearly, you all wish to live. Alas, it appears I must decide for you, Wang Hao declared, discarding further pleasantries as he raised the Tang knife toward the first woman kneeling before him. With a scream, she fell lifeless to the ground, her existence extinguished in an instant. No, the remaining two women gasped, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets in sheer horror. Yet, before they could utter another word, Wang Hao's blade was already descending upon them. In rapid succession, he dispatched the two women with ease. Turning, he faced Zhao Shanshan, who stood frozen 10 paces away. Aren't you going to flee? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Zhao Shanshan, a woman caught in a web of fear, paled visibly, her legs trembling so violently that she struggled to maintain her composure. I wish to escape, but I cannot. Outside, there are zombies. And no matter what I do, I will die, she stammered, fighting against her terror. You are perceptive. You understand your predicament, Wang Hao remarked with a hint of admiration. Before you meet your end, do you have any final wishes? I don't know. I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Must you truly kill me? She trembled. Not necessarily. However, since you seem so averse to death, I shall spare you, Wang Hao replied, bending to wipe the blade on the clothing of the fallen women before sheathing it. This woman had just witnessed her peers being forcibly dragged away. Yet she had spoken up for her. Such an act had elicited a flicker of goodwill within him, thus he ultimately chose not to take her life. Perhaps keeping her around would serve his interests. After all, he intended to store supplies here, and any theft would be detrimental. With her remaining in this location, she could alert him if any trouble arose. Are you truly sparing me? You are not deceiving me, are you? Zhao Shanshan asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. If I say I shall not kill you, then I shall not. There is no need for deceit. In fact, I believe keeping you alive is more advantageous than slaying you, Wang Hao asserted. What do you mean? Zhao Shanshan inquired, perplexed. Because I need you to guard this place, Wang Hao stated as he approached her, retrieving a radio communication device from his backpack and handing it to her. You want me to guard here? Zhao Shanshan exclaimed, astonished as she grasped the device, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, as long as you assist me in safeguarding this location, you may live indefinitely. However, should you refuse or attempt to escape once I leave, I will undoubtedly kill you, Wang Hao warned, tossing a zombie explosive egg onto the ground as a demonstration of his resolve. Chapter 57, The Zombie Hauler, second update, with a resounding thud. The zombie egg burst upon hitting the ground, instantly transforming into a terrifying undead creature. The zombie emitted a series of guttural growls as it lunged towards Zhao Shanshan. Zhao Shanshan was horrified, unable to fathom that a simple ball tossed by Wang Hao could morph into a zombie intent on attacking her. It was a profoundly frightening revelation. However, just as the zombie was about to pounce on her, it abruptly halted. Staring in bewilderment at the motionless zombie, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her gaze towards Wang Hao shifted to that of someone beholding a fearsome deity, her disbelief palpable. Wang Hao spoke softly, as though he possessed an array of methods to take lives. Yet, Zhao Shanshan clearly believed him, feeling as if Wang Hao was merely trying to frighten her. The incident with the zombie egg had shattered her worldview, leading her to believe that Wang Hao was indeed omnipotent and could terminate her existence at any moment. All right. You stay here alone. Remember, if anyone approaches this warehouse, notify me via the communicator, Wang Hao instructed. Understood, Zhao Shanshan nodded. Oh. And these corpses are likely to turn into zombies, so make sure to dispose of them quickly. Otherwise, you might find yourself bitten before I even have to intervene. Wang Hao added, guiding the zombie before her out of the warehouse door. Once Wang Hao and the zombie had departed, Zhao Shanshan exhaled deeply, relieved to have survived. However, glancing at the 4 corpses sprawled on the ground sent her heart racing once more. Determined to live, she forced herself to conquer her fear and dragged the bodies toward the warehouse exit. Though the solitude was daunting, the prospect of survival outweighed the fear of death. Upon exiting the warehouse, Wang Hao observed numerous wandering zombies outside the factory. As he had suspected, his break-in had attracted many undead to swarm inside. A faint smile crept across his lips as he drove the large truck away from the Heihua brewery. The increased number of zombies within the factory ensured the safety of the goods he had stored there. With Zhao Shanshan's presence, it was even less likely that anyone would discover his cache. When he drove through the villa's gates, Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling were drawn outside, astonished by the sight of Wang Hao maneuvering such a large vehicle. Big brother, your truck is enormous. What's inside? Xia Lingling inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Can you guess what's inside? Wang Hao responded enigmatically. I have no idea. Just tell me. Xia Lingling teased, and Li Mengyao mirrored her curiosity. Of course. It's delicious food. Wang Hao replied with a grin, subsequently opening the rear compartment. Wow. Xia Lingling gasped at the sight of the truck overflowing with various provisions, her mouth forming an O shape in surprise. Husband, how did you manage all this by yourself? She wondered how one person could possibly load so many items into the truck without assistance. I borrowed it, Wang Hao casually stated. What? You borrowed it? Li Mengyao queried, puzzled. Today was my lucky day. While wandering the streets, I noticed many people using trucks to transport goods from a supermarket. So I took advantage of their distraction and stealthily drove away with one of their trucks, Wang Hao explained, choosing to omit the grisly truth to avoid instilling fear in Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling. So that is how it is. That was quite risky. If they had caught you, who knows what would have happened? Li Mengyao expressed her apprehension. If they had discovered me, they would have killed me, Wang Hao replied matter-of-factly. Really? You mustn't do such things again. It's far too dangerous, Li Mengyao urged gently. Haha, no need to worry about that. I'm well aware of what I'm doing, Wang Hao assured her before beginning to unload the truck's contents. The presence of the large truck in the yard was far too conspicuous, if discovered. It would undoubtedly raise suspicions about the villa. Thus, he needed to unload as swiftly as possible and move the truck away. Li Mengyao and Xia Lingling joined in to help, but with one being a woman and the other a girl, coupled with Wang Hao's own lack of strength, their progress was slow. It wasn't until nearly midnight that they had managed to unload half of the goods, which were merely piled in the villa's living room without being stored properly. I'm so tired. I can hardly move, Xia Lingling exclaimed, wiping sweat from her brow and panting. Though Li Mingyao said nothing, Wang Hao could see that she too was sweating and clearly exhausted. All right, let's take a break. We can finish the rest in the morning, he suggested, leading both of them into the villa and up to the third floor. After bathing and having a light meal, they settled down to rest. Due to their fatigue, Wang Hao did not disturb Li Mingyao that night and simply went to sleep. However, as he lay in bed, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to experiment with his abilities. He had previously discovered that he could release zombie eggs and control them without transforming into a zombie. Now, he wished to test whether he could also exercise his commanding talent without shapeshifting. With a resonant hum echoing in his mind, Wang Hao felt his consciousness detach from his body, rising into the air and soaring above the villa. My goodness, is this truly possible? Wang Hao marveled as he floated above the villa, surveying everything around it in awe. If he could wield these powers without transforming, it would be exceedingly convenient for him. Controlling his perspective, he drifted to the third-floor room, observing his own form lying between Li Mingyao and Xia Lingling. At that moment, he appeared perfectly normal, eyes closed and breathing steadily, giving no indication of anything unusual. Relieved, he directed his perspective downstairs. With so many zombie workers outside, he could not afford to waste their potential. With this thought in mind, he commanded the few dozen zombies nearby to enter the villa through the open door. Under his leadership, the zombies began to systematically transport the goods from the truck. Remarkably, Wang Hao exerted no effort at all, eliciting immense delight within him. Chapter 58 The Last Encounter with Su Xian. First update, how drowsy I am. The following day, as the sun ascended, Li Mingyao awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she found the space beside her completely vacant. Wang Hao had long since vanished, and even Xia Lingling was nowhere to be seen. Where could they have gone? Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already past 9. Oh dear, I must have overslept. They must have gone downstairs to move the goods. It then struck her that many items had remained on the truck the previous night, yet when Li Mingyao donned her clothes and descended the stairs, she discovered that Wang Hao was still missing. Moreover, the goods stacked in the hall and the truck parked outside had also disappeared. At that moment, only Xia Lingling stood at the entrance of the living room, staring blankly out the door. Why are you the only one here? Where is Wang Hao? Li Mingyao inquired. Puzzled. Big brother just left in the car, Xia Lingling replied. Ah, so what time did you both get up to move things? Li Mingyao asked, her curiosity piqued. I don't know. When I woke up, the goods outside had already been moved. Xia Lingling shook her head. No way. Did he really move all that cargo by himself? Li Mingyao was astonished, realizing that Wang Hao might have arisen in the dead of night to undertake such labor. A wave of guilt washed over her. He must be utterly exhausted. After all, it took 3 of them several hours to move only a fraction of the goods. And he managed to move so much all by himself. The thought of Wang Hao willingly shouldering the burden without asking for her assistance deeply moved Li Mingyao, making her increasingly aware of his affection towards her. However, if Wang Hao were to learn of Li Mingyao's current sentiments, he might find it rather amusing. He did harbor a certain fondness for her, yet it could hardly be classified as indulgence. She was merely an object of his past infatuation, not an inseparable companion. Should Li Mingyao meet a tragic fate, he would likely feel a twinge of regret but would shed no tears, nor would he cradle her lifeless form in sorrow. If he so desired, he could easily find a more beautiful woman to replace her. However, at present, Wang Hao had not encountered anyone he deemed a worthy substitute for Li Mingyao, nor did he feel the need to seek one. He was content with his current circumstances, finding nothing amiss. What he needed to focus on was enhancing his strength, scavenging for supplies, and seeking out beautiful women to expand his territory. Although he was presently formidable and faced no threat from zombies, the majority of people struggled to survive in the apocalypse not merely due to zombies, but rather from the scarcity of food and the despair of facing an uncertain future. Even if the apocalypse were devoid of zombies, a life without food or the joy brought by beautiful women would be exceedingly dull and despairing. Therefore, Wang Hao could not forsake the pursuit of supplies and attractive women in favor of solely increasing his power. Such an existence would be too monotonous. In essence, he was neither a machine nor a king of slaughter. He was simply a man with many desires, much like the majority of men. The sole distinction was that he possessed a powerful system that had altered his mindset amidst the apocalypse. Presently, Wang Hao intended to address his needs and vent the frustrations he had long suppressed. He drove his vehicle to the supermarket where they had transported goods the previous day and halted. This vehicle had been expertly modified and could not be abandoned lightly. Although zombies posed no threat to him, wandering about would impede his driving. However, this modified Land Rover could easily crush and scatter any zombies obstructing its path. Bang! Bang! Along the way, Wang Hao smashed through countless zombies, eventually arriving at the school he had not visited for the past 2 days. He was genuinely concerned for Su Xin, fearing she may have starved to death. Such a fate would be a grave pity. Although he had already been intimate with her, he desired more than just that. He sought to make her feel the anguish she had inflicted upon him in the past. Su Xin had once humiliated him, and even compelled Li Dong to expel him from the male dormitory. Merely sleeping with her would be far too lenient. He wanted her to experience regret for all the pain she had caused. Today, the opportunity had presented itself. He intended to thoroughly torment Su Xin before ultimately resolving her fate. With a swift motion, Wang Hao parked the car beneath the dormitory and exited. Inside the dormitory, it had been entirely overrun by zombies. However, the second floor remained untouched, as he had barricaded the stairway with furniture. Wang Hao approached the door of Su Xin's room once more and knocked. The silence within almost led him to believe she was no longer there. Yet, after a brief moment, sounds emerged from within. Through the small square glass pane in the door, he glimpsed Su Xin, disheveled and struggling to rise from her bed. Making her way to the door, upon opening it and seeing Wang Hao, Su Xin nearly broke into tears. She had endured 2 days of hunger, her stomach in turmoil, and could no longer bear it. "Quick, give me something to eat. I'm about to starve." Su Xin grasped Wang Hao's arm, pleading earnestly. Seeing her pitiful state stirred a flicker of compassion within him. However, recalling how Su Xin had previously forced Li Dong to expel him into the jaws of the zombies, that flicker of compassion was swiftly drowned in hatred. "Humph," Wang Hao scoffed lightly, pushing her hand away. At that moment, observing Su Xin's wretched appearance extinguished any remaining sympathy within him, instead filling him with a sense of satisfaction. "Wang Hao, what is wrong with you? Why won't you give me food?" Su Xin questioned, her confusion evident. "Do you think obtaining food is so simple?" Wang Hao replied coldly. "What do you mean? I'm already your woman. I want to resist anything you do. What more do you want from me to give me food?" Su Xin asked, a hint of grievance in her voice. "Haha, you think you have a right to feel aggrieved? How laughable. When you had Li Dong force me out of the dormitory to face those zombies, did you feel even a sliver of grievance?" Wang Hao retorted. "Why are you bringing this up? I had my reasons for what I did. At that time, food was scarce, and you were the weakest. Only by expelling you could we survive a few more days. What was wrong with that?" Su Xin responded, her emotions flaring. Wang Hao, hearing this, could not suppress a cold laugh. Chapter 59, The Thin Line Between Life and Death, second update. "What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Su Xin inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You make a valid point. With so many people around at that time, there indeed wasn't enough food. However, don't you think that by throwing you out, others could have survived a few more days? Why didn't you choose to leave the dormitory yourself?" Wang Hao questioned. "How could I be so foolish? I'm not an idiot. Why would I leave the dormitory to seek my own demise?" Su Xin retorted. "So, you opted for me to perish while you live on?" Wang Hao pressed. "At that moment, I had no choice. You appeared the weakest, so I had to select you." Su Xin admitted, lowering her gaze. Yet, after a moment of silence, she lifted her head, gazing directly into Wang Hao's eyes, and declared, "But look at the time now. Those events are in the past. There's no need to dwell on them. I promise to treat you with utmost kindness from now on. And I will never harm you again." "Oh really? Now you're suddenly clever, wanting to treat me sincerely. But it's all too late," Wang Hao scoffed. "From this moment forth, if you wish for food, you must obey me. I have always listened to you. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you do those things to me," Su Xin replied. Thinking that Wang Hao's intentions wouldn't lead to serious harm, her cheeks flushing at the memory. "Indeed, you have been obedient, but that is insufficient. You must be even more compliant than before," Wang Hao asserted. "Just tell me what you want me to do, and I will comply." "As long as you provide me with food," Su Xin urged, her stomach churning with hunger. "Very well, come here. If you make me feel comfortable, I will give you something to eat," Wang Hao said, retrieving a sausage from his backpack and shaking it enticingly. Su Xion's eyes widened at the sight of the sausage. Her mouth watering uncontrollably, she was simply too famished to maintain her composure. However, Wang Hao did not offer it to her. Instead, retreating to the room and sitting on the bed. "What do you want me to do?" Su Xian asked. "Are you not clever? Show me just how clever you can be." Wang Hao replied, reclining against the bed frame. "Why you can't possibly want me to use my mouth?" Su Xian stammered, shocked at the suggestion, as she had never engaged in such acts before. "Humph, that was your implication. I said nothing," Wang Hao responded with a smirk, neither confirming nor denying his intent. "Wang Hao, you are truly wicked. You are worse than anyone I have ever encountered. No one has ever bullied me like this before. You are the first. Tears welled in Su Xian's eyes, her heart heavy with injustice. I am not forcing you to do anything. If you are unwilling, I will leave. Wang Hao said coolly, casting a sidelong glance at her. Thus, she suppressed her inner turmoil, kneeling before him with her head bowed, reaching for his belt. Half an hour later, Wang Hao gently pushed Su Xian away, his hand on her head. Wah! Su Xian began to cry, hastily wiping her tears away. I know you are sad, but in this world, your sorrow alone cannot resolve anything, Wang Hao said, regarding her as one would a lifeless body, his demeanor chillingly indifferent. What do you wish to convey? I have done things I have never done before for you. What more do you want from me? Su Xian asked through teary eyes. Reaching for a piece of paper at the edge of the bed. Rest assured, although I am no longer a good person, I will not make you do anything excessive. Wang Hao said, snatching the paper from her grasp, wiping his hands with it, and discarding it on the floor. How can you be so unreasonable? Su Xian glared at Wang Hao, feeling her hunger overshadowed by the humiliation of her dignity being trampled. Unreasonable? Have I done anything more outrageous than what you have done to me? Ha! Wang Hao chuckled lightly before continuing. You forcefully donged to drive me to despair. Which is more despicable, that or what I have done to you? Is dignity truly more precious than life? If so, I would rather you trample my dignity again. Su Xian's eyes widened in shock as she processed his words. Suddenly, she looked up at Wang Hao, asking, Do you intend to kill me? Will you deny me even a morsel of food before I die? Oh, you're quite perceptive. You figured it out so quickly, Wang Hao remarked, feigning surprise before losing interest. Sighing, how dull. I had planned to torment you, but since you are aware, let us get to the point. Yes, I came here to kill you. I have no intention of allowing you to see tomorrow. Wang Hao spread his arms, stating bluntly, unconcerned that Su Xian might have the strength to resist or flee. Even a well-fed Su Xian would not stand a chance against him, let alone one who had gone 2 days without sustenance. So, you truly intend to kill me? Su Xian whispered, her spirit seemingly drained. She collapsed, devoid of any strength to support herself. Wang Hao observed her, offering no response. Knowing full well that she must be regretting her past actions towards him. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, When did you realize I wanted to kill you? Su Xian let out a self-deprecating laugh. I sensed it from the first time you appeared. I merely deceived myself into believing you would overlook the past and accept me, forgive me. But how foolish I was to think that my actions could ever be forgotten. Enough of this. What use is there in speaking so much? Just kill me already. I am a wicked woman, unworthy of life. And I have had enough of existing like this. It would be better to die swiftly than to endure this fear and hunger any longer. Come on, kill me. End the life of this malicious woman. With that, Su Xian closed her eyes, lifting her pale chin, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. She understood that Wang Hao, capable of thriving in a world rife with zombies, would not be the type of man to hesitate at the thought of killing her. You are indeed a tiresome woman. After all this talk, I find myself reluctant to kill you. However, allowing you to continue living would surely discomfort me, Wang Hao stated, drawing a dagger and pressing its tip against Su Xian's slightly quivering throat. Chapter 60. Infection, First Update, Pain. Excruciating pain. This was the sensation overwhelming Su Xian at this moment. Alongside it surged an endless tide of fear and despair. She could hardly fathom that Wang Hao was truly intent on killing her, seemingly devoid of mercy. At this moment, he had already inflicted pain upon her. The cold blade of a tang dao pressed against her neck, leaving a faint crimson mark upon her skin. Suddenly, Su Xian opened her eyes wide. She gazed directly at Wang Hao and, with a hint of indignation, asked, Are you really going to kill me? Do you think I am jesting? Wang Hao retorted. Yet, although I had Li Dong force you to leave the dormitory, you did not perish. You survived. Thus, I have afforded you a chance. Had I instructed Li Dong to kill you outright, you would not be here today. And what, pray tell, does that mean? Are you suggesting I should expel you from the dormitory? Wang Hao inquired with a teasing glint in his eyes. If Su Xian meant that, he could certainly oblige. Witnessing her being pursued and attacked by zombies might even bring him a twisted sense of pleasure. No, I am not like you. I could not survive outside the dormitory. Su Xian replied, shaking her head. What do you mean? Should I stab you to see if you can survive? Wang Hao questioned. That would be more straightforward than simply expelling me from the dormitory, Su Xian retorted, her anger flaring. Realizing her grim fate, her fear of Wang Hao diminished significantly, emboldening her to negotiate terms. What do you wish for me to do? Wang Hao asked, genuinely intrigued to uncover Su Xian's thoughts. You are a man. If you expel me from the dormitory, you could still escape. I am a woman. If you cast me out, facing the zombies would lead to my demise. Therefore, you must treat me fairly. Su Xian argued, striving to secure a sliver of hope. If you allow me to remain here, it is only then that I have a chance of survival, albeit slim. What do you think? Wang Hao chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have little time. And genuine fairness is not something you can attain. However, I can offer you an opportunity, though it is far more tenuous than the one I previously provided. Are you willing to take the risk? Any opportunity, no matter how faint, is worth pursuing if it grants me a chance at life, Su Xian replied, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Then turn around and face away from me, Wang Hao instructed. You Haven T told me what you intend to do. You're not planning to do something unspeakable to me before killing me, are you? Su Xian had come to see through Wang Hao. He had become not only cold-blooded but also somewhat lascivious. If he intended to humiliate her before her end, she would rather choose death outright. However, Wang Hao shook his head, reassuring her, rest assured, I will not do anything of that nature before you perish. That is good to hear. As long as you refrain from such actions and do not kill me, I am amenable to anything else, Su Xian stated. Very well, Wang Hao nodded. As I said, I will not kill you, but you may experience some discomfort. However, you must not turn around. Otherwise, I will certainly kill you. I hope you keep your word. Though Su Xian was puzzled by Wang Hao's intentions, she had no choice but to comply since he remained silent. Rising to her feet, hunger gnawed at her, and she grasped the bed railing, turning her back to Wang Hao. I am beginning now. You had best close your eyes, Wang Hao said, positioning himself behind her. Wait. You still haven't disclosed your intentions, Su Xian exclaimed. Transform into a zombie, Wang Hao softly commanded. In an instant, his form expanded, manifesting into a towering, fearsome zombie, glistening with an ominous crimson hue. At that moment, Wang Hao lowered his head, opening his mouth as he approached Su Xian's delicate neck. Originally, he had intended to end her life, but as Su Xian sought an opportunity, he suddenly recalled his ability to transform into a zombie. He understood that ordinary individuals bitten by zombies would contract the virus, transforming into one within hours. He was curious to discover whether an ordinary person bitten by him would also succumb to the same fate. Would they become a typical zombie or a mutated one? With this thought in mind, Wang Hao resolved to use Su Xian as a subject for experimentation. After all, he had initially intended to kill her, so he had no reservations about her potentially becoming infected with the zombie virus. But then, as Wang Hao grasped her head, preventing her from turning, Su Xian's panic escalated. She realized that his hand had seemingly enlarged, capable of encasing her head entirely. His strength was astonishing, no matter how she struggled. She could not free herself from his grip. Wang Hao, what are you doing? You promised not to kill me. What is this? Su Xian gasped, writhing in desperation. Yet her efforts were futile against the transformed Wang Hao, like a fledgling chick trying to escape. At last, in a fleeting moment, Su Xian managed to break free. She turned to face him, only to find Wang Hao wearing an innocuous expression, as if he had done nothing at all. What did you just do to me? Su Xian inquired, instinctively reaching for the skin at the back of her neck, where she discovered a trace of blood. A dull ache from her neck confirmed that he had indeed broken her skin. Do not worry, I merely took a bite, Wang Hao replied. Why did you bite me? Su Xian asked, bewildered. Because I wish to grant you a chance at survival. If you become a zombie, then that is your misfortune. However, if nothing happens, congratulations, you may continue to live, Wang Hao explained. What do you mean? You bit me? Why would I have a chance of becoming a zombie? Su Xian was even more perplexed. Do not ask so many questions, just wait and see. The outcome will reveal itself soon, Wang Hao concluded, settling onto the bed, producing a cigarette and lighting it. He anticipated that if he transformed into a zombie while carrying the virus, Su Xian would soon exhibit symptoms, ultimately evolving into one herself. Conversely, if she remained unaltered after his bite, it would indicate that he lacked the capacity to infect others in his zombie form. Chapter 61. The Allure, Second Update. 10 minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on Su Xian's forehead, her breath quickened, and her entire face flushed a deep crimson. A sense of panic surged within her as she reached up to touch her cheek, then cast a bewildered glance at Wang Hao. What have you done to me? Why does it feel like my breathing is becoming increasingly difficult and my body is burning up? Has it happened so soon? Wang Hao mused, slightly taken aback as he turned to scrutinize Su Xian. He noticed with astonishment that her complexion had turned particularly rosy, as if she were engulfed in an inner heat. Wang Hao, please tell me what you have done. Su Xian's urgency escalated. She could sense something amiss within her body. which seemed to confirm Wang Hao's ominous assertion that she might transform into a zombie. Perhaps it is best I come clean. I might be carrying the zombie virus. Wang Hao confessed, feeling that since Su Xian was on the brink of transformation, there was no need for further deception. What? You carry the zombie virus? How is that possible? Were you bitten? Su Xian inquired, her voice laced with disbelief. You could say that, Wang Hao replied. Although he had not been physically bitten by a zombie, he now resembled one in essence. He had taken lives and seized resources with the capabilities of a zombie. Su Xian misconstrued Wang Hao's meaning, believing he had been bitten and thus infected with the virus. I see, so it seems you don't have long to live either. She lamented softly. At that moment, the realization that both she and Wang Hao shared this grim fate brought her a measure of solace. She felt less alone in her impending demise. He merely lingered, observing how much longer it would take for Su Xian to mutate into a zombie. 20 minutes later. I feel so unwell, so much pain. It's as if a fire is raging inside me. Why? Why are you still fine? Didn't you say you were bitten? Su Xian lay on the bed, clutching her neck, her face growing increasingly flushed. You cannot possibly be the same as me. I have been carrying the zombie virus for several days now. How could you compare yourself to my condition? Wang Hao replied coldly. Why? Why is this happening? What have you been through? Su Xian's eyes were locked onto Wang Hao, searching for answers. However, Wang Hao remained unresponsive to her gaze. At last, Su Xian's suffering intensified. Her breathing accelerated to a terrifying pace, her face turning a deep crimson. Wang Hao's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed blood, not just from her face, but from her neck and throughout her body. In that moment, Su Xian tilted her head back, emitting a heart-wrenching scream akin to a woman in labor. The next instant, her body became completely rigid, and her breath ceased altogether. She lay on the bed, drenched in blood, resembling a figure born of crimson. Wang Hao approached the bedside, gazing at the motionless Su Xian, his expression a mixture of contemplation and horror. Is this how it ends? This death is truly terrifying, he murmured, taken aback by the sight of Su Xian enveloped in blood. He had anticipated two outcomes, either death or transformation into a zombie, but he never imagined it would unfold in such a tragic manner. Alas, perhaps this is your just retribution, Wang Hao sighed, turning to leave the room. Yet, just as he reached the door and was about to step into the corridor, a faint sound echoed from within the room, a sound reminiscent of a cocoon splitting open. It was subtle yet distinctly audible in the silence. Wang Hao pivoted to observe the blood-soaked figure on the bed. To his astonishment, the coagulated blood appeared to harden like cement, fissures forming across its surface. Before long, he witnessed Su Xian's arm rising, revealing a hand as pale and flawless as jade, devoid of any trace of blood, a white that shimmered with an almost otherworldly quality. Is this truly a zombie? It appears nothing like those encountered on the streets, Wang Hao pondered, filled with confusion. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first corpse slave. The corpse slave will exhibit unwavering loyalty and will fully obey your commands. Corpse slave? What on earth is that? Wang Hao was startled by the mechanical voice in his head, then turned to gaze at the now-sitting Su Xian. Could it be that Su Xian is the corpse slave? Dumbfounded, he never anticipated that a mere impulsive action would trigger a new ability, granting him a corpse slave, and even more astonishingly, that it would be Su Xian. Su Xian stood, her expression somewhat dazed as she surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze upon Wang Hao. She approached him step by step, admiration shining in her eyes as she reverently addressed him, Master. I am your corpse slave. What are your commands? Wang Hao surveyed Su Xian, now transformed beyond recognition, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. She is astonishingly beautiful. She bears no resemblance to a zombie at all. Is this meant to sway my feelings toward zombies? Yet I have vowed never to engage in such acts with them. As he stared at Su Xian, a whirlwind of emotion surged within him. I have resolved that no matter the circumstances, I cannot act inappropriately toward a zombie. Could it be that the allure principle is about to manifest within me? Observing the agile, snow-white figure of Su Xian before him, resembling a celestial being, he ultimately extended a finger, testing whether her skin retained the elasticity of human flesh. At last, when his finger fully sank into the pristine whiteness and then rebounded, his breath slowed, his heart racing with unexpected intensity. Chapter 62. An Uncommon Corpse Slave. First update. My heavens, how extraordinarily supple and full of elasticity she has become. He never anticipated that after her transformation into a corpse slave, Su Xian's skin not only appeared even more snow-white than before, but also had a texture that was remarkably soft and resilient. This revelation instilled in him a sense of preciousness, elevating his spirits immensely. As he gazed at the increasingly beautiful Su Exine, he found it hard to resist the urge to touch her. However, given that Su Exine had only just undergone her transformation, and although most of the congealed blood on her body had already split and fallen away, some remnants of bloodstains were still visible. Thus, despite his desires, Wang Hao knew it was not the right moment to act upon them. "Will you obey my commands without question?" Wang Hao asked suddenly. "Yes, I shall always heed your commands until my last breath," Su Exine replied. "I understand," Wang Hao acknowledged. Upon finishing her statement, Su Exine accepted the clothing Wang Hao tossed to her and began to dress. Observing her movements, Wang Hao noted that aside from her unwavering obedience, her tone and gestures were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary person. Soon, Su Exine donned a white shirt and a black skirt. Wang Hao, admiring her alabaster legs and delicate skin, nodded in satisfaction and, shouldering his backpack, took her hand to lead her outside. One cannot deny that Wang Hao's fondness for Su Exine had surged dramatically since her transformation into a corpse slave. "Who is she, Wang Hao?" Upon returning to the villa, Li Mingyao noticed Wang Hao pulling a woman along, her expression clearly less than pleased. "Darling, are you feeling jealous?" Wang Hao inquired with a chuckle. "Humph. Who would be jealous of you?" "Oh, really? So you are concerned about me? That puts my mind at ease," Wang Hao said, slightly relieved. He then continued. "This is Su Exine, a girl I stumbled upon in a residential complex. I found her living alone, and it seemed quite pitiable. And there appeared to be some issues with her intellect." Wang Hao gestured towards her head, mimicking the motion to Li Mingyao. "Ah, then let's hurry and bring her inside." Li Mingyao, being a woman of considerable empathy, felt compelled to overlook her initial displeasure after hearing Wang Hao's account of Su Exine's plight. "You truly are kind-hearted, my dear," Wang Hao remarked with a smile, pulling Su Exine along as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, Li Mingyao retrieved a plethora of food items. Approaching Su Exine with a friendly demeanor, "You must be hungry. Please, take this and eat." However, Su Exine completely disregarded Li Mingyao, not even casting her a glance. Why is she acting this way?" Li Mingyao looked at Wang Hao with a hint of exasperation. "She is afraid of strangers, right now. I am the only one with whom she can communicate normally." "Darling, you should rest. I will take care of her," Wang Hao reassured her. "But that sounds too exhausting for you. Not only do you risk going out to find food, but you must also ensure our safety." "I feel guilty leaving all this to you," Li Mingyao protested. "Don't worry, we have enough food for now. And the zombies outside won't attack our villa for the time being." "I have plenty of time," Wang Hao replied, leading Su Exine into another room. Once inside, Wang Hao guided Su Exine to the attached bathroom. Splash! Before long, the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. After a good 15 minutes, Wang Hao emerged with a freshly washed Su Exine, her skin now pristine and flawless, resembling that of a delicate porcelain doll. "Do you remember everything I just told you?" Wang Hao asked Su Exine. "Master, I remember," Su Exine nodded. "Excellent, then let us begin," Wang Hao said with a smile. "Yes, master, I am ready," Su Exine replied, reclining on the bed and waiting quietly. "What a compliant darling she is." Wang Hao's smile widened as he prepared to lie down next to her, only to suddenly recall certain safety measures. "Better to be cautious. Not wearing the thing leaves me feeling insecure." He glanced at Su Exine, whose large, clear black eyes were wide open, and without further hesitation, he pounced on her. An hour later, panting heavily, Wang Hao lay on the bed, drenched in sweat. The corpse slave was indeed extraordinary. Her body was far more toned, a striking contrast to ordinary women, which had required considerable effort on his part. "Master, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Exine sat up, her expression fraught with concern as she scrutinized Wang Hao. "I am perfectly fine. My body feels great. Not a single ailment," Wang Hao assured her. "In fact, I feel quite well. As long as you're well, I can rest easy. If I inadvertently harmed you, it would be a grave error on my part," Su Exine said, lowering her head with a hint of remorse. "Oh dear, I never expected you, a corpse slave, to possess such thoughts. It is truly remarkable," Wang Hao expressed, his intrigue regarding corpse slaves deepening. "Master, although I am a corpse slave, I am no different from humans. I have my own thoughts. However, I shall never defy your commands or cause you harm," Su Exine spoke softly. "I see. So aside from your physical form, you are otherwise akin to a human, correct? Just like those loyal servants from ancient times?" Wang Hao asked curiously. "Master, you are exceedingly intelligent. What you say is entirely correct. I commend you for it," Su Exine replied, raising her fair thumb in approval. "Haha, You are simply adorable. If I were not aware of your status as a corpse slave, I might feel as though my heart were completely captivated by you, Wang Hao laughed, gently lifting Su Xian's smooth chin to gaze deeply into her eyes. Thanks to the following friends for their generous support: Shin, Feng Duan Le Xiang Nian, Tian Ji Lao Xia Tian, Mike, Wuqing Sui Xing Xie Sui Xian. Thank you for your support. Chapter 63, The Dragon and the Tiger, Second Update, Master. I shall heed your commands without yearning for your indulgence, Su Xian proclaimed, gazing earnestly into Wang Hao's eyes, her lips curving into a playful smile. Wang Hao chuckled softly, choosing silence as he leaned in, pressing his lips against hers. This delightful corpse slave was simply too entertaining for him. He feared that if he indulged too long, he might find it difficult to part from Su Xian. Thus, he took a deep breath and reached for a box resting nearby. An hour later, he gasped. I can't take it anymore. I must leave you for a while. If this continues, I may faint. With labored breaths, Wang Hao rose, hastily dressing himself as he made his way to the door. What should I do, master? Su Xian inquired softly, sitting up. Take a shower and stay in the room. If I miss you, I shall return, Wang Hao instructed. Understood, master, Su Xian replied with a nod, jumping out of bed barefoot and heading toward the bathroom. After leaving the room, Wang Hao did not seek out Li Mingyo, but descended the stairs directly. He felt as if Su Xian had cast a spell upon him, drawing him into a deep infatuation, compelling him to temporarily vacate the villa. He was certain that, given his nature, he would never tire of Su Xian, even to the point of exhaustion. Outside the villa, several zombies wandered aimlessly. No, in this apocalyptic world, enhancing my strength is paramount. I cannot allow a woman to hinder my progress. Wang Hao climbed into his Land Rover and departed the villa. He drove directly into a community. Observing the throngs of zombies around him, he consumed a few sausages and sipped a bottle of iced tea before retrieving his Tang Dao and exiting the vehicle. With pent-up energy surging within him, he intended to unleash his frustrations upon these zombies, a dual purpose of training his body and venting his rage. With a swift motion, Wang Hao swung the Tang Dao at a zombie passing before him. Instantly, a gruesome scene unfolded within the community. Heads rolled across the ground, and even the grassy areas were stained crimson with blood. Within 2 hours, Wang Hao had felled 500 zombies. At last, fatigue washed over him. He set down the Tang Dao, lit a cigarette, and savored the moment. After enjoying a smoke, he had no intention of departing. There were still thousands of zombies present. He could not leave them be. Finding a secluded spot, he concealed himself and activated his innate ability to lead. In an instant, his consciousness soared to 50 meters above. Surveying the area below, he commanded the zombies to turn upon each other in a frenzy of violence. In that moment, he felt like a deity, wielding control over the lives and deaths of the zombies within his grasp. Due to the limitations of distance, every 10 minutes, Wang Hao would shift to a new location, reapplying his ability. Despite the frequent relocations, the efficiency of this method surpassed that of personally slashing with the Tang Dao by dozens of times. In less than an hour, over 1,000 zombies had perished at one another's hands under his control. As Wang Hao exited the community, the ground was drenched in blood, resembling a torrential downpour, which flowed toward the drains. The air was thick with the stench of decay, akin to a descent into the depths of Azura hell. On the 16th floor of a nearby building, a young man with black hair leaned over the balcony, eyes widening in astonishment at the scene below. Is it true? Have the zombies gone mad from hunger? Inside the room, another young man with dyed yellow hair, smoking a cigarette, asked with mild interest, could be. Come look, brother. All those zombies are dead, completely dead. Really? The yellow-haired youth quickly rose, hurrying to the balcony. Upon witnessing the carnage below, a grin spread across his face, impossible to conceal. Who would be, he thought? Even the heavens are aiding me, refusing to let me perish so easily. Ahu, our opportunity has arrived. We must act. It would be a disservice to ourselves to remain idle in this apocalypse, he declared, grabbing a sharpened steel rod and slinging on a backpack. Finally, he had lived through the night, consuming all the edible resources within the building. To him, the fact that the zombies had turned upon each other just as his supplies dwindled was a sign of divine intervention, allowing him to escape the community. Brother, while the zombies in the community are gone, we have no idea if the ones outside are still fighting, Ahu remarked. Forget about that. Let us go down and find a vehicle to leave this place. Our food supplies are nearly depleted. We must depart. Besides, don't you think dying without a fight would be dreadfully dull? The yellow-haired youth responded. What do you mean, brother? Do you have something else in mind? Ahu inquired. Indeed, I have grown weary of a constrained existence. With the onset of this apocalypse, I yearned to experience the life I could not before: murder, torture, and so forth. But brother, haven't you already killed all the survivors in this building? Isn't that sufficient? Ahu asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Not nearly enough. The survivors in this building barely number 10. That hardly satisfies my cravings. I must slay a truckload. A wild grin spread across the yellow-haired youth's face. Soon, the two descended the staircase. As they stepped outside, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted their senses, and they felt invigorated. This smell is intoxicating. I am itching to find someone to indulge myself, Wulong exclaimed, eyes closed, relishing the putrid aroma. At that moment, he noticed a young man standing a few dozen meters away with a knife in hand, seemingly lost in thought. Brother, spare him. He is likely just another trapped soul like us, Ahu pleaded. Huh, are you feeling pity for him? Wulong scoffed, and upon seeing Ahu nod, he replied. Fine, consider it his lucky day. I shall let him go. But the next one, I assure you, will not be so fortunate. With that, Wulong raised the sharp steel rod and turned towards a Land Rover parked in the distance. Chapter 64. Self-destruction leads to demise. First update. After Wang Hao had vanquished the zombies within the community, he made his way towards the distant Land Rover parked nearby. Just then, two individuals suddenly rushed up from behind him, arriving ahead of him at his vehicle. Well, quite impressive. It's been modified, Wulong exclaimed, gently tapping on the steel reinforcements surrounding the Land Rover, astonished. He had not anticipated that even amid the apocalypse, there would be someone astute enough to transform a Land Rover into a veritable armored beast. Who are you? Wang Hao could not help but frown, since acquiring his system. He had never encountered anyone so audacious in his presence. Kid, is this car yours? Wulong turned to him, his gaze casual yet probing. Damn, Wulong was incensed. This young man was utterly ungrateful, speaking to him in such a tone, it was as though he had a death wish. Clenching the steel rod in his hand, he prepared to advance and eliminate Wang Hao. However, Ahu swiftly grasped his arm, shaking his head. Bro, you promised me you wouldn't kill him. But he asked first. Ahu retorted. Oh, why bother with such trivialities? I'll listen to you, Wulong conceded, feeling somewhat unreasonable. He then turned back to Wang Hao and stated. We are survivors from this building. Now, you can tell me if this car belongs to you. Oh, so you are survivors, Wang Hao understood, then inquired. This car is mine. Why do you ask? Kid, this vehicle has been modified quite well. I like it. Hand over the keys, Wulong asserted, his tone implying that he had already claimed ownership of the Land Rover. However, Wang Hao could not suppress a laugh at his words, responding, if you desire this vehicle, you must offer something in return. Trade? Are you jesting? Given our current predicament, do you think you are in a position to negotiate? If it weren't for my brother insisting I spare you, I would have already dealt with you. Do you really think I'd waste time talking? Wulong threatened, raising the bloodied steel rod. So, I should be grateful for your mercy? Wang Hao replied coolly. No need for thanks, just hand over the keys and scram. Wulong retorted, already convinced Wang Hao was intimidated. I can give you the keys, but you must possess the strength to take them, Wang Hao said, pulling the car keys from his pocket and shaking them. You're forcing my hand, aren't you? Don't blame me for being rude then, Wulong declared. Disregarding Ahu and charging at Wang Hao with the steel rod, he was determined to teach this audacious youth a painful lesson, at the very least leaving him incapacitated. Bro, don't, Ahu cried, attempting to intervene but too late. He turned to Wang Hao shouting, Run? My brother has been a hired muscle. You are no match for him. Run? Hired muscle? That sounds intimidating. A hint of disdain crossed Wang Hao's face. Perhaps in his former life, such a title would have instilled fear, but now it was nothing more than a joke, utterly inconsequential. Run. What are you standing around for? Ahu was bewildered, thinking his brother had lost his mind. Was this young man mad as well? Kid, you have some guts not to flee. I'll grant you a swift end. Making you the catalyst for my survival in this apocalypse, Wulong sneered, closing in on Wang Hao, ready to strike him down. Bang. At that moment, Wang Hao's figure suddenly expanded dramatically. Wulong felt as if his steel rod had struck solid stone, causing his arm to tingle painfully, nearly losing his grip. The next instant, Wulong beheld an unimaginable horror before him. The previously slender youth had vanished, replaced by a towering figure of nearly 2 meters. Resembling a tyrant from a post-apocalyptic film, his skin, a shade of red akin to iron, was intertwined, and his claws were sharp and curved like blades, manifesting before him as a nightmarish creature. What is this? Where did that person go? Meanwhile, Ahu was equally stunned by the terrifying scene, frozen in place. Yet he quickly regained his composure, shouting to Guolong, "Bro, run. You can't defeat him. Run, or you'll die. Run." At that moment, Wang Hao let out a roar, lunging forward with his right hand aiming for Guolong's head. Guolong had no time to evade, as Wang Hao seized him by the head and lifted him effortlessly. No. Guolong struggled desperately, gripped by terror and despair. He had just resolved to navigate the apocalypse, only to encounter such a formidable opponent as his very first adversary. The transformation from human to zombie, or rather to a being of such power, was utterly beyond his comprehension. Why? Why is this happening? My strength is formidable. Why did I have to face such an invincible foe first? Is fate mocking me? Guolong's heart sank in despair, realizing that unless a miracle occurred, he would perish here, regardless of how many lives he possessed. Yet miracles, while they do exist, do not manifest at every turn. And it was evident that a miracle was not in store for him today. Wang Hao, gripping Guolong's head, brought him close, while his other hand raised the middle finger in a blatant show of contempt, shaking it mockingly. What a clear display of disdain. Yet Guolong could muster no thoughts beyond shock. At the brink of life and death, dignity was a luxury long gone. What did it matter if he was belittled when his life was at stake? In that moment, regret flooded his mind. If life could be restarted, he would rather endure any humiliation than display arrogance before this individual. But all was futile now. The next instant, a searing pain exploded in his head, as if it were about to burst. Chapter 65. The Fierce Woman, Second Update. With a resounding crash, Guolong's head was crushed by Wang Hao's hand, blood splattering several meters away. This shocking scene unfolded so abruptly that Ahu was utterly unprepared. A heart-wrenching roar escaped his lips, and tears like beads rolled down his cheeks. He had once believed his brother to be invincible, unbeatable by anyone. Yet, reality often defies expectations. The brother who had aspired to conquer the apocalypse was now reduced to a cold corpse. The stark contrast shattered him completely. His brother was gone, just like that. Lying on the ground, Ahu stared blankly at the dim sky, his mind growing increasingly vacant. At that moment, Wang Hao reverted to his human form and approached Ahu. "Was he your biological brother?" Wang Hao inquired. "Yes," Ahu replied, his gaze fixed on Wang Hao with a mixture of terror and bewilderment, as if confronting a monster. "So, he was your flesh and blood. No wonder you were so devastated," Wang Hao remarked, a hint of realization dawning upon him. "However, you cannot blame me. Your brother sought his own demise by provoking me. His death is entirely of his own making." I understand," Ahu stammered, before asking, "Are you going to kill me?" In that instant, facing Wang Hao, the grief within him dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming instinct to survive. He realized that when confronted with the specter of death, nothing else mattered, only the will to live remained paramount. "You are a kind person. Just moments ago, your brother attempted to take my life, yet you intervened multiple times," Wang Hao stated. "Indeed, I could not bear the thought of my brother harming an innocent," Ahu replied, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "Oh, you are indeed too kind," Wang Hao sighed, then continued. "But how can someone as compassionate as you survive in this brutal apocalypse? You won't suddenly acquire any powers or systems, nor will you possess a strong heart or body. How will you endure against countless zombies and even more ruthless humans?" Ahu fell silent, rendered speechless by Wang Hao's words. "Let me offer you a piece of advice," Wang Hao continued, noting Ahu's inability to respond. "Your brother is dead, and there is no one left to protect you. You cannot hope to survive in this world. Thus, I believe it would be better for you to join your brother in death." "Is death the only option?" Ahu pondered, momentarily dazed. "Well, I am merely suggesting. As for life or death, the choice is yours. If you wish to die, I can assist you in passing painlessly," Wang Hao spoke softly. Ahu fell into contemplation, torn between the instinct to live and the grim reality of his powerlessness in this apocalypse. Without assistance, he faced a grim fate, one that could be either a zombie's bite or a slow death from starvation in a hidden corner. Such an outcome seemed more agonizing than a swift demise. After a long pause, Ahu exhaled deeply and looked up at Wang Hao. "I have come to a decision. Please grant me a swift end." "Thank you." "No need for thanks. Such matters do not require gratitude," Wang Hao replied, drawing a dagger and pressing its tip against Ahu's neck. Minutes later, Wang Hao drove away in his Land Rover, his emotions a tangled web. Ahu was a good person, one who did not deserve to die. Yet, he had taken his life. Although it was to spare him from suffering, the darkness that now dwelled within Wang Hao had ultimately dictated his actions. He could not allow Ahu to survive. Despite being a good man, there was always the risk that he might seek vengeance for his brother, thus creating another enemy. Wang Hao did not believe that Ahu possessed the strength to kill him, yet life was fraught with unforeseen circumstances. He was unwilling to take such risks. He would eliminate any potential threats to his existence. This was also why he refrained from recruiting subordinates. He feared that those men might harbor ill intentions towards his women or could turn against him while he slept. Such uncertainties compelled him to abandon the idea of building a male-dominated faction. Wang Hao resolved that if he were to expand his influence, he would only recruit women. Just as he was lost in thought, a tremendous explosion erupted from a building along the street. Thick, black smoke billowed from the 5th floor, rising ominously. Wang Hao halted his vehicle, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the ordinary hotel. He had no idea what had transpired on the 5th floor to cause such chaos. As the explosion echoed, the surrounding zombies began to stir. A horde of them surged forward, swiftly blocking the street. With no hesitation, Wang Hao opened the car door and stepped out. With so many zombies around, even the most aggressive acceleration could not free him from the impending doom. Wang Hao followed the cacophony of moans and entered the hotel. Inside, zombies were scattered throughout, and he exerted considerable effort to push through them and reach the staircase. Here, the undead were fewer in number, only a handful scattered about, aimlessly drawn by the noise. With no new sounds to guide them, they were now disoriented. Ascending the stairs, Wang Hao reached the 2nd floor, where he heard footsteps above. Soon, 3 women clad in black leather and wielding machetes appeared at the top of the staircase. The moment they spotted Wang Hao, their eyes met his, revealing their surprise at his presence. Wang Hao, too, was taken aback. Never expecting to encounter 3 strikingly fierce women armed with blades in such a setting. Chapter 66. New Ideas. First update. As Wang Hao stared blankly at the 3 women upstairs, the zombies surged up from below. Zombies are coming. We must flee. Wang Hao exclaimed, swiftly grasping the tang knife strapped to his back. He turned and felled 2 zombies that were about to reach him from behind. Quickly, follow us. There's a safe place upstairs. Understood, Wang Hao replied, sprinting after the 3 women towards the upper floor. Several zombies, drawn by the commotion, frantically pursued them. They reached the 3rd floor and dashed towards the innermost room. Be careful of the zombies. They are closing in. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the tang knife, turning to strike a zombie in the neck. Blood sprayed from the creature as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Impressive. The 3 women watched in awe, their eyes wide with admiration. Though it appeared simple, such valor was rare in dire circumstances. After dispatching 1 zombie, Wang Hao noticed 2 more charging at him. He chose not to engage further and instead rushed toward the 3 women. Hide quickly, he shouted. 1 woman opened a door, urging the others, come in here. They all rushed into the room and promptly shut the door behind them. Outside, the cacophony of zombie howls and the sound of them pounding on the door soon filled the air. This is bad. The zombies can smell us. We need to barricade the door, 1 woman exclaimed, and together with the others, they began to push a table against the door. Feeling it insufficient, they added a sofa and a cabinet, finally feeling a momentary sense of relief. Panting, they sat by the bed, shaken from their close encounter with the undead. Had it not been for Wang Hao's timely intervention, they might have been caught and had no chance to hide. Wang Hao, appearing equally startled, leaned against the wall. Sitting on the floor, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them as they exchanged nervous glances. After a time, the noise outside gradually subsided, with only the occasional zombie roar breaking the silence. Do you think the zombies have retreated? 1 woman asked, astonished. It seems so. It's strange for so many zombies to leave so quickly. Another woman furrowed her brow in contemplation. Indeed, this is highly unusual. Zombies are typically drawn to human scent. Not the other way around. They expressed their disbelief at the quietude outside. Should we check outside? 1 woman inquired hesitantly. Patience, let us wait a bit longer, another suggested. As they waited, their gazes fell upon Wang Hao simultaneously. Who are you? Where did you come from? Are you with the people upstairs? A woman with long black hair questioned. Oh, I'm just passing through, Wang Hao replied. Oh, so you're not with them. The woman sighed in relief and continued. Do you have a group? A group? Wang Hao appeared puzzled by the term. What? You don't have a group? The long-haired woman pressed. The others regarded him with curiosity, eager to learn about his background. I have no group. I have always been on my own, Wang Hao stated. Impossible. You've survived out there alone for so long? The woman was incredulous. I have no reason to deceive you. What would I gain from that? I truly am alone. Wang Hao insisted. If what you say is true, then you are remarkably strong. She regarded him now with a hint of skepticism. Your reaction mirrors that of others I have encountered. They too doubted my words, Wang Hao noted. Have you met other groups before? The woman inquired, intrigued. Not exactly a group, just a few people hiding, but they were all devoured by zombies, Wang Hao recounted. We had no choice. Someone killed several members of our team and fled, only to detonate a gas canister. At this, the woman's expression fell, and she sighed. We started with 8. And now only 3 of us remain. Did those 5 perish in the explosion? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Yes, that wretched madman. We took him in out of goodwill. And he repaid us with cruelty, resulting in our team's demise, she lamented. Wang Hao empathized, reflecting deeply. I am sorry for your loss, but in this apocalyptic world, if you wish to survive, you cannot take in just anyone. Such indiscrimination invites danger, and the consequences will fall upon you. We understand that now. But what good is that knowledge? The long-haired woman sighed. Our strongest 5 men are gone. Aside from us 3 capable women, how will the rest survive? Wang Hao paused before suggesting, your team lacks combat strength now. How do you feel about me? Are you proposing to join our team? The 3 women looked up. Curiosity piqued. No, that is not my intention. I merely wish to know if you would consider joining my team. Wang Hao smiled gently. Chapter 67. 100 Zombies. Part 2. Your team? Were you not without a team? The long-haired woman inquired with a perplexed expression. Previously, I was indeed alone, but now? With your joining, it will no longer be the case, Wang Hao replied with a smile, extending a sincere invitation. The 3 women exchanged awkward glances, finding Wang Hao's proposal rather peculiar. Moreover, what was the difference between them joining his team and him joining theirs? What's this? Are you unwilling? Wang Hao asked. That's not how it works. You are but one person, while we are a group. Even if our factions were to merge, it would entail you joining us and following our lead. It makes no sense for so many of us to join your team and heed your commands. One of the women explained, somewhat confused. Are you attempting to reason with me? That is quite simple. I am strong enough to protect you. By joining my team, you will secure a safer existence, Wang Hao stated confidently. Strong? Just how strong can you be alone? Do you think you could take on the 3 of us? The long-haired woman scoffed. A true man does not engage in conflict with women. I have no desire to fight you, but I can certainly battle the zombies outside. Wang Hao proclaimed. Fight zombies? You mean to venture out and slay a few? The long-haired woman asked, regarding him with bemusement. Although taking down zombies was perilous, she believed that with sufficient vigilance and quick reflexes, she could manage to eliminate a few and return unscathed. However, Wang Hao's demeanor remained indifferent as he retorted. If merely slaying a few zombies is all there is to it, what accomplishment is that? When I venture out, I intend to kill at least 100. 100? The woman's eyes nearly bulged out of her head upon hearing this. They deemed Wang Hao's claim to be utterly ludicrous, asserting that he could slay 100 zombies, which was an even grander boast than that of the strongest man in their previous group, having endured countless trials and tribulations in this apocalyptic world. They understood the terror and madness of zombies. One misstep could lead to being overwhelmed or bitten, resulting in their own transformation into the undead. Thus, when Wang Hao proclaimed his ability to slay 100 zombies, they regarded him as a fool. How on earth have you survived this long since the outbreak? Have you relied on boasting to scare off zombies? One woman mocked. Haha, I believe he must have stockpiled food before the apocalypse. And now that his supplies have run out, he has just emerged, another woman added. Wang Hao observed the expressions of the 3 women, feeling no anger. He understood that their reactions were quite natural. Had he not possessed the system that endowed him with extraordinary powers, he too would not have believed his own words. After all, the difficulty of an ordinary person slaying 100 zombies was akin to a hellish task, nearly impossible to accomplish. I know you won't believe my words. But if I succeed, will you join my team? Wang Hao inquired. If you accomplish that, you would be nothing short of a deity. It would be an honor for us to join your team. However, I am more inclined to think you are insane and seeking death, the long-haired woman replied. Haha, let me add this. If you truly manage to slay 100 zombies, I will not only acknowledge you as the leader, but also grant you my services freely. Another woman chimed in. Ah, Yusin, must you go this far? Don't you have a boyfriend? The other 2 women exclaimed, gazing wide-eyed at Lin Yusin. Haha. What is there to fear? Do you truly believe his words? Lin Yusin laughed in response. Indeed, I shall also go big, Guanini remarked. Turning to Wang Hao and declaring, listen closely, if you genuinely kill 100 zombies, I will become your woman, serving you diligently and doing anything for you. You 2 are utterly ridiculous. Gu Xuemon sighed, feeling that they were even more deranged than Wang Hao. Sis, what are you afraid of? Even if we say we would jump off a building if he kills 100 zombies, it wouldn't matter. After all, he is simply incapable of accomplishing it. Guanini stated. Sigh, he's gone mad. And now you both have joined him in this madness. Uttering such words, Gu Shuiman lamented, shaking her head. Haha, just wait. I shall soon slay 100 zombies and prove you all wrong, Wang Hao declared, rising from his seat and moving the table and sofa that served as a door. He then grasped the doorknob, preparing to open the door. Hey! At that moment, Gu Shuiman could no longer contain herself and reached out to grab him, asking, Are you insane? You really intend to fight zombies? Isn't it better to stay alive? Thank you for your concern, but rest assured, I am not seeking death. Wang Hao replied, fixing his gaze on Gu Shuiman before resolutely opening the door and stepping outside. Gu Shuiman watched Wang Hao's determined figure, which seemed to be marching toward death, her emotions swirling in complexity and shock. She sensed that he might not be joking. Yet slaying 100 zombies was an endeavor only a god could achieve. Bang! As Gu Shuiman's thoughts raced, the slaughter began at the stairwell. There, just out of her sight, a horde of zombies clustered, a mass of undead, blocked by the bodies of dozens of their fallen brethren littering the stairs below. This was the result of Wang Hao's strategic use of his abilities while hiding in the house. Only by doing so could he prevent the 3 women from being overwhelmed by zombies. The frail door would be utterly incapable of withstanding the relentless assault of hundreds of zombies. Thus, Wang Hao employed his abilities to lead the zombies away and used the corpses of dozens to barricade the stairwell, preventing any new zombies from ascending. Bang! Bang! Wang Hao charged directly into the pile of zombies, commencing his relentless assault on the undead. Chapter 68. Disdain. First update. Wang Hao charged into the horde of zombies, relentlessly slashing away. The surrounding zombies fell to the ground like vegetables under his blade. In less than 10 minutes, the staircase was completely littered with the corpses of the undead. The stench of blood seeped down the stairs, staining the floor of the first level crimson. Finally, after half an hour, Wang Hao, dragging his bloodied saber, turned and ascended the stairs. Inside the room, Guanini asked, Sister, do you think that guy is really going to slay the zombies? It seems so. With zombies outside, where else could he go but to fight them? Gu Shuiman replied. True, but wait. No way. Guanini shook her head, saying, Did I not boast that if he could slay 100 zombies, I would become his woman? Now, for some reason, I feel a bit uneasy about that. Uneasy about what? I don't believe he can actually kill 100 zombies. Lin Yusin interjected, having also made a bold claim that if Wang Hao killed 100 zombies, she would let him have his way with her. Sister, what if he really does it? Guanini inquired. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are so many zombies. They are not made of clay. How could he possibly kill them all? Lin Yusin shook her head. Sister, I know it's unlikely, but if he really does succeed, would you let him have his way with you? Guanini pressed. Lin Yusin was momentarily taken aback. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had blurted out such a statement. And now she had to consider whether she would uphold her words if Wang Hao actually managed to slay 100 zombies. At that moment, Gu Shuiman sighed and looked at the two of them, saying, You two have spoken too carelessly. Although it's improbable he can kill 100 zombies, you should still be cautious with your words. If he manages to do it, how will you both face the consequences? You're right, we were impulsive, Guanini admitted. Indeed. I want to speak so recklessly again, Lin Yusin echoed. Good to hear. Now, let us consider our next course of action, Gu Shuiman suggested. However, at that moment, a faint sound emanated from outside the door, as if something was being dragged across the ground. Finally, with a soft click, the door swung open, and a bloody Wang Hao appeared in the doorway, holding his saber aloft. The 3 women were taken aback at the sight of him emerging as if from a sea of blood. What? Have you really killed 100 zombies? They exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. They found it hard to accept that someone could slay 100 zombies in less than half an hour. It seemed utterly preposterous. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves, Wang Hao urged, pointing toward the staircase. No, it's impossible. You must be joking, right? Lin Yusin remained skeptical. Exactly. You must be deceiving us, just trying to take advantage of us, aren't you? Guanini asserted, her heart racing with trepidation. She feared that if Wang Hao had indeed accomplished the feat, both she and Lin Yusin might become his women, and worse, he could harm them in this very room. Though she had impulsively declared her willingness to be with him, she absolutely did not want to go through with it. After all, while Wang Hao had a fair physique and was somewhat attractive, her lofty standards demanded a man who was not only handsome but also tall and charming, someone who could captivate her heart. Before the apocalypse, the 3 of them were the closest of friends, accustomed to a life of privilege, which had elevated their expectations. Even in the wake of the apocalypse, their standards had not diminished, In fact, they had grown even higher. They had trained in various self-defense techniques, making them particularly discerning when it came to men. You ladies had no faith in my ability to slay 100 zombies, and now that I've done it, you refuse to believe me? Wang Hao's frustration grew. He could sense their disdain for him, attributing it to his seemingly lowly status. No matter his accomplishments, they still deemed him unworthy of their attention or regard. At that moment, Gu Xiaomeng spoke up. It's not that we don't want to see for ourselves. We have simply never witnessed anyone capable of killing 100 zombies. Which is why we hesitate to believe you. Your lack of experience is what blinds you. Now that I have achieved it, all you need to do is take a look. Is that too much to ask? Or are you afraid that if I truly did slay 100 zombies, I might take advantage of you? Wang Hao's eyes widened with intensity as he took a deep breath to calm himself. He glanced at their faces and continued. I assure you, I have no intention of engaging in any such relations with any of you. Because of you, I find myself utterly unimpressed. What? The three women were taken aback by his unexpected proclamation. They had anticipated various responses from Wang Hao, but none could have prepared them for such a dismissal. You find us unworthy? Are you jesting? Lin Yusen, a woman of pride, was taken aback. Throughout her life, whether before or after the apocalypse, every man she encountered had fawned over her, showering her with compliments in hopes of winning her affection and indulging in intimate encounters. Yet now, Wang Hao had the audacity to claim he looked down upon them, leaving her in a state of shock and disbelief. Chapter 69, The Kind-Hearted Wang Hao Second Update. Are you joking? Do you think I'm jesting with you? Wang Hao scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yusen's face. Then glancing at Guanini and Gu Xiumin in succession before continuing, do not presume that a bit of beauty will provoke admiration from all men. After all, we are in the apocalypse, and there are countless women who are more attractive and possess greater charm than you. As long as one has the capability, what kind of woman cannot be won over? In the eyes of truly powerful men, your allure means little. Lin Yusen realized that Wang Hao spoke the truth. They may be beautiful within their group, but that was merely due to the scarcity of women among them. If there were a former beautiful star or a stunning socialite in their midst, their charm would certainly be overshadowed. Moreover, if Wang Hao truly was a formidable man, with his decent looks, what kind of woman would he lack? Why would he covet the three of them? With this thought, Gu Xiumin, Guanini, and Lin Yusen raised their heads to scrutinize Wang Hao closely. Previously, they had dismissed him due to his average appearance and lack of muscularity. However, if this man had indeed vanquished 100 zombies, he would undoubtedly become the leader of their group. Was what you just said true? After a moment, Gu Xiumin addressed Wang Hao. Which statement? Wang Hao inquired. You said you wouldn't do such things to my two sisters? Is that true? Gu Xiumin pressed. Of course. It is true, unless they beg me. Wang Hao replied. Beg you? Who do you think you are? Lin Yusen retorted angrily, while Guanini also displayed her discontent. Wang Hao's words not only belittled them but also insulted their dignity. Enough, let us not quarrel. Gu Xiumin interjected, turning her attention back to Wang Hao. This is what you said, not us being unreasonable. Indeed, I said that. Wang Hao nodded casually. Very well, we now wish to accompany you outside, Gu Xiumin declared. Finally willing to step outside with me. How refreshing. Wang Hao exclaimed, refraining from further comment as he turned and made his way to the staircase. Upon reaching the staircase, he paused and beckoned to three women, who were still several meters behind him, saying, Rest assured, there are no living zombies here for the time being. Is that true? The three women sighed in relief and hastened to catch up. Then, they beheld a shocking sight upon ascending the stairs. The upper floor was nearly filled with the corpses of zombies, piled high enough to almost block the entire staircase. How is this possible? I have witnessed the strength of zombies before, yet they seem so feeble in his presence, as if molded from clay. Guanini's eyes widened. Lin Yusen, overwhelmed by the sight, trembled, rendered speechless by her astonishment. Are there truly 100 zombies slain here? If anything, there are at least 150. If you don't believe me, feel free to count. Wang Hao stated. What significance does counting hold? If these zombies had not been vanquished by you, they could have easily killed several of us. Gu Xiumin lamented. You are well aware, so what do you intend to do now? Wang Hao inquired. Naturally, we wish to join your group, as previously agreed. Gu Xiumin replied. Then, did the two of them agree as well? Wang Hao's gaze shifted to Lin Yusen and Guanini. We are a trio, and thus, we all wish to join your group, Gu Xiumin said. Exchanging a knowing glance with Guanini, Guanini, catching on, pulled Lin Yusen forward, standing before Wang Hao, and declared, We are willing to join your group and acknowledge you as our leader. Though Lin Yusen said nothing, she nodded in tacit agreement, albeit her expression conveyed reluctance and discomfort. Wang Hao noticed this, but it bore no weight on his decision. As long as the three women joined his group, they were effectively his to command. And he need not fear their potential to grow wings and fly away. Very well, you are now the first batch of members in our group. Wang Hao smiled. Leader. What of our previous group members? Gu Xuemian asked, surprised. Didn't you say they were all elderly, weak, or ill? How many are there? And how many are elderly or children? Wang Hao probed. There are 9 in total, comprising 3 elderly individuals, 5 children under the age of 16, including 2 girls aged 14 or 15, and 1 man who had his arm severed during a conflict with another group. Gu Xuemian explained. Oh, there are still so many? Upon hearing about the 2 girls, Wang Hao's interest piqued, and he asked, where are they now? Are they far from here? Not far. They are at the Fei Fei foot massage parlor across the street. Gu Xuemian pointed in a direction. Are you heading there now? Isn't that a bit rash? Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow afternoon? Gu Xuemian questioned, considering it was already afternoon, and the streets outside were teeming with zombies. No need, I'm a kind-hearted individual. And I take great pleasure in caring for the elderly, weak, and ill. Since you mentioned there are many, I cannot rest easy tonight without confirming their safety. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively, seized his tang knife, and stepped over the mound of zombie corpses, striding downstairs. Although Gu Xuemian had already come to believe in Wang Hao's capability to slay 100 zombies, witnessing his boldness as he charged through the pile still left her in shock, her mouth agape. Beside her, Lin Yusin and Guanini were equally astonished, their perception of Wang Hao's prowess growing ever more mysterious. Chapter 70. The hero Wang Hao burst forth from the hotel, traversing the streets teeming with wandering zombies, until he arrived at the entrance of Fei Fei Foot Spa. At that moment, the spa's door was firmly shut, obscured by a curtain that concealed the situation within. However, Wang Hao lacked the patience for meticulous examination. Transform into a zombie, he whispered, instantly morphing into a terrifying creature nearly 2 meters tall. Despite the multitude of zombies surrounding him, they appeared as mere subordinates in comparison, pathetically weak. To avoid revealing his unique abilities, Wang Hao sought a concealed spot, whereupon he unleashed his innate leadership skills. In an instant, his consciousness soared to a height of 50 meters. Without wasting a moment, he seized control from a divine perspective and infiltrated the Fei Fei Foot Spa. On the first floor, there were only 2 individuals, a man with a severed arm and an elderly gentleman in his 60s or 70s. They sat at the counter, seemingly on alert. Ascending the staircase, Wang Hao discovered the remaining 7 individuals scattered across various rooms. 2 young girls shared one room, 3 boys around 12 or 13 occupied another, and 2 elderly individuals were housed in yet another, forming a total of 3 rooms. Wang Hao committed their locations to memory before directing his consciousness back outside the building. Originally, the zombies outside were aimlessly moaning and wandering, but under Wang Hao's command, they swiftly transformed into a regiment of disciplined undead. Approximately 500 zombies, their growls echoing, surged toward the entrance of the Fei Fei Foot Spa. They began battering against the tempered glass door, which trembled violently under the relentless assault. The zombies are coming. The zombies are coming. Inside the spa, the 2 individuals, previously engrossed in snacks and idle chatter, shot upright, eyes wide with terror as they gazed toward the door. At that moment, the glass door was forcefully pushed open by a horde of zombies, shattering upon impact and scattering shards across the floor. The leading zombie fell directly to the ground, while those behind it disregarded the fallen and surged forward, tumbling over their fallen brethren to invade the spa. It's over. We're going to die? The man with the severed arm's eyes bulged in horror as he witnessed the scene, his face drained of color. He understood that with such a multitude of zombies flooding in, escape was nearly impossible, especially for the frail and the elderly. A scream erupted from the first floor as the elderly man and the one-armed man were swiftly overwhelmed and bitten, their throats severed, becoming a gruesome feast for the undead. Subsequently, countless zombies surged toward the second floor. What is happening downstairs? On the second floor, a door swung open. 2 elderly individuals, hearing the commotion, attempted to descend the stairs for a closer look. However, when they reached the staircase landing, they were paralyzed with fear. The sight of an avalanche of zombies ascending the stairs caused one elderly woman to collapse in terror. Grandma, what's wrong? The children, hearing the commotion, gathered around. Yet, her frail body was no match for the relentless force of the zombies. In an instant, barely a second passed, the elderly woman was overwhelmed by the first wave of zombies, completely consumed. The following zombies trampled over the bodies of their fallen comrades, flooding into the hallway on the second floor. It was as if they instinctively knew where the living were hiding, as they gathered at the entrance of one room and began to pound against the door. Bang! Bang! The force of their impact shook the door violently, with some zombies striking it so hard that their heads shattered upon collision. Nevertheless, these relentless creatures showed no signs of retreat, continuing to batter the door. Finally, with a resounding crash, the door burst open. Ah! The three boys inside screamed as they were swiftly tackled to the ground and bitten at the neck. Crimson blood spilled across the floor, staining it, the beds, and even the walls. In another room, the two young girls heard the horrific screams from outside and were instantly gripped with fear, bursting into tears. What do we do? They've all been eaten by zombies. What will happen to us? I don't know. We have nowhere to go but wait for death. The two girls clung to one another, sobbing inconsolably, evoking sympathy from anyone who might witness their plight. At that moment, the zombies seemed to have identified their presence, converging around their door. Bang! Bang! A frenzied onslaught of pounding echoed, accompanied by the terrifying growls of the undead. The two girls, hearing the horrifying sounds so close outside, scrambled onto the bed, covering themselves with blankets, trembling uncontrollably. At last, after a series of violent thrashes, the door was violently flung open. It's over. We're going to die. The girls clutched one another, their bodies shaking with fear. In that moment, they felt utterly hopeless, no longer believing in any possibility of salvation. Before the zombies, they saw no escape. The growls of the undead were now mere moments away from them, as if the next instant, the zombies would rip off their blankets, pounce upon them, and tear them to shreds. However, just then, a male voice pierced through the chaos outside. Little zombies, your grandpa is here. Come forth and meet your demise. Following this proclamation, the sound of flesh being cleaved filled the air, suggesting a fierce battle ensued. Within moments, silence enveloped the room once more. Confusion filled the minds of the two girls as they pondered the unfolding events outside, yet a flicker of hope ignited within them. Perhaps they would not perish after all. Indeed, as soft footsteps approached, the blanket covering them was pulled aside. Are you all right? Are you hurt? A man, not particularly handsome but radiating warmth, appeared before them. He seemed like a deity sent from the heavens to rescue them, tall and imposing, surpassing any idol they had ever admired. This is my hero, one girl exclaimed, her lips trembling as tears of joy filled her eyes once more. Chapter 71, The Great and Righteous, second update. Why are you not speaking? Are you hurt? Wang Hao observed the two girls before him, entwined in each other's embrace, with glistening tears rolling down their cheeks, and felt a tinge of confusion. He worried that the recent encounter with the zombies had frightened them into silence. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for saving us. You are our hero. The two girls expressed their gratitude, their words somewhat naive yet profoundly touching to Wang Hao. Although he had orchestrated the entire situation, allowing the zombies to remain for the sake of their rescue, the sensation of being called a hero and having them leap into his arms was simply exhilarating. He thought to himself that if this was what it meant to be a hero, he could certainly repeat this performance many times. The villain was he, and so was the hero. He could indulge in both misdeeds and benevolence with a clear conscience. All right, you two need not fear anymore. As long as I am here, you shall not encounter any danger, Wang Hao said softly, wrapping his arms around their delicate necks, embodying the heroic figure they envisioned. Thank you, big brother. You truly are a good person. They gazed up at him with gratitude. Haha, I hardly consider myself a good person. I simply cannot bear to see you harmed. He replied with a smile. Big brother, you need not say anything. We believe you are a good person, and you are indeed a good person. One of the girls asserted. Very well, if you say so, then I shall be a good person, Wang Hao conceded without argument. That's more like it, the girl chuckled. Then, their attention turned to the floor, where several slain zombies lay scattered. Among them were a few that had not completely succumbed to death, their bodies still twitching faintly. However, due to the severing of their necks by Wang Hao, they could no longer pose a threat to anyone. Did you slay all these zombies by yourself, big brother? The girls asked, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked back at him. Indeed, they were all dispatched by me, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. The two girls could hardly contain their amazement, exclaiming, Big brother, you truly are impressive. To have slain so many zombies. You are even more formidable than those characters on television. In an instant, they began to idolize Wang Hao, viewing him as their new hero. Haha, you flatter me. I am nowhere near as skilled as those acrobatic figures on screen. These zombies merely had obvious weaknesses. You could achieve the same in due time, Wang Hao chuckled. Big brother, please take us in. We have nowhere else to go. And please teach us how to defeat zombies. We wish to learn from you, the girls implored, their eyes filled with longing. Very well. I am here to lead you away from this place, Wang Hao affirmed. Ah? A hint of confusion crossed their faces upon hearing this. Do you know Lin Yusin, Guanini, and Gu Shuimian? Wang Hao inquired. Of course. Those three sisters are so kind to us, and their strength is remarkable. They can slay zombies. The girls responded eagerly. Ha ha, it is good that you are aware. My presence here is connected to them, Wang Hao said with a smile. Big brother, have you met those three sisters? The girls asked in surprise. Yes. They are in the building across from us. They encountered zombies as well, and I rescued them. They mentioned your situation, and I feared that zombies might attack you. So I rushed over here, he explained. At this point, Wang Hao sighed, expressing regret. Alas, I arrived too late, and your companions fell victim to the zombies. If only I had come sooner, they might have survived. But lamenting now serves no purpose. They are beyond saving. Wang Hao shook his head, feeling guilt over his tardiness. Yet, he quickly composed himself and said to the two girls, let us move. Staying here may attract even more zombies. I will take you to reunite with those three sisters, and then we shall leave together. We will do as you say, big brother, the girls replied obediently. Then let us depart. Wang Hao nodded, scanning the room for anything of value but found nothing significant. He led the girls out of the room. Upon stepping outside, the girls were once again taken aback by the sight of numerous zombies sprawled on the ground, their feet squelched in the thick blood, producing faint sounds that heightened their anxiety. Their gazes toward Wang Hao shifted, filled with newfound admiration. It was as if his stature had suddenly grown, surpassing that of mere mortals, his appearance shining brighter than that of any celebrity. In that moment, Wang Hao standing in the girl's eyes ascended to an exalted height, embodying the essence of righteousness and valor. As the wind carried the scent of blood through the streets, the terrifying zombies seemed to have vanished. Wait here. I will call the three of them down, Wang Hao instructed the girls as they reached the hotel entrance. Big brother, I am scared. The girls clung to his hands, reluctant to let go. Do not fear, there are no zombies here. Trust me, Wang Hao reassured them. All right, the girls hesitantly released their grip but remained anxious. Do not wander off. I will return shortly with them, Wang Hao instructed before hastening into the hotel. Soon, he arrived at the door of the innermost room on the second floor. Yet, as he stood at the threshold, uncertainty washed over him. He knew that revealing to the three women that nearly all their comrades had perished would deeply sadden them. Perhaps it is best to let them know, while shocking. They will ultimately accept it, Wang Hao resolved. With that thought, he knocked on the door and turned the handle to enter. Chapter 72. Return to the Villa District, first update. With a click, Wang Hao opened the door, and the three women inside the room fixed their wide eyes upon him. Did you make it over there? Gu Shuiman inquired. I did, but some unexpected incidents occurred, Wang Hao replied. What kind of incidents? Gu Shuiman asked, astonishment evident in her voice, and the other two women mirrored her surprise. Wang Hao hesitated briefly before continuing. When I arrived, the entrance of the Fei Fei foot massage parlor had already been breached by zombies. How could this happen? The three women were momentarily stunned by his words. There are far too many zombies on the streets, and their location is not discreet, making it easy for them to be discovered, Wang Hao explained. Alas. Gu Shuiman sighed, tears welling in her eyes. She shook her head and lamented, we shouldn't have recklessly pursued that traitor, otherwise they wouldn't have encountered so many zombies. Don't be sad, big sister. Who would have known that traitor would detonate the gas canisters and cause such a massive explosion? Had we known, we definitely wouldn't have chased after him. Guo and I consoled. Indeed, now that they have been attacked by zombies, we have nothing left to cling to. Let us depart, Lin Yuxian added. Yes, but when will you take us away? Gu Shuiman asked. Right now, come with me, Wang Hao answered. Are we leaving now? So soon? Gu Shuiman expressed her concern. What is there to fear? There are not many zombies left outside, and besides, if they come, I'll be here. Wang Hao stated confidently, turning to head toward the staircase. Then let us go, Gu Shuiman reluctantly agreed, leading her two younger sisters to follow Wang Hao down the stairs. However, as they descended the stairs and exited the hotel, they were taken aback upon seeing two young girls. Peng Ping, Ting Ting, what are you doing here? Gu Shuiman rushed over and embraced the two girls. Lin Yuxian and Guo and I followed suit, their faces filled with surprise as they gazed at the two girls. They had assumed that with the zombie attack on their group, no one would survive, yet these two girls were miraculously alive. Peng Ping, Ting Ting? Quickly tell us how you survived and made it here, Guo and I urged. Big sister, we were almost bitten by zombies, but this brother appeared and killed those zombies, saving us, Peng Ping recounted. Oh, is that so? Gu Shuiman exclaimed in surprise, looking up at Wang Hao. Why didn't you tell us you saved them? You didn't ask who else survived, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't mention it, Wang Hao explained. Oh, that makes sense, Gu Shuiman nodded. Then expressed her gratitude. Thank you for saving them. Enough with the thanks. The zombies are coming. Let us go, Wang Hao said. Retrieving his car keys and swiftly walking toward the modified Land Rover parked in the middle of the street. What a magnificent vehicle. Did you modify it yourself? The 5 women examined the unique Land Rover as they got in. I found it. I'm not skilled in modifying vehicles, Wang Hao replied casually. Starting the engine and driving towards the villa district on the hilltop. By the time he arrived at the villa district, dusk had fully settled in. With a screech, he halted the vehicle in front of the first villa. Outside, a dozen zombies were aimlessly wandering. Upon hearing the sound of the car, they began to slowly converge. Why did you stop the car here? Look, the zombies are surrounding us. Guanini exclaimed in panic. Yes, why did you stop here? Is this where your group is located? Gu Shuiman asked curiously. Indeed, this is the location of our group. But I have yet to explore it and do not know if there are zombies inside. Therefore, I must lead you to secure this new territory, Wang Hao declared, pushing open the car door and exiting with his tang knife. At that moment, the zombies were within mere dozens of meters from the Land Rover. This is reckless. Although there are few zombies here, how can he protect all of us by himself? Guanini complained. Enough, let us listen to him. I trust he wouldn't take on something he couldn't handle, Gu Shuiman replied. Though he is strong, he is not invincible. Guanini still expressed her unease. It's too early to say such things. He can slay 100 zombies. How could a mere dozen pose a threat to him? Let us observe, Gu Shuiman suggested. All right, Guanini nodded in agreement. Inside the car, silence fell once more as they all focused on Wang Hao, who wielded his tang knife and engaged the zombies outside. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Hao had dispatched all the zombies. He then approached the villa, opened the main door, and stepped inside. How impressive. Following him is surely the right choice. Gu Shuiman remarked. Yes, he is incredibly strong. I've never seen anyone stronger than him, the 2 young girls expressed in admiration. He drove the vehicle into the villa yard and promptly closed the large gate behind them. All right, gather your weapons and come down. Wang Hao instructed the 3 women in the car. Although you wish to join my group, and I will provide you with sufficient food. My group does not harbor useless individuals. Thus, you 3 will be responsible for handling this villa. If there are any zombies inside, I hope you can eliminate them. Can you manage that? The 3 women stared in shock, their mouths agape at Wang Hao's words. Chapter 73. The Test, Second Update. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Wang Hao gazed at the 3 women before him with a half-smile, expressing mild astonishment. It's not that, Gu Shuiman shook her head and replied. I just find it hard to comprehend. It is already dark outside, and the villa will be even darker. We have no idea how many zombies are inside, and the uncertainty of the situation makes it easy for us to get bitten. As she spoke, she pointed at Wang Hao's chest. You possess great strength and vast experience in dealing with zombies. If you were to enter the villa on your own to eliminate them, the risks would be minimal. Indeed, while the 3 of us have fought zombies, we are far inferior to you. Isn't your team in need of members? You do not need to put us in danger. If your intention is merely to enhance our skills, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Guanini concurred with Gu Shuiman's sentiments, though Lin Yusin remained silent. Her expression suggested agreement with her companions. However, Wang Hao sighed and stated, You make valid points, but it seems you have overlooked the fact that I am your leader. Your captain. Therefore, I must emphasize that from now on, whatever I say must be followed. If you choose not to heed my words, I will not compel you. The door is open. You may leave at any time, and I will not stop you. As he spoke, Wang Hao gestured towards the villa's entrance. How can you be like this? We thought you were a reasonable person, yet it turns out you manipulate others to conform to your will. You are disregarding our safety. Gu Shuiman exclaimed with indignation, her initial fondness for Wang Hao evaporating in an instant. Your opinion of me is your own concern. However, if you wish to remain in my group, you must obey my commands. Wang Hao replied with an indifferent demeanor. Gu Shuiman's face flushed with anger, rendering her speechless. Enough. Sister, don't argue with him. We have fought zombies before. It's just a villa. How many zombies could possibly be inside? The 3 of us can handle this. Guanini declared. Is this your test for us 3? Lin Yusin suddenly inquired. Yes, it is, Wang Hao affirmed. We can accept your test. But you must at least provide us with a flashlight, Lin Yusin insisted. That is not an issue. Thank you. A faint smile graced Lin Yusin's lips as she turned to Gu Shuimian and Guanini, waving the flashlight. Now that we have a flashlight, let's be cautious. We should be fine. Since that's settled, let us give it a try, Gu Shuimian said, casting a deep glance at Wang Hao before turning to join Lin Yusin and Guanini as they approached the villa's entrance. Will the big sisters be in danger? The two girls in the car asked anxiously. Rest assured, we must trust in their ability to handle this situation, Wang Hao replied. But I am still worried. Although I have heard them speak of defeating zombies, I can't shake the feeling that they are far from your strength, big brother. The girl questioned, perplexed. Yet Wang Hao remained silent in the driver's seat, choosing not to respond. Unbeknownst to her, he could not hear her words at all, for he had activated his talent. Leadership, and his consciousness had transcended into the villa, seeking the locations of the zombies within. Soon, Wang Hao located 7 zombies scattered throughout the villa. These appeared to be the former inhabitants of the home, inexplicably transformed into zombies without a single one missing. At this point, Wang Hao's temperament had evolved. He felt no sympathy for their plight. Instead, he regarded the number of zombies as an inconvenience to manage. Meanwhile, in the first-floor hall, Gu Shuimian and her companions encountered their first zombie. The beam of light from Lin Yusin's flashlight illuminated the creature, provoking it into a frenzied charge towards them. However, the speed of this zombie was considerably slower, merely half that of an average human. Thus, despite their nervousness, the trio remained composed. Sister, keep the light steady. This zombie is mine, Gu Shuimian declared as she brandished a kitchen knife. As the zombie lunged closer, she swiftly ducked and maneuvered behind it, raising the knife to strike at the back of its neck. With a decisive crack, the zombie's neck was severed, dark blood gushing from the wound. Sister, you are amazing. Without you, we wouldn't have had the confidence to face a zombie, Guanini exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Though she had previously slain zombies, it had only been through ambushes. And with a man accompanying her, facing a zombie alone was a daunting prospect for her. Shoo, keep your voices down. This villa is vast. There could be more zombies lurking inside. We must be cautious and not fall prey here, Gu Shuimian cautioned, making a gesture for silence as she gripped her knife tightly. Continuing her exploration of the villa, they meticulously searched every room on the first floor, ensuring safety before ascending to the second floor. Wang Hao, observing from his divine perspective, couldn't help but admire their capabilities. Indeed, these 3 women possess some skill, and trusting them with the first line of defense in this villa should be manageable. Yet, he noted with discomfort how obedient Lin Yusin and Guanini were to Gu Shuimian. This might complicate my future leadership over them, he mused. Oh, it is merely one woman. If she is lost, so be it. As long as the other 2 remain compliant, my actions will have been worthwhile, Wang Hao concluded, refocusing his attention on the trio as they ascended to the second floor. Chapter 74, Fate's Caprice, first update. As the 3 women ascended the staircase, Gu Shuimian suddenly reached out, grasping the other 2 and signaling for silence. Lin Yusin and Guanini held their breath, casting puzzled glances at her. Their movement above. Stay behind me, Gu Shuimian instructed. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yusin and Guanini allowed Gu Shuimian to lead the way. Observing this interaction, Wang Hao's perception of Gu Shuimian shifted. Her formidable strength and keen vigilance suggested that without her, Lin Yusin and Guanini would struggle to clear the zombies from the villa. He realized that retaining someone like Gu Shuimian was essential for keeping the 2 women alert and monitoring any approaching threats from the hillside. Thus, he resolved to observe further, considering keeping Gu Shuimian temporarily. After all, while the 3 women were indeed striking in appearance, his interests did not lie in that direction. If Gu Shuimian remained, it might render Lin Yusin and Guanini less compliant with his commands, but that was of little consequence to him. At most, he would forego certain indulgences with them. As they continued, the trio swiftly dispatched 3 zombies, all thanks to Gu Shuimian's efforts. Lin Yusin and Guanini had yet to engage, merely trailing behind. It was only upon reaching the 3rd floor that Lin Yusin seized the opportunity to fell a zombie, a circumstance made possible as Gu Shuimian was preoccupied with another. We've slain 6 zombies. Surely there can't be more lurking here? Guanini inquired. It may be premature to assume so. Let us remain cautious, Gu Shuimian advised. Oh, Guanini nodded in compliance. Just then, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted from somewhere on the 3rd floor, immediately drawing their attention to the innermost room. That sound appears to be emanating from there. More zombies. Guanini quivered. Indeed, be wary. This could be the last zombie in the villa, Gu Shuimian declared, brandishing a kitchen knife as she advanced toward the source of the noise. At last, she halted at the doorway, reaching for the doorknob. Sister, be careful. This could be the final zombie. If we dispatch it, we'll have fulfilled that fellow's test, Gunini urged. With a deep breath, Gu Shuimian remained silent. Turning the doorknob. Creak. In an instant, the door swung open. Inside, a zombie, sensing the light, lunged forward in a frenzy. Gu Shuimian sidestepped the creature and swiftly delivered a lethal blow to the back of its neck. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth from the zombie's severed neck as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Ha! The zombie is slain. We've completed the test," Gunini exclaimed. Rushing to inspect the now motionless corpse, her face flushed with excitement. "Be careful, younger sister." But just then, Gu Shuimian suddenly surged forward, shoving Gunini aside. "Sister!" Gunini nearly stumbled to the floor, regaining her balance, confusion flooding her mind. She turned to question Gu Shuimian, only to be struck dumb by horror. "Ah, Lin Yusen." Too widened her eyes in terror as she gazed at Gu Shuimian, unable to suppress a gasp. A zombie had inexplicably lunged from the room, sinking its teeth into Gu Shuimian's arm. With a horrific growl, the creature tore away a large chunk of flesh from Gu Shuimian's limb, consuming it greedily. "Ah!" Gu Shuimian cried out in agony, collapsing to the floor from the excruciating pain. "No." Gunini's voice rose in desperate anguish. She had never anticipated that her momentary negligence would lead to Gu Shuimian bearing the brunt of a zombie attack. Filled with remorse, her fear intensified as she realized that they now faced the zombie with only two capable fighters. If they hesitated, Gu Shuimian might suffer further grievous harm. "I will slay you." Gunini brandished her knife, charging at the zombie poised to strike Gu Shuimian. "Watch your back." Yet, Gu Shuimian pointed frantically behind Lin Yusen. In her panic from the bite, Gu Shuimian had lost awareness of her surroundings, leaving her vulnerable to a second zombie that had appeared to attack her. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yusen braced for the worst, anticipating the zombie's imminent assault. Bam! Yet, as the creature lunged, it stumbled and fell to the ground. Relief surged through Lin Yusen as she gripped her knife tightly, swinging it down upon the fallen zombie. With a dull thud, she severed its neck, rendering it motionless. Thud! Simultaneously, Gunini dispatched the zombie that had lunged at Gu Shuimian. "Sister, are you all right?" Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Gunini rushed to Gu Shuimian's side, assisting her to her feet. "Don't worry about me. You both need to search the other rooms. Ensure no zombies remain before anything else." Gu Shuimian grit her teeth, suppressing the intense pain in her arm. Sister Gunini's heart ached at her sister's condition. "Second sister, he the elder sister. She has already been bitten," Lin Yusen, maintaining her composure, urged them both. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gunini nodded reluctantly. "All right, sister, hold on. We will ensure the area is clear before we find a way to aid you." With that, she and Lin Yusen tightened their grips on their knives and proceeded to the remaining two rooms. Finally, after confirming that no further zombies lurked within, they hurriedly assisted Gu Shuimian toward the staircase, though they recognized the grim reality of Gu Shuimian's condition. A spark of hope for a miraculous recovery still flickered within their hearts. "Ah, I had initially intended to end your life, yet your valor has swayed my resolve. Now, fate has decided to play a cruel just by allowing you to be bitten. How capricious fate can be," Wang Hao mused, observing the three women supporting one another as they descended the stairs. Chapter 75. A new attempt. He withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, gazing patiently at the entrance of the villa. A series of coughs erupted behind him as the two young girls in the car found themselves choking on the smoke. Wang Hao turned to glance at the girls and smiled. "My apologies, I'll just step outside to smoke." With that, he opened the car door, preparing to exit. "Big brother," one of the girls called out to him. "What is it?" Wang Hao asked, puzzled. "Big brother, I was talking to you just now, but you ignored me." The girl said, "Is that so? Perhaps I didn't hear you. I felt a bit drowsy and accidentally dozed off," Wang Hao replied casually. Upon hearing this, the two girls immediately expressed understanding for Wang Hao's situation. "Oh, so Big Brother was just sleepy. It makes sense. You fought off so many zombies today and saved us. You must be exhausted. I get it now. Big Brother must be too tired to fight zombies himself. So he had to send us older sisters to deal with them instead. Am I right?" Wang Hao was taken aback, surprised that his coercion of the three women had been viewed by the girls as a reluctant decision, leading them to regard him as a good person. This was quite unexpected for him. However, not one to be slow-witted, he nodded and awkwardly yet politely smiled. "You two little clever clogs, nothing escapes your notice." "Haha. Big Brother admits it. You truly are a kind-hearted brother." The girls exclaimed joyfully, their admiration for him growing. At that moment, Lin Yusin and Guanini emerged from the villa, supporting Gu Shuemong. Upon hearing the laughter from the car, their expressions changed dramatically. As they approached the Land Rover, Wang Hao turned to them. "Look, the older sisters are out," he remarked to the girls, extinguishing his cigarette and stepping out of the vehicle with them. "What happened to you?" Wang Hao asked in surprise, noticing Gu Shuemong's pale complexion. The two girls, upon witnessing the scene, burst into tears. "Humph. Isn't it because you forced us? You insisted that the three of us go into the villa to fight zombies, and now my sister has been bitten. Are you satisfied?" Guanini questioned angrily. "No, this is not the outcome I desired. I thought you would return safely." Wang Hao shook his head, incredulous. "Well, what's the use of saying that now? My sister has already been bitten by a zombie. What should we do?" Lin Yusin asked. She believed that now was not the time to assign blame. That was meaningless. What mattered was how to handle Gu Shuemong. For one could turn into a zombie after death. If not dealt with properly, it could lead to a calamity. "Sigh, my sister was bitten by a zombie. This could have been avoided. It's all your fault." Guanini continued to harbor resentment towards Wang Hao, lamenting his inaction. At that moment, the two girls cried. "You misunderstood, big brother. He didn't want the older sisters to enter and fight zombies. It's just that he has fought so many today and is too exhausted to continue. That's why he had to send you in. Is that so?" Lin Yusin and Guanini turned to Wang Hao, inquiring. Wang Hao, under their scrutiny, sighed heavily, feeling guilty. "It's my fault. I thought you could handle it. So I sought a moment to rest my eyes. I never anticipated it would result in such harm to your sister. Had I known, I should have insisted on fighting the zombies myself instead of making excuses about it being a test for you. Now I understand." Guanini and Lin Yusin felt their resentment towards Wang Hao diminish significantly upon hearing his explanation. "Big sister, did you hear what he said?" Lin Yusin asked. "I did. He didn't mean to send the three of us into the villa," Gu Shuemong said weakly, as if on the verge of collapse. "Sigh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so careless," Guanini lamented. "Enough. Stop blaming yourselves. Neither of you intended for this to happen. And neither did he mean to put us in danger, so don't hold it against him anymore. What has happened is simply fate. Perhaps it is for the best. I've had enough of this apocalypse and could use a proper rest," Gu Shuemong said, her eyelids growing heavy. "Big sister, please don't leave us." Lin Yusin and Guanini watched as Gu Shuemong's breathing grew faint, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. "Please, big sister, don't leave us." The two girls cried once more upon witnessing Gu Shuemong's condition. At that moment, Wang Hao stared at the increasingly lifeless Gu Shuemong, hesitating. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You must hurry into the villa now. Leave this to me. Your sister may soon turn into a zombie. And if you do not leave, it will be too late." Turn into a zombie? Guanini froze at this revelation. Although she had been sorrowful, fear began to creep in. The thought of losing Gu Shuemong was heart-wrenching, but the notion of her becoming a zombie, potentially harming her, was far more terrifying. Realizing this, Guanini quickly pulled Lin Yusin up, saying, "Yes, right. Our sister is about to turn into a zombie. We cannot keep her here any longer, or we'll be in danger too. If Big Sister could speak, she wouldn't want us to meet the same fate. But Big Sister hasn't seen." Lin Yusin protested. "Not much longer. It's imminent. Let us go quickly. We'll leave this to him. He will give Big Sister a merciful end," Guanini urged, dragging Lin Yusin into the villa. The two girls were also ushered away by Wang Hao. Wang Hao gazed at Gu Shuemong's increasingly pale face, scooping her up and heading towards the villa's courtyard gate. "Now, let me see if I can turn a woman bitten by a zombie into a corpse slave." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Chapter 76. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. As Wang Hao cradled Gu Shuemong and stepped through the villa's entrance, several zombies roared and surrounded him. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a towering, nearly 2-meter-tall horror of a zombie. With a powerful shove, he pushed aside the encroaching undead and sprinted toward another villa nearby. He leaped over the fence of the adjacent villa with ease. Outside, a dozen zombies clamored, howling as they sought to tear Gu Shuemong apart. Fortunately, the fence was sturdy, and they could not breach it in the short term. Casting a glance at the zombies, Wang Hao turned his attention back to Gu Shuemong in his arms, noticing her breaths had grown faint, nearly imperceptible. He could not afford to delay any longer. He opened his mouth and bit down on her delicate, pale neck. Gu Shuemong gasped, perhaps feeling the pain, and instinctively opened her eyes. Upon seeing Wang Hao's terrifying visage, a flicker of despair crossed her features. Though her consciousness was hazy, She could not bear the sight of Wang Hao's monstrous form, so starkly different from the other zombies. At that moment, however, she lacked the strength to utter a word. She merely gazed at him for a brief moment before closing her eyes once more. Sensing her breath had ceased, Wang Hao gently laid her body on the ground and waited patiently. Understanding that Gu Shuiman's situation differed from Su Xian's, he did not harbor much hope. If she were to transform into a zombie, he would not be surprised nor would he feel regret. After all, in this apocalyptic world, life was no longer the most precious commodity. Wang Hao reverted to his human form, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. As he finished smoking, he noticed a change in Gu Shuiman's body. She began to convulse, yet no blood seeped from her wounds. Strange. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and leaned closer to inspect her. To his astonishment, Gu Shuiman's eyes fluttered open, revealing an unusual crimson hue in her pupils. Suddenly, her limbs began to twitch. Observing her bizarre transformation, Wang Hao quickly stepped back, fully prepared to revert to his zombie form at any moment. Finally, Gu Shuiman stood upright again, her gaze blank as if she had lost all memory. "Are you all right?" Wang Hao inquired. Gu Shuiman hesitated momentarily, but then the confusion in her eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a bloodthirsty and savage glare. "What? Is she going to attack me?" Wang Hao's heart raced as he transformed back into his zombie form. Indeed, with a chilling roar, Gu Shuiman lunged toward him. Mutated Zombie. Level 2, killing yields 1,000 experience points. Defense, 158 attack, 258 speed, 103 talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Upon sensing blood, she enters a temporary frenzied state, undergoing a significant transformation. A mutated zombie? At level 2? How can this be? Wang Hao felt a headache coming on as he read the information about Gu Shuiman. He had initially thought that whether she transformed into a zombie or a corpse slave would not affect him. However, this was no longer the case. Gu Shuiman had become a level 2 mutated zombie, endowed with a unique talent, complicating matters significantly. While the attributes of a level 2 mutated zombie still paled in comparison to his own, her frenzied talent made her a formidable opponent. As she charged at him with a terrifying roar, Wang Hao thought, "No matter what, I must subdue her first." He extended his sharp claws toward the oncoming Gu Shuiman. As she lunged, he grabbed her head with his right hand, lifting her effortlessly. Gu Shuiman struggled fiercely, intent on attacking him. Mutated zombies are truly peculiar. Wang Hao observed her closely, noting that aside from her blood-red eyes, her body bore no apparent signs of being a zombie. Her skin remained pallid and soft, entirely unlike that of a typical undead creature. Yet, he was certain she could not be entirely human, for such explosive power could not stem from a mere human body. As Gu Shuiman continued to thrash and extend her arms, her fingers rapidly elongated, growing to 5 centimeters in mere moments. Wang Hao could not afford to wait any longer. He seized her head and slammed it forcefully against the ground. With a resounding crash, Gu Shuiman collapsed, her body pooling with crimson blood beneath her. Though strong, a mutated zombie is still no match for someone like me. Wang Hao observed her motionless form, shaking his head slightly as he stepped over her body, intending to leave. Yet, at that moment, Gu Shuiman's body stirred once more. "What?" Wang Hao turned back, taken aback by her uncanny resilience. Her transformation was so strange, far beyond his understanding of typical zombies. However, it was not surprising, after all. He had never fought against a mutated zombie before. The common undead had posed no challenge to him, leading him to mistakenly believe that all lesser zombies were insignificant. Yet now, this level 2 mutated zombie was proving to be quite the conundrum. How remarkably tenacious. Though astonished, Wang Hao resolutely turned back, aiming a foot toward Gu Shuiman's head. He intended to crush her skull, believing this to be the fastest and most effective way to eliminate a zombie. With a thunderous impact, before she could rise, Wang Hao's foot smashed down, obliterating her head. Blood splattered in all directions, and torrents of crimson gushed from her severed neck, rapidly covering a 3-meter radius. Surely, she must be dead now? Wang Hao scoffed softly and turned to walk toward the edge of the fence. Chapter 77. Guanini's Thoughts, Second Update. However, just as Wang Hao took a few steps, he heard another sound behind him. Could it be? Is it still not dead? Wang Hao turned around, gazing once more at the corpse lying in a pool of blood. Yet, upon seeing the headless body he had trampled, a shiver ran down his spine. The blood within a 3-meter radius began to bubble, and the headless corpse lying in it started to dissolve. Subsequently, amidst the boiling blood, a brand new humanoid creature gradually emerged. The second-level zombie possessed a bloodthirsty frenzy. With each kill, it would gain new evolution, growing stronger. It could only be completely destroyed after being killed 3 times consecutively. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Kill 3 times consecutively? Is the second-level mutated zombie this formidable? What about the third level? Wang Hao was astounded. At that moment, the figure in the blood pool fully revealed itself. But its appearance was entirely different from Guxiumian. It was a creature entirely crimson, adorned with 3 backward spines on its back, and its claws extended over several dozen centimeters. Roar. The blood-red monster let out a fierce roar and charged toward Wang Hao, its speed more than doubled compared to before. Wang Hao, witnessing the creature's aggressive approach, did not flinch. He clenched his right fist and struck forward. Though the monster moved swiftly, it still lagged significantly in comparison to Wang Hao's speed. Bang! His punch landed squarely on the monster, sending it flying 3 meters away, crashing to the ground. Roar! The creature howled as it attempted to rise, but Wang Hao denied it the chance, rushing forward once more. He reached the monster, grasped its head, and swiftly twisted its neck, discarding it aside. Yet, not satisfied, he seized the monster's legs and with a swift motion, tore them apart. Now it must be dead, right? Wang Hao gazed at the dismembered corpse lying on the ground, which remained motionless for a considerable time, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The innate abilities of this second-level mutated zombie were incredibly potent. Fortunately, its attributes were low. If it were a third or even fourth-level mutated zombie possessing such talents, it would be catastrophic. Given Wang Hao's current capabilities, facing such a mutated zombie would likely necessitate a retreat. Thus, Wang Hao resolved to enhance his strength swiftly, unlocking more innate abilities. What happened? What did you do with my sister's body? Upon returning to the villa, Guanini immediately approached, inquisitively asking, "What significance does it hold to ask about that? A woman transformed into a zombie. What do you think I could have done?" Wang Hao retorted, "I understand. You must have completely destroyed her body, right?" Guanini inquired. "Some things I had to do that way. You wouldn't want to see her turn into a zombie. Would you?" Wang Hao asked. "I know." Guanini nodded. "All right, those matters are in the past. Since we are alive, we should focus on what the living ought to do." Wang Hao wandered around the villa, frowning as he glanced at the corpses of the zombies strewn across the floor, coldly asking, "Are you keeping these bodies for the new year?" "No, we were just scared and didn't dare to move them," Guanini whispered. "Are you scared too?" Wang Hao turned to Lin Yusen. Though Lin Yusen was reluctant to admit it, she had to nod, for she was indeed frightened. "Both of you are afraid. So who will move these bodies? Are you going to leave it to them?" Wang Hao glanced at the 2 girls. "No, that's not what we meant." Guanini clarified. "It's not that we truly think that. It's just because we're scared," Guanini explained, while Lin Yusen's face flushed with shame. She was a woman of great pride, yet the apocalypse had repeatedly battered her self-esteem. "I understand that you are afraid, but can fear justify an action?" Wang Hao questioned. Guanini was at a loss for words. Lin Yusen, however, gritted her teeth, remaining silent as she reached for a zombie's ankle and began dragging it downstairs. "Did you see her actions? Do you need me to say more?" Wang Hao turned to Guanini, faced with Wang Hao's gaze. Guanini dared not retort and bravely reached out to grab a zombie, dragging it downstairs. Seeing the 2 girls descend, Wang Hao finally donned a smile, looking at them and saying, "You 2 stay here. Big Brother will see if the lights can still be turned on." After speaking, he pressed a switch on the wall. With a click, the lights overhead illuminated instantly. "Wow!" The 2 girls gasped, their eyes sparkling as they surveyed their surroundings. They were not merely observing the villa's interior. They were exhilarated to see the lights once again. It's been so long since the apocalypse began, and they had never seen light before. "Big Brother, why is there light here?" the 2 girls curiously asked. "Haha, this big house is different. It has energy storage devices and solar panels that can generate electricity automatically." Wang Hao replied with a smile. "So that's how it is. That's wonderful. This house is spacious and has lights, far better than where we used to live." "Haha, then you 2 should stay here long term. Don't get bored of it," Wang Hao said. "We want tea. We're thrilled to live in such a big house." "We could never get bored." The 2 girls shook their heads. "Haha," Wang Hao merely laughed, choosing not to elaborate further. However, he began to devise a plan in his mind. Once the corpses were cleared, should he seek out that wealthy woman tonight? After all, he had slain countless zombies today, accomplishing much, and his body felt somewhat fatigued. Yet, just as Wang Hao contemplated this, Guanini suddenly approached him. "Do you have something to say?" Wang Hao asked, puzzled. I have something I want to discuss with you," Guanini said bashfully, glancing at Lin Yusen, who had already gone downstairs and then walked toward a nearby room. What on earth does this woman want to say to me? Her expression is strange, as if she harbors some thoughts about me. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel perplexed. Chapter 78. The interesting woman Wang Hao, filled with curiosity, decided to follow her. Upon entering the room, he looked at Guanini and inquired, "What brings you to me? Is it not permissible to seek you out without a specific reason?" Guanini replied playfully. Although she was slightly plump, her beauty was undeniable, possessing an innate charm coupled with fair skin and a voluptuous figure, making her quite alluring to the average man. It would be disingenuous for Wang Hao to claim he harbored no interest in her. Instead, he was acutely aware of her reluctance to engage with him on a deeper level, especially after her vehement reaction following her previous defeat. What Wang Hao was oblivious to was that, despite Guanini's lack of initial affection for him, her perspective had shifted since Gu Shuemong's demise. Realizing she had lost her support, she began to understand the significance of finding a dependable ally. Though she held no fondness for Wang Hao, she felt compelled to seek him out for some form of transaction to alleviate her burdens and enhance her future comfort. "Honestly, what do you think I could possibly want from you?" Guanini asked, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness as her cheeks flushed. Even though she had resolved to engage with Wang Hao in a more intimate manner, this was the first time she found herself negotiating such matters, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wang Hao scrutinized her expression for a moment before realization dawned on him, prompting him to widen his eyes and tentatively ask, "Are you suggesting we discuss something of a certain nature?" "Yes, finally, you grasp the situation," Guanini exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Understood. But what exactly do you wish to discuss? Where shall we convene?" Wang Hao inquired. "Didn't you say you understood? Must I spell it out so explicitly?" Guanini's face reddened further, nearly betraying her embarrassment. "Enough with the jesting. Come, I will lead you upstairs," Wang Hao gestured, stepping towards the door. "Do you truly comprehend?" Guanini hurried after him, anxious. "Your intentions are so transparent that if I were to remain oblivious, I would be a fool," Wang Hao retorted casually. "Ah. Then I can rest easy," Guanini nodded, following Wang Hao as they ascended the staircase. At that moment, Lin Yusin had just finished dragging a corpse and arrived on the second floor. Observing Wang Hao and Guanini's peculiar behavior, she inquired out of curiosity, "Where are you two headed?" "We have matters to discuss. Please continue with your tasks," Guanini responded. What could be so secretive? Lin Yusin, although intrigued, chose not to press further and went back to her work. Wang Hao led Guanini to a bedroom on the third floor and closed the door behind them. "You should take a shower. I will join you shortly," he suggested. "What are you implying? Do you think so little of me?" Guanini gasped in surprise. "What? Is that not your intention?" Wang Hao replied, equally astonished. "Of course not. I've never engaged with a man in that manner before. Your approach is rather presumptuous." Guanini retorted, a mix of indignation and embarrassment coloring her tone. "Then what precisely did you wish to discuss?" Wang Hao asked, puzzled. "What else could it be?" "Naturally, it pertains to that very subject. However, I'm still a woman of virtue, so I hope we can first discuss our feelings and allow things to develop gradually." Guanini confessed, lowering her gaze, her cheeks burning with shame. "So you seek a romantic relationship?" Wang Hao finally comprehended, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. He replied with a hint of impatience. "Why are you like this? Are all men such lecherous creatures?" "Not all men are like you," Wang Hao asserted. "I behave this way due to prolonged solitude and an overexposure to certain films from abroad that I lack the opportunity to act upon. Now that the chance has arisen, my desires have become overwhelming." Wang Hao understood his own situation well. He believed that, despite his current fervor, time would temper his interests as he encountered more women. One's attraction to something often stems from an intense desire for what remains unattainable. If that desire were easily fulfilled, even the most enticing allure would eventually fade. However, Wang Hao was confident that until he met those captivating female stars, his fascination with women would persist unabated. Only when he found himself in the company of those illustrious figures, like Guli Naza or Dilraba Dilmurat, and spent considerable time with them would his interest in women begin to wane. At that point, he might discover new passions, such as conquest, expanding his influence, and relishing the sensation of ruling in a post-apocalyptic scenario. For now, Wang Hao's interest in women was insatiable, and it was unrealistic to expect that to change anytime soon. Sighing, Guanini felt a headache coming on. Confronted by Wang Hao's nature, yet, for the sake of a better life, she found herself caught in a web of indecision. Ultimately, it seemed she had made a significant resolution. With a determined bite of her lip, she gazed at Wang Hao and declared, "If I agree, you must not let me down. Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal, I will treat you well for all time, Wang Hao confidently assured her. Upon hearing Wang Hao's promise, Guanini lowered her defenses and said, "You need not follow me. I shall go wash alone. If you attempt to follow, I will raise my voice." "Very well, I shall not intrude," Wang Hao acknowledged, understanding the shyness that accompanied a woman's first experience. He simply nodded in agreement. "I will take my shower now," Guanini said, stealthily heading towards the bathing area, careful not to attract attention. Women can indeed be quite intriguing, Wang Hao mused, shaking his head in mild disbelief. Chapter 79, The Footsteps Outside the Door, Second Update. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Wang Hao reclined on the bed, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette. The minutes dragged on interminably, and what felt like a mere quarter of an hour seemed to stretch over centuries. At last, after finishing his fifth cigarette, the bathroom door swung open. With a soft rustle of footsteps, Guanini emerged, clad in a white bathrobe, fresh from her shower. Her skin appeared even fairer, reminiscent of a princess from a snow-covered fairy tale. Regardless of the circumstances, Guanini was undoubtedly a rare beauty. And Wang Hao found himself unable to resist stealing glances at her. "Come sit here," he beckoned, patting the bed. "What do you want?" Guanini asked. Her cheeks flushed and her voice tinged with shyness. "Didn't we agree on this? Why are you asking?" Wang Hao replied, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. "I know, but I meant you should take a shower too. After slaying so many zombies, you still carry a scent of blood," Guanini murmured, pouting slightly. "All right. Prepare yourself. I'll be quick," Wang Hao said as he began to unbutton his shirt, heading toward the bathroom and carelessly tossing his clothes onto the floor. In less than a minute, the sound of water resumed. Moments later, he emerged from the bathroom. "How did you finish so quickly? Are you really clean?" Guanini inquired. Astonished and somewhat speechless, she had never encountered such an impatient man before. "I have nothing to wash. I'm clean. I shower every day, so a quick rinse suffices," Wang Hao replied, his gaze drifting over to Guanini, only to find her lying on the bed, covered by a thick blanket. This sight filled him with delight, and he hurried over. "Wait, you promised you would treat me well," Guanini exclaimed, pulling the blanket tighter around herself as Wang Hao approached. "Rest assured, I will take good care of you. You won't lack for food or clothing," he reassured her. At that moment, he would acquiesce to any of her requests, considering them trivial matters. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one should act according to their desires. Regardless, there would always be others who would. He thought of those men hiding in the police station, who, after the apocalypse erupted, imprisoned female officers to serve as their playthings, an act of depravity far worse than his own. At least he had some semblance of restraint, unlike those without any moral compass. With that thought lingering, Wang Hao turned his attention back to Guanini, awaiting her response. "Is everything you said true?" she asked softly. "Why would I deceive you? If my only goal were your body, I have countless ways to make you comply. Why would I bother with such pleasantries?" Wang Hao retorted. "You're right. You're a man of strength, and I'm no match for you. You have no need to negotiate with me, so you must be truthful," Guanini concluded, closing her eyes and parting her crimson lips. "I'm ready now. Then I shall proceed," Wang Hao declared, no longer hesitating as he pulled back the blanket and nestled beside her. Half an hour later, Guanini began to softly sob, curling into herself. "Don't cry. It pains me to see you like this," Wang Hao consoled her. "Humph. You wicked man, you've hurt me. I dislike you," she cried, turning away from him. "You truly are a peculiar woman. Don't you understand? This is entirely normal. Every woman goes through it," Wang Hao replied, somewhat at a loss, yet inwardly elated. Guanini had not deceived him. She was indeed a complete woman. "Humph," she huffed. "I won't trust you anymore. You're too devious." "Devious? You've yet to witness my true nature. If I were not devious, would you not be unjustly scolding me?" Wang Hao exclaimed, noticing her silence and wrapping his arms around her once more. "What are you doing? Let go of me," Guanini protested, attempting to resist, but suddenly she froze, gritting her teeth and shutting her eyes. An hour later, Wang Hao lay back on the bed, breathing heavily with eyes closed, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The recent events had brought him immense joy. Meanwhile, Guanini, too, was not faring much better, gasping for breath, glistening beads of sweat adorning her cheeks. Yet, her gaze towards Wang Hao had transformed, now imbued with tenderness and affection. "Will you always be good to me, Hao?" Guanini inquired, entwining her arm around his. "I will," he affirmed. "Am I the woman you love most?" She pressed. "Most loved? I cannot define what that means. Nor do I know which woman would earn that title in my heart," Wang Hao replied. "Humph. After how you've treated me, Can't you at least say I'm your favorite? Guanini retorted, a touch of disappointment in her voice. I don't wish to deceive you. But if that is what you wish to hear, I shall oblige, Wang Hao said, cradling her face in his hands. Forget it. I know you're just saying that. What is the point? Guanini shook her head, disappointment evident in her eyes. What is wrong? Are you unhappy? Shall I make you happy again? Wang Hao suggested tentatively. Are you coming again? I'm utterly exhausted and have no strength left to entertain you, she replied, a hint of fear in her tone. Huh. I was merely asking. And you took it seriously? Wang Hao chuckled. Yet at that moment, he suddenly heard hurried breaths from outside the door. Who is out there? Wang Hao called out. What are you talking about? There can't possibly be anyone outside, Guanini replied. Ignoring her, Wang Hao sprang from the bed and approached the door. However, just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside, gradually fading into silence. Wang Hao opened the door to find an empty corridor, his brow furrowing in confusion. Chapter 80. The Thoughts of Lin Yusin. First update. Who could be eavesdropping outside? Although he was curious, he surmised that it was most likely Lin Yusin. After all, apart from her, it was improbable that anyone else in the villa would be clandestinely listening to what he and Guanini were doing inside the room. Did you not mention someone was outside? Who is it? Guanini inquired. It should be Lin Yusin. Those two children are unlikely to be eavesdropping, Wang Hao replied. Could it be her? Guanini felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had promised Lin Yusin that she would not engage in such activities with Wang Hao. Yet here she was, the first to cross that line. If Lin Yusin found out, it would surely be mortifying. Of course. Who else would be afraid of us discovering her? Wang Hao questioned. What should I do? She will certainly look down on me, Guanini lamented. What are you worried about? She would envy you rather than scorn you. Do you think being with me would make you lose face? Wang Hao asked. Not that. It's just that I promised her I wouldn't, even if it meant my life. But here I am with you. Guanini's cheeks flushed deeper. Haha, what does it matter? The law of attraction has long been validated, hasn't it? Wang Hao chuckled. Yes, you have a point there. Guanini felt somewhat reassured by his words. All right, rest a little longer. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Wang Hao said, beginning to dress. Where are you going? Can't you stay with me a bit longer? Guanini asked, reluctant to let him go. The outer wall isn't sturdy enough. I need to check it. If zombies break in, we will be in danger, Wang Hao explained. Zombies? Please be careful. Guanini, who had a particular fear of zombies, dared not insist he stay. Once Wang Hao was dressed, he exited the room. Upon reaching downstairs, he noticed Lin Yusin, who had somehow procured a pickaxe, digging a hole in the yard. Several corpses lay strewn about nearby. The two girls maintained a considerable distance from her, clearly frightened by the zombies. At that moment, Lin Yusin had already dug a hole about a meter deep and was sweating profusely. Upon seeing Wang Hao approach, her expression shifted, and she quickly lowered her head to mask her feelings. Big brother, you're here. Where did you go just now? Big sister is exhausted all alone, the two girls said. I just did a round of the villa. It's quite safe now. No zombies left, Wang Hao informed them. No zombies? That's wonderful. We can finally stay inside safely. The two girls exclaimed joyfully. Lin Yusin, however, remained silent, continuing her work. Observing her demeanor, Wang Hao became increasingly convinced that she was indeed the one eavesdropping outside. Yet, with the two girls present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. All right, put down your work and take a rest on the third floor. I will handle things here, Wang Hao said, reaching for the pickaxe in Lin Yusin's hands. Without a word, Lin Yusin dropped the pickaxe and walked away, taking the two girls back towards the villa. She certainly has a strong personality. Could it be that my involvement with Guanini is bothering her? Wang Hao pondered as he watched Lin Yusin's retreating figure. Once he confirmed that Lin Yusin had entered the villa, he turned his attention back to the corpses. Wang Hao picked up the pickaxe and began digging for a while before he pushed the bodies into the hole. Although he could have transformed into a zombie to expedite the process, he chose not to. He wished to strengthen his physique through exertion. Soon, he had finished digging the pit and pushed all the corpses into it. Afterward, he filled the hole with soil and covered it with grass. By the time he completed this task, it was already 11 at night. Wang Hao felt particularly hungry, but the food he had brought was dwindling. He located Lin Yusin's room and entered. Inside, Lin Yusin sat alone on the bed, lost in thought, while sounds of water came from the bathroom. Why are you here alone? Where are the others? Wang Hao asked. She gestured toward the bathroom, saying, they are washing up in there. Oh, I see. That puts my mind at ease, Wang Hao replied, pulling out his backpack to reveal the remaining food and placing it in front of Lin Yusin. What are you doing? Aren't you going to save some food for yourself? Lin Yusin asked, looking up with curiosity. We have very little food left. It won't suffice for all of us. Therefore, I need you to keep an eye on them while I step out for a moment, Wang Hao said softly. Now, it's quite late, Lin Yusin exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Don't worry. I've been wandering in this apocalypse for quite some time and know how to avoid zombies, so I will be fine. As long as you all stay safe, I will be reassured, Wang Hao stated, slinging his empty backpack over his shoulder and heading for the door. As Lin Yusin watched him leave, her gaze was complex. Finally, she could not help but say, Thank you for caring about me. Wang Hao paused, turning to smile at her. Under his gaze, Lin Yusin felt her cheeks flush and quickly covered her face with her hands, murmuring, Then, I wish you a good night. With a slight smile, Wang Hao turned and departed. Lin Yusin stared at his retreating figure, pouting in contemplation. This man is truly peculiar. Why can't I decipher him? However, thinking of the sounds coming from Wang Hao and Guanini's room, an uncomfortable feeling washed over her. No matter who he is or what abilities he possesses, he is undoubtedly a scoundrel. To sleep with a woman he has known for less than a day is simply the epitome of a cad. As these thoughts plagued her, Lin Yusin felt increasingly uneasy, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself feeling a tinge of jealousy towards Guanini. She even wondered why she lacked the courage to pursue Wang Hao. With her superior beauty compared to Guanini, wouldn't it be easier for her to win his affection? Yet, all she could do was contemplate these thoughts internally. After all, she had always been a proud woman, accustomed to being pursued by men. When had she ever taken the initiative to pursue one? Chapter 81. The mysterious Xia Lingling. As Wang Hao approached the entrance of the villa, he was confronted by a horde of zombies, their guttural howls echoing in the air. Though few in number, they shook the iron gate violently, as if attempting to force it open. Had they caught a whiff of human scent? Their sense of smell was quite remarkable. Noticing the daunting presence of the zombies, Wang Hao refrained from opening the gate and instead vaulted over it. With his tang knife, he dispatched half of the undead outside before making his escape. Upon reaching the third floor, he found the door to Li Ming's room firmly shut, uncertain if she was asleep. However, the door to Xia Lingling's room was ajar, and light spilled out from within. Was this girl still awake? Curiosity piqued, he approached the door. Upon reaching the threshold, he beheld Xia Lingling, surrounded by a mountain of snacks, ham sausages, biscuits, sakama, canned beef, iced tea, and energy drinks. The sheer quantity of discarded food packaging strewn across the floor left him momentarily speechless. He found it hard to believe that Xia Lingling could consume so much in a single day. Even he couldn't manage such a feat in 3 meals. As she munched away, Xia Lingling suddenly looked up, her gaze locking onto Wang Hao at the door. Big brother, I've missed you all day. Will you hold me while I sleep? She playfully inquired. Of course, if you don't mind my unkempt state, he replied, stepping into the room. You are so kind to me. Even if you're dirty, I wouldn't mind. I will always like you, until the day you no longer like me, Xia Lingling declared, dropping her food and wiping crumbs from her lips as she approached him. She dashed into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Wang Hao tenderly stroked her silky black hair, feeling a surge of emotion as he softly reassured her, Big brother will always cherish you. Yes, you are the best, she exclaimed, tightening her grip around his waist, making it difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he asked, Did you eat all this food today? Yes. Did I eat too much? She replied innocently. Not at all. As long as you enjoy it. Eat as much as you wish, he comforted her. I know I shouldn't have eaten so much. In this apocalypse, food is scarce, and I consumed a lot. You must be upset with me, she said, her voice tinged with concern. How could I be upset? I am quite capable. Whatever you desire, I can provide. He assured her, his curiosity about Xia Lingling deepening. Her mysterious background intrigued him further, especially with the tang knife she had given him, which had remained remarkably sharp after vanquishing so many zombies. It was indeed a marvel that a girl of merely 11 or 12 possessed such extraordinary strength. You are so good to me, big brother. When I grow up, I will definitely marry you, Xia Lingling declared, her eyes shining with earnestness. Such fanciful talk from one so young. Wang Hao playfully chastised her, a smile creeping onto his face at the notion of being adored by a little girl. I mean it. I've seen many men, but none have treated me as kindly as you do, she insisted. Enough of that. You're still young. You'll understand everything when you grow up. At that time, you surely won't harbor such feelings for me, he replied, gently lifting her and settling her onto the bed, then kneeling to remove her shoes. He pulled back the covers, inviting her to lie down. Big brother, aren't you going to sleep with me? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Are you afraid to be alone? He inquired. Yes, I am scared, she admitted, pouting. Very well, I will keep you company tonight. He consented, shedding his outer layer, dimming the lights, and slipping under the covers beside her. That night, though he held Xia Lingling close, his actions remained innocent. After all, she was just a child. His affection for her was not of a romantic nature, but rather a fondness typical of an adult caring for a younger companion. The following day, when Wang Hao awoke, he discovered that Xia Lingling was still in slumber. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and a dim light lingered outside. However, Wang Hao found himself devoid of drowsiness and promptly donned his attire before descending from the bed. Grasping his backpack, he ventured into the room where provisions were stored, filling it to the brim with sustenance before departing the villa. Wang Hao chose not to seek out Li Mengyao, harboring concerns that lingering with her would consume an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, he needed to conserve sufficient energy for other endeavors. After leaving the villa, he made his way directly to the residence of the affluent beauty. Scaling the villa's courtyard wall and pushing open the door, he ascended to the third floor. Upon encountering the familiar door once more, excitement surged within him. Wang Hao felt an irresistible allure towards this woman, imbued with an air of nobility. Perhaps this fascination stemmed from her demeanor towards him. After all, he had never encountered a woman who regarded him in such a manner, let alone one who yearned for death yet held stringent criteria regarding it. This woman was extraordinarily unique. So much so that he had etched her image into his memory upon their first meeting, never to be forgotten. If only she could come to cherish me and bear my child, it would be a dream come true. To have such a stunning and graceful woman by my side would be akin to a celestial existence, he mused as he reached for the slightly ajar door. Inside the room, the woman with alabaster skin and a voluptuous figure reclined languidly on the sofa. Perhaps fatigued, she had succumbed to slumber upon the couch. Yet, her rest was not profound. Upon hearing the door creak, she gradually opened her eyes. Upon realizing that it was Wang Hao standing at the threshold, she merely closed her eyes again, dismissing him entirely. "Am I but heir to you?" Wang Hao exclaimed, stepping forward to lift her effortlessly into his arms, making his way toward the grand bed. Chapter 82. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might. First update. I have been rather occupied these past few days, resulting in a delay in updates. The next update will be on Friday evening. Chapter 83. Punishment. Second update. What? Do you still not realize your mistakes? Wang Hao inquired, observing the resentment evident in Guanini's demeanor. I was wrong. I should not have deceived them. I am still myself. I should not have made them work in your name, Guanini confessed. Now that you are aware of your error, how do you think I should punish you? Wang Hao asked. I don't know, Guanini stammered, her mind in turmoil, grappling with Wang Hao's unexpected attitude towards her. If you are uncertain, then I shall consult others. Upon finishing his sentence, Wang Hao turned to the two girls and asked, She made you work while she herself did nothing. How do you suggest she be punished? Big brother, Gua's sister already knows her mistake. Please spare her, the two girls pleaded. Do you see the disparity here? Wang Hao sighed, directing his gaze at Guanini. You have made them toil, while they still plead for your mercy. Do you not feel ashamed? I did not do anything wrong. I merely asked them to work while I took a break. You speak as if I committed a grave offense. Is it truly that serious? Guanini finally could no longer contain her indignation. Is that so? Then I shall not waste my breath on you. Since you insist on this, you may leave immediately, right now. Exit the villa. Wang Hao stated, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were dismissing a mere animal rather than a person. You are being excessive, Guanini exclaimed, glancing at Lin Yusen for support. Sister, look at how he is leaving me without any options. Alas, Lin Yusen sighed, finally addressing Wang Hao, let it go. She did not harbor any ill intentions. Please forgive her. In this apocalyptic world, we must unite to survive. You are truly a kind-hearted woman. If only she were more like you, Wang Hao remarked. However, since you have spoken, it would seem unkind of me not to show some leniency. Wang Hao appeared to relent, prompting Guanini to breathe a sigh of relief, believing that the matter was resolved. Yet, to her shock, Wang Hao continued, nevertheless, Guanini must pay a price for her transgressions today. His gaze turned icy as he addressed her directly. Upon hearing his words, Guanini's face blanched. Cleaning an entire villa, spanning over 1,000 square meters, would surely exhaust her. Yet, she had no choice but to accept Wang Hao's punishment. Without him, she questioned her ability to survive. Meanwhile, Wang Hao would have Lin Yusen by his side, who was undeniably more attractive, and he would surely favor her. Had Guanini known that Wang Hao had other women, she would have undoubtedly felt overwhelmed, leading her to comply even more with his demands. Wang Hao retrieved his backpack, extracted a small portion of food, and handed it to Guanini, stating, I intended to distribute the food equally, but your actions have disappointed me greatly. Therefore, you shall receive less this time. Should you behave well in the future, I will allocate more to you. I understand, Guanini replied, gazing at the meager portion of food in her hands, increasingly aware of Wang Hao's significance in her life. Consequently, she accepted the reduced ration without complaint. After all, without Wang Hao, even in the absence of zombies, she would still face hunger. Wang Hao not only provided safety but also sustenance. What grounds did she have to voice discontent? Reflecting on her earlier impulse to argue back, Guanini felt a wave of regret. Thus, after consuming a small amount of food, she hastily grabbed a mop and began tidying up. Meanwhile, Wang Hao led the two girls and called for Lin Yusin to join him on the third floor. Do you think treating her that way is appropriate? Lin Yusin couldn't help but ask once they reached the third floor. I have already been quite civil towards her, Wang Hao replied. But you and she? Lin Yusin hesitated, searching for the right words. What about my relationship with her? Wang Hao queried, puzzled. Nothing. Lin Yusin shook her head, opting to remain silent. As Wang Hao spoke, he emptied the remaining food from his backpack, arranging it before the three of them. Wow! The two girls exclaimed, their eyes nearly bulging at the sight of the bountiful food. They showered Wang Hao with praise and admiration. Although Lin Yusin said nothing, her astonishment was unmistakable. Thus, her perception of Wang Hao grew increasingly complex, and her interest in him deepened. She felt fortunate to have such a reliable man by her side in this desperate world. However, she also harbored concerns that he might abandon them for more attractive women, leaving them to their fate. In this apocalypse, beauty held little value. With Wang Hao's capability, he could have any woman he desired. Why would he risk his life for them? Soon, Wang Hao departed once more, leaving Lin Yusin increasingly anxious. Yet, reflecting on Wang Hao's treatment of Guanini, she resolved never to engage with him intimately. She believed that once a man obtained a woman's body, he would no longer cherish her. Thus, she decided that if Wang Hao sought to possess her, it would have to be a gradual process, ensuring he did not lose interest after a swift conquest. Wang Hao, oblivious to Lin Yusin's thoughts, would likely respond with a faint smile and say, "You are overthinking, my dear." However, he had no desire to force a woman. That seemed utterly lacking in meaning. What he sought was a mutual connection, a bond nurtured through desire rather than coercion. He believed that winning a woman's heart and body through genuine effort would yield far greater satisfaction. The affluent and beautiful woman remained the one he most wished to conquer with both heart and soul. Chapter 84. The Distressed Woman. First update. After descending the stairs, Wang Hao drove away from the villa area in his modified Land Rover. At this moment, the clock was nearing noon. On the road, a few zombies wandered aimlessly, their numbers exceedingly sparse. Wang Hao, upon spotting them, simply crushed them beneath his vehicle. Before long, he arrived at the police station and brought the car to a halt. Inside the precinct, numerous zombies were howling. Wang Hao navigated through the throng of undead and made his way to the second floor. Soon, he located the equipment he had previously left behind: handcuffs, bulletproof vests, electric batons, powerful flashlights, and wireless communication devices. He loaded all these items into his vehicle, also taking a few sets of police uniforms. He was quite curious to see how Li Mingyao or another woman would look in the police attire, reliving the thrill of conquering a female officer. Upon returning to the car, Wang Hao did not rush to drive away. Instead, he took out a wireless communication device and began to adjust it. The device crackled to life, emitting a series of electrical sounds. However, as he switched channels, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from the device. Shortly thereafter, a woman's voice emerged, fragmented and desperate, repeatedly calling for help, seemingly unaware that someone had received her signal. Wang Hao hesitated momentarily before pressing the green button and softly inquired, "Where are you? How many people are there? What kind of danger are you in?" After sending his message, the device fell silent for a brief moment. Eventually, the crackling returned, and the woman's voice reappeared. "Please, help us. My colleague and I are trapped on the 5th floor of the staff accommodation at Xinjiang Hospital. We haven't had enough food for 3 days and are on the verge of starvation. Can you come to rescue us? Xinjiang Hospital is quite far. I am over 20 miles away. It would be too perilous to come. Can you tell me why I should risk my life to save you?" Wang Hao replied, "We are both doctors. I believe you would need us at some point, as everyone falls ill eventually. Indeed, I do require doctors. But that alone does not compel me to take the risk to rescue you," Wang Hao stated. "What more do you want from me?" The woman's tone reflected her frustration with Wang Hao's reluctance. "May I ask your age, height, and if you consider yourself attractive?" he probed. I am 25 years old, 168 centimeters tall, and I would say I am rather good-looking. And what about your companion? Wang Hao continued. Upon hearing this, he began to contemplate. Although he was not currently unwell, he could not guarantee that he would remain so in the future. Moreover, having a doctor among his women could prove beneficial should any health issues arise. All right, hold on a little longer. I will come to find you this afternoon. I hope you are not deceiving me. Do you think he would still come if he realized we were lying? In a room on the 5th floor of the staff dormitory of Xinjiang Hospital, a young woman standing at 170 centimeters looked anxiously at her companion, who held the wireless device. What are you worried about? I have only deceived him about being doctors. Other than that, we have been truthful. We can treat minor ailments like colds and fevers as well, and we have even studied nursing. He cannot possibly refuse to help us. Plus, we are indeed attractive. He is a man. How could he not come to our aid? Wang Rui analyzed confidently. While your reasoning is sound, I still feel a sense of unease. As if something is amiss, Li Manqing replied. When the apocalypse broke out, they had been resting in their dormitory, narrowly escaping disaster. The absence of zombies in their area had emboldened them to scavenge food from other dormitories, allowing them to survive. However, 3 days ago, their food supplies dwindled, and they were now on the brink of collapse from hunger. During this time, they had discovered a wireless communication device in the security room on the 1st floor and sent out countless distress signals. Others had received their messages but declined to assist upon learning that they were in a hospital. Now, with Wang Hao claiming he would come to their rescue, hope flickered in their hearts. Do you think that man can reach us? There are so many zombies in the hospital, I fear that even if he comes, he might be scared away. Wang Rui expressed her concern. I don't know. We can only hope he has a way to fend off the zombies and reach us. Li Manqing replied. Sighing, Wang Rui gazed out at the view from the balcony. Both women were clad in white nurse uniforms, their silhouettes accentuating their graceful figures. In truth, they were part of a new batch of intern nurses, having been at the hospital for less than a year. Due to their beauty, they had received special treatment, often allowed paid rest during the day, thus evading the dangers of the apocalypse. During their internship, many male doctors had pursued them, which, while bothersome, also bolstered their confidence in their looks. Wang Rui was particularly convinced that their lack of rescue stemmed from the men's ignorance of their beauty. If only they knew how stunning they truly were, surely someone would brave the dangers to save them. Thus, she firmly believed that once Wang Hao laid eyes on them, he would undoubtedly come to their aid.